we'll just give 1 or 2 more minutes. I'll try and keep us on a time schedule so we can make it through the agenda. Thank you to those of you that might have done the communication styles questionnaire. If you didn't, that's just fine because we won't mess with it today. But perhaps for our next session, I could maybe get a half hour right at the start to use that as a good warm-up activity to help build us up a little bit. Good morning. There's a slot right there.
Or here.
Right there, wherever you want to snuggle in. And then we'll get you, this next start.
It's hard.
Make sure everybody's got a name card. That's going to be your hand in the process. Okay, great, thank you. So we'll go ahead and do our check-in this morning. I'd like to welcome all of you today to this interest-based bargaining process today for the Roaring Fork Schools. My name is Rusty George. I'll be your facilitator today, and I'll tell you a little bit more about myself later when I do the check-in. So we'll do this check-in every time we gather, and this is a way for us to connect together as a group. You'll share your name, what your position in the district is. How are you today? And this is not our generic how are you today that we say to people all the day and I'm fine. You know, you've got a migraine headache today, or you got a cold, or there's something stressful going on that you might have hunched shoulders about, and we might not know what that is. We'd like to know with the how are you today. If you have any time constraints, that's a good thing to know. Be great to know who is missing. Issues and elephants might be something major that has popped up that is going to be in the way of everything if we don't talk about it. This is not just sort of the normal thing. This is something big. And then what are your expectations for the day? And question of the day, what is a passion project or hobby you enjoy in your free time? We'll let somebody choose to begin, and then they can choose which direction they want to go to move us around the table. Who would like to start?
Rusty, can I just ask?
Yes.
Just a logistical thing. We are taping today.
Yes, we are being.
It's live streamed right now,
Okay, and it's connected to the
YouTube channel.
Okay. Who wants to get us rolling?
I can start.
Right.
My name is Megan Talbot. I'm a teacher in the district. And I am doing fine today. I have some errands I have to run at lunchtime, so I really like to talk to people at lunch, but I'm gonna be nice to do that, so sorry. Who's missing? I know Autumn is missing, and we have our middle school. Who's our middle school admin?
Okay, so
Stacy.
so Autumn and Lena.
Congrats. And Grant, you know.
Lindsay DeFreitas is gonna be our second board rep, and
Grant, you know.
she's gonna try to be here at least. And also Lindsay and Stacy. We've got 2 more. Lindsay and Stacy.
I need a better marker. That's for paper, I think. It's not.
That's probably.
Oh, like the admin IBB process.
Oh, it's another close it up here. Let me take a look. What's that?
All right.
Yeah. I was here. I had to go home. I forgot. Oh.
Oh, yeah, that was not a good.
Close enough that you are, yeah.
That was not a good call. I don't think it's permanent, but it's gonna need some water.
I really hate to start off with an elephant, I guess, or an issue, but, and I hope this doesn't come across the wrong way, but I feel like we have Karen is a position that's never been here, and I just wanted to get some clarification around people who are in the process, and I love Karen, and But I just, it's not, she's not part of our, or that position is not part of our process, so that could be something that we could clarify,
Because I need clarification on that as well.
Once you're part of the admin group, the admin, right? Group, not the admin, but certified. So I think you might have something.
Because we were told that we would have. I was invited to this. So keep it on that list for historic and on admin, I can do as well, so I'm really confused.
Ren, if you're just on admin, I mean, you not need to be here today. That was clarified yesterday. Also, particularly not to be confident.
Did you see,
Yeah, Stacy, there'll be room there too as well.
yeah, Stacy, yeah.
Bryn is leaving, so you can sit over there and have a better view. So did we clarify
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, that provides, and I'm gonna miss Karen, because I think you provide a good, balance to things, but I did want to know that. And expectations for today, I'm really expecting, a good solid, grounding in what IBD is. For all of us, new and old, and so I'm really, expecting that, and I'm excited to have a new facilitator who has a background in that, so.
Excellent.
Big load on your shoulders there.
Oh, I'm very excited. It doesn't feel like a load at all, so.
And a passion project I have is genealogy. Done a lot of genealogy work, which is really fun. And it's a rabbit hole.
Yeah, and you run into some surprises and.
Yes,
Yeah.
I have. Yes, I've done extensive research way back. And I always just find more. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
there's something else.
Oh, that's
really-
exciting.
It's cool to do.
So do we all feel okay about that issue of who's supposed to be here and not? Okay. Good. All right, so next, Heather, or actually, Megan, you can say which way you want to go, left or right. All right. Heather.
Hi, my name is Heather Wilson and I teach at Crystal River. I'm like looking at, so I can read my card. I'm one of the SSN teachers at Crystal River, so special ed, but significant support needs. And I am doing fine today. Better than yesterday, which was hard to come back after a long break. Time constraints, I don't have any. Who is missing? I'm wondering where Adam is. But, and Nina's here and Autumn's here, the fewer people that we were saying. Adam Carter. Oh, Carter. Yeah. So, issues, elephants, I don't have any expectations. This is my second year on IBB, so I'm just looking forward to continuing to learn from those that have been doing IBB for a long time and just be a part of this process. Passion project is finding my passion with a daughter that just started college and a son who is in 10th grade, but I'm feeling like I have a little more space in my house and my life to like them being a mom and a teacher, which is also my passion.
Great.
I'm Alicia Grimes. I put the imaginary H in there because it's not spelled that way. So when you read my name, most people mispronounce it as Elisa. I'm at Roaring Fork High School. I'm a science teacher, STEM teacher over there. And today I'm good, running around. Trash day is always busy. Trying to get everything taken care of. Time constraints, I generally run home for lunch, so I, like Megan, will not be around for lunch, but who's missing? I think Barb was the only person I noticed as well. Issues, elephants. No, I mean, I think we have questions, so it'll be interesting to see if we have the time to ask questions, of. There's been big changes in our district leadership, and so just wanna know if some projects that were started previously are gonna continue with the new leadership, expectations, just looking forward to starting, the year off grounded and really excited to have a facilitator. Yes, seems really solid already, so thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. What's your passion project or hobby?
That's hard, I have a lot, I would say. I'm a dog trainer for a decent amount, and sometimes that's a good passion project, sometimes not, so. I have very active dogs who require a lot of energy. To make sure that they, behave the way society would like dogs to behave, so. And this is a very doggy town, and it's at times very difficult because one of our dogs really does not like other dogs, so.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Lindsay Henschel, my position currently is I'm the assistant principal at Glenwood Springs High School. I've also been a teacher in the district and I've worked in the central office. I feel good today because I was able to exercise because I live closer to here than where I normally work. And I was like running right up against the time too. Time constraints, I'm actually hoping to go take care of my puppy at lunch because my husband can't normally do. And we live close to here, but otherwise none, and I would not know who is missing. I don't know enough to have any issues or elephants in the process, and my expectation today is to learn a lot because I've never participated in this process, but I've heard a lot about it. And I've known a lot of people who've been a part of it and speak very highly of the process, so I'm excited about that. And right now, my favorite hobby at this time of year is baking.
Hi, I'm Grace de la Sala, and I am, I put here, like emerging bilingual educator, because it's changed so much. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Yeah, sometimes I'm like CLDE, like the truck driver, you know? Yes, I am actually very good right now, because I finished my homework from yesterday, but right when we got here, so I felt like frantic, and that's why I didn't talk to people, because I was trying to do my homework. I don't have any time constraints. Adam's missing. Issues, I would say the same thing about like just change in like superintendent and like the work that we do. Is it gonna continue like next year, like whatever we agree upon? Will the new superintendent like change things, you know? So that's like just an issue. Is our work gonna really matter? Expectations, I don't know, that we all get along and that we all know that we are here because we have a common goal. And passion, I would say a hobby is I got a Peloton bicycle and I love it. The instructors are like my BFFs. It's like therapy. And I did a ride this morning, so I feel good.
All right.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks.
My name is Nathan Markham, the CFO here at the district. I'm doing well today. I'm trying not to be beholden to the top of my inbox. No time constraints. We typically have 2 board members. I see Kenny down there. Someone for expecting another. No issues or elephants. This is my 5th year on IBB, and I think the rest of the year the 4th. So let's say I've had, and it was just kind of sit down and learn, and we'll figure it out. So I feel like it's been different. I'm expecting to get some grounding and some common understanding in this degree, which a lot of the faces, just on the admin side, the teacher side as well. Passion project, with 3 young children and full-time job. I enjoy fly fishing. So
Okay, great. So do you have a rod vault on your car so you can?
I'm not there yet.
Okay, me either.
Yeah.
Stacy.
Morning, everyone. I'm Stacy Parker. Apologies for being late this morning. Chief Academic Officer. A little frazzled this morning. Tuesdays, my husband teaches in Denver, so he's very grateful to be in the budget and some unexpected food happen this week. So I will get better. Time constraints, I like try to help home at lunch to take care of the dogs. Adam's Spears is no longer missing a little bit. I don't have any issues or elephants. This is my second year on IBB here, and so I learned a lot last year. Looking forward to the time in the process, and appreciate Rusty for facilitating and just I don't know, in terms of expectation, not really. I think just having a really fruitful conversation on shared interests and really working together. I think our committee work last year was good, and so looking forward to it. Oh, passion project. Currently, my husband teases me, says every 6 months I pick up a new hobby. So currently I'm embroidery, but like snarky stuff. I found flowers and it's like, it's kind of.
Excellent, thank you.
Hi, I'm Maggie Hayes. I am the CLDE coach at Basalt High School and Basalt Middle School, but I'm presenting Basalt High School. I'm doing good today. I live in Carbondale, so it's nice to come somewhere much closer than my normal commute. No time constraints. No missing, no issues. This is my first year with IBB, so I guess just I'm excited to kind of learn the process and get to work with you all and be a part of this. And yeah, just learning a lot today. And a passion project or hobby. I'm currently trying to get into and learn pottery. I'm not very good, but I really am enjoying it. Actually.
Thank you, Matt.
I'm Nina. I'm from Riverview School. I'm a 4th grade teacher. I'm feeling good. I was a little late, so kind of like Stacy, a little frazzled. I thought the 8 to 8:30 was like casual introduction. And then I got here and everyone's already said it, so I'm like, okay, focus. No time constraints, no one's missing anymore. Kind of the same elephants that have been coming up, just making sure that this work is worth it. And it's implemented over the long term, making sure that that's respected and honored. Expectations is that we build a really solid foundation of this team. I feel like we've come to get like a solid group of admin and a solid group of teachers who are here. And I really want to just build that relationship base and build this like really solid foundation for IBB in the future.
And your passion
Oh my
project,
gosh,
hobby?
I have been learning how to do Adobe Illustrator, so I can do some little logos now. Anyone? I know. Just put it out there. If you want t-shirts, like, buy a Cricut, I'll get into that too.
So I'm Rob, I teach science at Woodland Springs High School, also the RFCE president. I'm actually a little worried about today. There's a lot of work to do. Hope we have the time to get it all done. I don't have any time constraints. I think there's a number of issues and developments that might come up today. Some of those are kind of topic specific. But I think the big one that we need to acknowledge is the former superintendent did some damage. The way that played out. We're feeling that in the district. And I don't know how exactly to describe that. Abandonment created a lot of mistrust in the district office. And the person responsible for that no longer employed here, but it lingers. So, Expectations, I am excited for having some training. With all the turnover that's happened, even coming out of the pandemic, when IBB process kind of changed. During the pandemic, it was like a year-round activity, for a couple of years there. So kind of getting back to, some basics of what IBB should be. Where I think will be good for this group. My passion project, I also hobbies. I'm gonna say currently it's my house. It needs a lot of updating, and my wife would love it if I would say that the kitchen or the bathroom is the passion project. Secretly, it's my garage. Shelves and organizing.
Great, thank you, Rob.
My name is Stephanie West. I teach kinder at Sopris. I'm also our CEA's vice president. I'm expecting a couple of really important phone calls, so if they happen, I will be rude and walk out of the room, but I can't not take these. Time constraints, like 5-ish is kind of my max today. We are still missing grant from EPS. Issues or elephants, I'll piggyback off of Rob. I think we get a lot of the phone calls and the emails. So I'm hoping that this year we can really kind of go back to the teachers with a sense of trust in the district office, a sense of open door policy, transparency, those kind of things that I feel like were really shut down last year. And the person who caused it isn't here, and I'm sorry it falls on those shoulders of those of you who are sitting here, but it's something we need to work through as a team. My expectations for today are that we build some trust, we build some relationships. I'm very hopeful this will be a successful IBB season, and when we come to the end, we can really take tangible things back to our staff to make them really feel good about this process and the time everybody's put into it. Passion projects, all things Christmas, doesn't matter what it is. I have a freshman in high school, and she and I can't stop Christmasing, and my husband says it looks like it threw up Christmasing. And then she and I do a lot of running together, so that's our passion.
That's awesome.
Hi, I'm Miles Cook. I teach social studies at Lemon Springs High School. I feel pretty good today. Time constraints, my wife's in Mexico for work, so I just got an empty house to go home to. So I guess I'd rather be here with you guys. As far as expectations, I'm kind of excited today to get some formal training and make sure we're all on the same page for this process. So I think that'd be good. As far as passion projects, I kind of got a addictive personality. But there's that meme, maybe you guys have seen it, get your kids interested in bikes and they won't have money for drugs. So, I race cyclocross and the state championship is this Saturday, so I don't know. I'm training hard, hoping to get on the podium this weekend.
I'm Jake Wallace. I teach 4th grade at Lemon Springs Elementary School. And I'm doing fine today. I have no time constraints. And my expectations for today are just to learn a lot and to meet people and to see the process of my first year in IBB. And my passion project is skiing as much as I can.
My name is Kenny Tytler. I'm on the school board. I previously was a teacher in the district for many years. I'm doing great today. I have no time constraints. Lindsay DeFreitas is missing. Be the other board member. As far as issues / elephants, there's a couple of things that come to mind. I'm curious a little bit of how we move forward incorporating the master agreement, which sort of seemed like was something that we brought up last year, and I don't know whether or not that's something that we're going to be moving forward with, or I'm just curious of how that works out and what role that has. It seems like that came about maybe with, well, this is how we did it in the past, and this was sort of try to circumvent that maybe, or I'm not quite sure, but that's my question. And then the other question, and I don't know if this goes into expectations or what, but last year was my first year on IBB, and I was a little bit confused on my role. we said split up into our two groups of administrators and teachers, and I'm like, okay, I'll go with the teachers. And I got in my group and they're like, what are you doing here? And I was like, oh, supporting the teachers. I mean, so like, I'm curious a little bit, like, what my role is and what it is, and within that role, I'm curious if we can't, as a group, like, I felt a little bit like there's this us versus them. And I'm hoping that we can maybe be more together and not contrary to each other, of that we are all after the same end product, and maybe get rid of that moniker of us versus them. And I don't know, that's how I felt a little bit, at least. And as far as my passion, I guess, being the skiing season is on the cusp, that would be my, at this point, thing that I'm looking forward to.
Great, thanks. And Kenny, in regards to your question about the master agreement, there is a time slot where we'll do some updates that will be brought up, kind of see where we are in that process and what the plan is moving forward. And then where you are in a group is always an odd thing, because even if you are an us and them, and this is an education association, this is admin, we're all working in the group for the same outcomes in terms of trying to help kids and make sure that employees have a quality place to work. So you do represent your constituencies, and a lot of those interests in those constituencies overlaps. So it's always good to understand the roles and responsibilities of everyone involved in this process.
Can I just give a little background maybe?
Yes.
And I'm really glad to hear you say that, and generally speaking, our board has always just gone to the admin side, so that may be some of what happened last year, but it doesn't have to be that way. It's always been a question in my mind too.
And I
It's
hadn't
like-
had
it's like
any
this, like,
direction
middle.
prior to that, so I'm like, okay.
I'm Lisa Dameron. I teach ELD at BMS. I'm feeling great today. My time constraint is I'm hosting my daughter's chamber lab quartet in my classroom of salt at 5, so I have to get up there to arrange for that. Similar, I echo the issues and elements that have already been presented. This is my first year on IBB, longtime listener, first time caller. So excited to engage in the process and contribute in a way that I know I have. Overall, my passion project is landscaping and gardening, but I guess right now I need to revisit my snowboarding because I'm almost proficient at big goals for this year.
Right.
Hello everyone, we're going to class HR. Today I'm very positive. I really have expectations that we all move forward and understand each other together as a group. My only time constraint, I will be the one picking up the lunch that apparently some of you are gonna be missing. Sorry about that. Who's missing? Grant is missing. We got Niels, he's on his way, so yay. Issues, I don't know what I don't know. I am new to the process. I joined at the end of last year, so I'm here also ready to learn and with open ears for all of you. I believe I mentioned my expectation with my how am I today. Very, very expectant and very positive. And my passion project, you might find me any other Saturday night dancing Latin music.
I'm Anna Cole, I'm our interim superintendent. I'm a little frazzled. I spent some time this morning talking with one of our parents who their 5th grader was home alone yesterday, and a very intoxicated man broke into their home when she was home alone, and kind of huge impacts as this little student of ours was hiding and then ran out of the house, and a bunch of our other students kind of wrapped around and supported her. So that was like just a lot this morning to talk through and making sure that the parent knew how to get resources, and I know that they're okay and like everything's fine, but that was just a weird set off to the morning. But then Lisa and I realized that we went to the same high school, so that I'm really excited to talk to her about it because I know I graduated with her sister. So that was really cool.
I have a meeting at 4 and 5, so have, you know, a hard stop at 4 today. Lindsay DeFreitas will be here at noon. She actually hasn't even been sworn in yet as a board member, but has been trying to. You know, I definitely, and I appreciate Rob and Stephanie naming it, like, I know that my role is an issue, like, as an interim that feels unsettled, and I think it's a good representation of how I think a lot of us feel about the district office right now, and I see, a lot of opportunities as I sit in this role to kind of help rebuild, reconnect, been here in the district for 6 years, and have some strong relationships, and I have, you know, at least another 13 in Paris. I plan to be here a very long time, whatever context I can be here. And so I just want to name that I know that that's an awkward position, and I'm sitting in that awkwardness every day. But happy and feel really honored to be here and be part of this work, because I think similarly I've tracked and paid attention to IBB over the last couple of years, and I've been really curious about the work. So I think that's most of my expectations today, is just curiosity and learning. Again, feel really privileged to be in this seat to work with you all, learn from you all. So I think that's it really, and I see us also with Rusty's facilitation as this being a really unique opportunity for us to rebuild and reset and renorm and build a foundation to move forward with IBB. I don't really have any passion projects or hobbies beyond like keeping my three two-legged humans alive and well. And they, you know, ideally getting outside with them, so.
Three-legged. Hey, I'm Adam. Yeah, totally thought I was gonna come in at 8:15. You guys were gonna all be mingling, having coffee. That didn't happen. I didn't bring coffee. I don't know.
Now I can.
That was an elephant. My teacher averages, I feel good. I did the things I needed to do this morning to get myself present and ready. Except I have a little bit of stuff planned to do, but that's not, it's on this afternoon, so on that. I have a class, I'm in a graduate program with class support. So I gotta go to that, it's paying for it. Let's see, expectations or issues, yeah, I mean, I think, this feels like a rebuilding here, rebuilding with some new team members, rebuilding the collaboration, the trust, the thing that I like about IBB. I mean, I always think it's weird that I'm here because I hate meetings, and that's all this is. But it's super important, and I just like, because it's like this meeting of the minds where, you know, we come here not as like individuals with our own agendas, but like we kind of rise above the daily practice and try to see it, you know, the big picture, and try to take care of all the people in our care. And that's of all levels, right? All these people that are working together to try to do something, you know, that's really positive. And so I just really appreciate like the egalitarian, like that everyone is just like kind of an equal human in here, and everyone's voice really matters. And that we have this chance to try to actually do the hard work of solving the difficult issues that we're facing. And I just love it because it's like sometimes the tiniest problem is so dynamic and difficult to solve, and that's kind of fun. So anyway, yeah, I look forward to us like kind of rebuilding this really solid culture of trust and collegiality, and so that we have that, you know, as we encounter like the unexpected trouble that is like coming, you know, that's always coming. So yeah, that's what I would say.
Cool, and what's a hobby or
Oh, and, well, yeah, so I'm doing this creative writing program. But then, I don't know, our kids are like aging into college, and so. My wife, we've been building all these garden beds and. Like I had these trailer to get dirt from the dump and. Now she was looking at puppies yesterday. 2 dogs. That's insatiable. So I'm on board with that, I guess.
I'm Autumn Rivera, first grade science teacher at Columbus Springs Middle School. I am very tired today. I slept all of Thanksgiving break, and then as soon as it came time to go back to work, like all the sleep stopped happening, so I am gonna rally. Time constraints, I do have to leave at 3:30. I have a panel that I'm on at 4, so I need to make sure I'm getting there in time for that. I've been reflecting a lot on my drive down and then back home and then back down today about IBB and just sort of how it's sort of morphed. This, I think, is my 11th year on this group, and in the last 4 years, I feel like we went from this like, well, we've had, you know, four mediators in the last however many years, moderators. We've had 3 superintendents in as many years, and so it's just been a lot. And in the last 4 years, we went from this group that was like the most trusted group of people to really work and problem solve. And like Rob said, we were meeting on a weekly basis as a group during COVID to really rally and support our district, to then a year later, sort of having it not be that situation. It's been sort of this awkward shift a little bit, I think, for me, of feeling a little bit like, wait, what happened to this really positive supportive group that just sort of went away? And so I'm excited, and I have expectations of hopefully building that back up, of having it be a trusting group, a group that respects each other, that understands that we're trying to do what's best for our students, to try to do what's best for our teachers. One of my favorite quotes is, advocating for students is not advocating against teachers, and vice versa. Like, when you advocate for a teacher, you're also advocating for a student. Which leads me into my passion project. I don't have a lot of time for passion projects, but I do spend a lot of time traveling around and advocating for teachers, and really try to do that and try to do that well. I am a little tired of being on airplanes, but luckily I don't have any big trips scheduled now, but just being able to do that and advocating for teachers and sharing the rural Colorado story is something I really am passionate about, because I think it's a story that not many people know about. And I want to get that out there, because we're doing really great work here in this district. So, yeah.
Great, thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you, Adam. My name is Grant Waller. I'm the principal at Basalt Elementary. I'm great. My time constraints are, I'm going to be 38 minutes late. Sorry, I do apologize for that. Issues. I don't know when, but if we could talk about, I know I've been hearing, and I'm sorry to jump in late, but about how to, some clarity on the PTO around vacation days. And the other thing I just want to add is, I used to work at a school in Guatemala where there was low trust. And so what Autumn was saying is, I think trust is a commodity that just helps in so many ways us have a better district for us and our kids. And so, yeah.
Wonderful. And what's a passion project or hobby that you're interested in?
I'm a pretty bad hockey player, trying to become better.
Right. Cool. Thank you, Grant.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. When you get a moment, it'd be great to fill out
Yes.
on that. So we can keep track. Thank you all so much for sharing. My name is Rusty George. I'll be your facilitator. I hope to be your facilitator for several years. I don't want to dive in, dive out. Sounds like you've had a lot of that going on. I'm good today. I did also start to sleep so well through the holiday, and then decided the last 3 nights that really was unnecessary. So I am a little bit groggy, but very excited. I have no time constraints. And do we now have no one missing, or are we still missing Lindsay? Okay, great, admin, all right. No issues or elephants for me. Expectations is that you will be able to start to understand the IBB process if you've never been involved. And if you have been involved, what it's going to be like for this team and how we can build trust and build goals for the team to enable us to really benefit all of those folks in the district that we represent and ultimately the kids. Passion project for me or hobby. My life as I knew it ended August 9th. I've been a retired teacher for 2 years. I taught science for 31 years at the high school level. And then I was contacted by a principal of middle school and asked if I'd like to fill in for a maternity leave for 6 weeks. I had no desire to go back in the classroom. I had accomplished everything I could accomplish there, I felt. And it was a very tearful departure where I had to do a lot of therapy to let go. And then all of a sudden, here's this opportunity to go back in. And so I thought hard about it. It turned out to be 12 weeks. It's at a middle school. I never taught 7th graders who are a unique form of human beings. The impulse control is non-existent. So that has been something that has completely taken over my life. And I actually had one day where I said to myself, I don't need this. I'm out of here. I'm leaving right now. And of course I didn't, but that is the feeling, the ability to have just complete elation and despair all within like 30 seconds is a common thing in middle school. I have the rest of this week left in that, and now I'm feeling a little teary-eyed because I've built relationships with kids, which was always my biggest goal in education, was to build relationships and empower students to go on and do big things in their lives. I have switched that now and shifted into working with groups of people like yourselves, who I want to recognize and honor for taking on a challenging task to do so much for so many people. And I think about how to say this all the time, and then Adam pretty much just said it beautifully, and I understand why as a creative writer. And then others have done so much to contribute to what this process is about, what it means, and some of the challenges to it. So I will be able to put myself fully back into facilitation work when I wrap up on Friday.
Sorry, where are you?
I'm at Centennial Middle School. I live in Montrose, also another rural school district, way out there on the west end, and have been there. I taught there in room 122 for 30 years in the same classroom. Yeah, kids would say like, how can you do that? And like, hey man, it's awesome. I was in the quad. I have open windows to outside. I ate in the quad all the time. I did so many things there that were fantastic and wonderful, and feel grateful that I got to have such a cool career in my life. I'm currently, one of the bonuses of my current job is one of my favorite all-time students, who was my climbing partner back when he was 16 and I was still into rock climbing. We climbed in the Black Canyon. We went all over the place and climbed and climbed. He's now a physician in Montrose. His twin, who I also spent a ton of time with in an outdoor program that I ran, he is the principal and superintendent of schools in the Ouray School District. And I have Bryce, the doctor's daughter, in my class. Gracie, she's brilliant and amazing. And it turns out I have a lot of other students currently, former students, whom I don't remember all of them. When I got new tags on for my new truck yesterday, the woman asked me, did you used to teach in the district? Yes, I did. Well, I had you. So it's just hard to remember all the faces, but such a cool thing to get to have that. For me, my passion project is making music. I play guitar and sing. I used to do it with a friend of mine named Alan. Alan was a professional musician. I just took this on about 18 years ago when my fingers quit working very well and other joints had problems with rock climbing. Took up playing the guitar. Alan unfortunately passed away from pneumonia about 5 years ago or 6 years ago now. And it gave an opportunity for my wife and I to start making music. And so now my wife and I make music with our friend Jed. Our group's called Jedi George, and we play about a dozen to 14 gigs around Montrose a year. And so I'm looking forward to wrapping up teaching so I can put some time into songwriting, which I've always wanted to do, and just haven't really invested on a few songs. And it's time to try and make some of that happen. So that's my project. All right, so let's get down to business here today. Look at what is going on for our agenda. So we've got our check-in completed. We want to take a look at the norms that we have and see what we want to potentially add to those norms. Every time you get a group together, that group needs to develop its norms. They can be built on previous things, but what are the things that are important to that group? Take a little break, and then we'll be back in to do the official training. And based on needs of trying to get to all the interests around topics and so forth, we'll try and have the training wrapped up around 11. That will make it be where I kind of fly through some things. You may feel a little bit things are incomplete, but this particular presentation is shared in the shared folder that hopefully you all have access to. And I encourage you to spend time running through that. And then hopefully when we meet the next time, we could take a half an hour and work with those communication styles that you might have done the questionnaire for. And if you'd never done that before, it's something similar to the Myers-Briggs things. There's all the different ways, but it's a great way to kind of have some understanding of the way other people think and what they do to process things and how they communicate, because that's one of our biggest challenges in all of difficult conversations in life is how to communicate well and listen to others. The district updates will be a time to address some of those things were brought up, like the acronym PTO, which I don't know exactly what that is. We can touch base on that and some of the other questions that Alicia had that we can throw out there and get everything understood. And then from there, move into our actual interest sharing to develop a scope of work, what the team is going to take on and eventually present to the board, and to be able to have something solid that you guys can present out to constituents to show here's what was accomplished for the year. We'll have lunch together, do the interest sharing through the afternoon, and eventually establish what committees, straw committees would be needed, and then who wants to be in which particular committee, and then break out into those committees to make a bit of a plan. When might you meet and some of the resources and things you might need. And then once we have that taken care of, we'll do a checkout to see how it went for everybody. So I've got the little time of checkout around 4. It may take longer, but hopefully we'll be efficient in our process. Any questions about agenda, Kenny?
Is that established informed committee supposed to be from 2:10 or is there another, like, is that an hour?
Oh, this is, yeah, so pretty much once we get here, sorry if time things don't quite work out, just somewhere in here after interest sharing occurs, then we'll jump into.
My question was just that it says 3:10 and we're ending at 2:10, so is that an extra hour of established informed committees?
Oh, so here?
Yeah, I think the break,
The break, yeah, sorry, I just, we're gonna have a 10-minute break in there somewhere. I apologize if my timing screwed up. Essentially, in the afternoon, we'll work on interest sharing. Somewhere in there, we'll take a quick break, and then we'll form our committees near as we approach the end of our time, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying. I want to encourage you, there is never a bad clarifying question. It is absolutely critical that you ask clarifying questions. Be open about it because that's going to help everyone. If you ever have a question, at least 4 or 5 other people have the same question. Thank you.
You mentioned a shared folder, and I want to make sure everybody knows where that is. I know where it is on mine, but if you're new here, I might be in a different place, I don't know. But, and I also would like to know when notes need to be taken, who's doing that, and how are we?
Great, Megan. That was my next thing, was to figure out who wants to take notes today over this to chart what's going on. Because I cannot facilitate and take notes simultaneously. If there were 2 of me, then you do that. But if somebody would be willing to take on that role today, we can rotate that role. I had asked in pre-meetings if there was a particular template or something that you guys had used in the past that we could use. Doesn't have to be that way today, but you want to document everything that's going on so that we can review it as a team, and then you can make quality communications out from that. Anybody willing to be a typist today? I think so.
We took shifts, I think that's a good idea. Yeah.
Okay.
Can we make sure we know where this is?
Yes.
Like everybody, let's get there.
I'm just gonna put it in the.
It's not in the calendar invite. I see there's a folder that was created by me, but, and it's in, it's in the certified IBB. Yeah.
Yeah, let's make sure we're not.
Right.
Includes everything of every year. Then don't we just want to share this year? Folder?
Do we want a new?
Or does everybody get access to all of those? Because. It's helpful to have access to everything and the start of the folder already this year. There is a new folder already started.
Is it a shared drive?
It's not, it's a folder.
Maybe kind of shared with me,
It's called certified IBB.
and then IBB 23, 24, I assume.
If there's any other thoughts that people have about, do you want to share all of the past, or do you just want to start with this year? Speak up.
I just found it seemed like last year, as a first year person. Also, when we were in our committee, we would say, oh. Let's look at what, we did last year, or like, that was a few years ago. I need to refresh my memory, so it was helpful to have that information.
Having a collective memory is a nice thing to have.
Yeah.
Your memory is only coming from one or two people that have been around. One district where I worked has only been negotiating for 30 or 31 years now. And so she seems to need this memory.
Yeah. I heard that.
That's always been in there.
Yeah, and we have some people like that in our group, like I feel like Megan and Autumn and Adam are people like that, but then, I think it's nice for new members to also have that information. I have another question too, just that Megan brought up, so I'm just gonna ask, do we have a middle school, principal rep? Okay. Okay.
After to hear about the fun coming in at 8:15 and socializing for a while and the latte machine and so forth. I do think that once people get involved and they see how this process works and the work that's being done, it alleviates a lot of fears and anxieties that they might have had before they come. So hopefully that gets better for us. Any other comments about the shared folder?
Does everybody have it? On, like I just went through and deleted. Like
I just want to add everybody right now.
You're adding them in.
Should go in your inbox.
And I'm adding it to the agenda and to the calendar, so.
And so as far as notes go, we just start a doc.
I did, yeah. I already put it in the folder and Lynn and I typed it.
Good, thank you so much. All right, I see an opportunity to do a thumbs on the shared folder that we have. Everybody has the shared folder and that has all the history of what's been going on. If you're for this, if you would give a thumbs. If you're not sure about it, you can go sideways and ask a question. If you don't want that, then you have that right, and you can explain how to get yourself back to here.
I just shared it with you.
Lindsay, are you getting it now?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so if you would document that, Autumn, that we got thumbs on the shared folder for everybody. Thank you so much. All right, well, let's just move forward then. So kind of an idea of where we're going to go here. I've already introduced myself. We've done the check-in. We're going to kind of go through some goals of what IBB is, mental models of it, norms, elephants, assumptions. And this is sort of a layout of the entire thing that we definitely will not make it through, but it gives you an idea of sort of what's going to go down. I do plan on trying to give a very hard stop at 11, which could be mid-sentence of some particular topic. I tend to be very long-winded, and so I intend to stop at 11 o'clock to honor what we've laid out. But you please don't stop. Feel free on your own time to dig around and go through the rest of the presentation. I don't think it really matters how much you've been trained. It's always important to review what's going on in this IBB process and what are some areas from self-reflection that you've done that you could improve on. Our goal today is to learn attitudes, skills, and behaviors so that we can collaborate. And that is what this group is about. It's about collaboration. Communication, relationships, and trust are a huge part of this. You'll notice that that comes first before the next thing, which is to learn and practice interest-based strategies for using in decision-making. The actual process of interest-based bargaining is not complex. It's a very straightforward, laid out thing. I've learned over the years in my times of negotiating and now as a facilitator that I've learned to trust the process, to be patient and just let the process happen. And so we'll clarify what those key steps are. The big challenge is the actual behaviors, attitudes, the skills of communication and listening. Those are the things that take a lot of work and self-reflection every single year, every session that you do. And we will not do any sort of simulation and stuff, but we have already had some fun and had some good laughter. We hope to have some more of that. I'd like to just do a little warm up with you. If you have done this particular problem before, if you've been through this training, which by the way, this training was developed by the National Education Association and the National Education Association of Negotiators. And this was the training model that CEA uses. And when I did my facilitation training, this is the presentation that was provided there. So this is a basic problem here saying that we've got numbers 1 through 15. They're all currently in their proper sequence. So this sequence that you see here is the sequence that they should be in. But numbers 7 and 14 are missing. And 7 and 14 need to fit in somewhere. You need to decide where they're going to fit in. So I'm going to set my timer for 3 minutes. See what I see in terms of brains after 3 minutes. And if we have to stretch it out a bit, we will. Try and see if you can figure out where 7 and 14 belong in this number sequence. Feel free to use scratch paper, whatever you need.
Stacy.
Yeah, don't so stressful.
Totally has it. He's so good with numbers.
Big sense of worse.
Wanna work together.
All right, so there's our 3 minutes. I love watching people's faces and so forth. So who had seen the problem before? Had you seen it, Brock? 'Cause you were seeming pretty casual. Yeah, when I got into facilitating, I had done this several times. I had no clue. I didn't remember what I was doing. So who would like to share a little bit, regardless of whether you have it yet or not, sort of what your thinking was? Like I was watching YouTube trying to work together a bit. What were you thinking?
I do it by myself. I need someone to talk through it with.
Uh-huh. And did you start to create a strategy that,
I feel like we did two different strategies and then we were like, oh, neither of those worked. Yeah, and that's where we.
and who was doing multiplication and addition and all the pattern stuff? That's good. And so Kenny, they're thinking, since you're a great number guy, you have it. Do you have it?
I do.
You do, and you've never seen it before? And would you share what you're seeing as the solution?
Wait, does anybody else have?
Yeah, does anybody else have
Well,
it? Sorry.
Rob, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
you-
he knew it already. Adam, did you make any progress?
No, I didn't.
Okay, what do you think, Kenny?
Well, it started as a math thing and it just made no sense to me as a math thing. And so then I looked at 8 and I counted how many letters there were in it, and 11, how many letters were in the word 11. And it wasn't that. I was pretty sure pretty early it wasn't math related. And then I realized it was alphabeticals. So it goes EF, it goes in the order of the letter that begins the number.
Awesome.
Well done, but wow.
So you can see that when we approach problems, we bring our experience with it. When we see numbers, we're like, oh, there's patterns in these numbers, and we're gonna go through all these patterns, and you can try and try and try. And at a virtual training during COVID that I was in on, a person figured out really fast, they had no math background, and they just looked at the numbers as words. And once you look at the words, 8 and 11 and 15, now it makes sense if you look at it that way and do it alphabetical. So where would the 7 go? Where does that happen?
Just a one.
Yeah, because there comes the 1, and then we have 6, so the 7 would be placed between the 1 and the 6. There's my alphabetical sense back there. Okay, and then the 14 would come after the 4.
Yeah.
The goal of this is to really try and understand that when we're problem solving, which is a huge part of what this group is, we all approach things with our background, and that we need to be open to everyone's thinking and thought process, because oftentimes unique and different ways to think about it can be a way to the solution. And I love what Adam said earlier about how a tiny little thing can have this massive, I've been amazed at wordsmithing. Wordsmithing of maybe just one simple phrase could take 45 minutes or an hour, and you're just like, oh my gosh, I had no idea. And so being open and relaxed and understanding that everybody has something to contribute is just so helpful in this process.
Now we're gonna be fighting over Kenny.
Yeah. So the norms and elephant business, I'm glad that we talked about elephants and brought them up, because these elephants can be so big that they can really get in the way, and you can't build trust, you can't move forward. So it's always good to address them. And then we will now, I think my next slide is going to be the norms that are currently in existence. And it would be great to review that list and then see if there's something that you would like to add. You are welcome to add anything you want to this list. So take a moment to read those. Anybody need clarification around the norm if you've never been in the team here? Like they were very broad. Suspends certainty, does that make you feel uncomfortable?
A little bit.
Suspend certainty. The concept, I think, there is meant that oftentimes we may see a solution really quickly and just want to latch onto that, like, that's it, that's what we're doing, and we just get stuck on that. A fast solution doesn't mean it's a good solution. So trying to not have judgment and evaluation of something right away and say, this is it, because I'm certain of it, I think is what that kind of means. Not let yourself get locked in.
I know the part about not being disagreeable, but what does agree to disagree look like in the context of IBB?
Great question. If I got an answer for that one.
Very good question, especially if we're having to come to consensus. Is it really work with it?
Is that the fist of five?
That's what I mean by consensus, and so I'm saying that when Stacy's, I'm agreeing with her that justified consensus and agree to disagree. Why not in the same? Well,
If someone throws a wall, they're willing to support the idea of it. Like, they would disagree with someone who's voice.
I'm thinking about things that have come up in the past where, in this format, maybe we've been talking through an interest from, and, so somebody is telling about why that interest is, like where it came from, or, why it's come up. And I can think about specific people who've been in the group who have said, okay, well, I understand where you're coming from. I don't agree necessarily with what you're saying, like from my own point of view, it's not necessarily what I would say, but I understand where you're coming from, and so I'm agreeing to, I'm like essentially accepting your perspective.
Yeah, and I think sometimes we just don't. Time is a constraint, and everybody has their own previous experience, and sometimes when we're looking at an issue, there's multiple angles that don't align. And I think that means that we don't always have to solve it. We don't always have to resolve it and come to, we can have two different perspectives just floating out in the room. And that's fine. Like, I think that's part of it.
And I think historically, it hasn't always been going back to the us versus them, like there have been several times when I have disagreed with teachers in the room. And agreed with the administrators in the room. And so it's not always, it's not always like two sides or whatever, it's more of who we are.
So this is an outstanding book. If you've never heard of it or read it, it's called Never Split the Difference, Negotiating Like Your Life Depends on It. Written by Chris Voss, a former FBI negotiator, hostage negotiator. It is insanely entertaining to read because every chapter starts with a hostage negotiation situation. So you're just immediately involved. Out of his work, one of the things that his FBI group built as a new strategy as they watched many things collapse on them was the concept of tactical empathy. So if you just think of the word empathy versus sympathy, if I have sympathy, I understand how someone feels because I've been through the same thing and I can sympathize with them. I can have empathy with somebody, which means I understand their perspective and how they're feeling about a certain situation. In tactical empathy, in negotiation, we want to make sure that we not only understand how other people feel and see situations, that we let them know. We voice it to them so that they hear us say, it seems like this particular thing is really causing you some stress. It seems or feels like you're worried about this. The more we do this, the more people feel that they've been listened to and we can understand what's going on. I can have empathy with lots of people. That doesn't mean that I agree with them. But by having empathy, it can help us try to form a solid collaborative solution to what we're trying to do. That sounds like what I heard being said.
Well, I think it goes off of what Carr brought up before, like, I'm not here representing Honor Madera, I'm here representing Pleasant Springs Middle School, and it might not be a big deal to me, but it might be a big deal to some of the teachers I'm representing, so making sure that you're still sharing that.
Are there other norms, more daily kind of behavioral norms that you would like to add?
Last year, we spent some time on how transparent, that's not the word I'm looking for, but how who could come to the meetings and if we were sharing the notes and how we were communicating them. And I don't remember where we landed on that. Have we agreed on that for this year?
Yeah, in other words, the Vegas rule or some other rule saying, here's how you're gonna communicate when you leave the room.
Grant, where it's at.
It's not good.
I mean, I don't know.
You got it. Yeah, I guess that answers that.
I would say it does make a big difference because especially when you get into your committee work and you start really gathering information and brainstorming ideas and you might develop some options. If you just start revealing those options out to other people, those things through the ladder of inference and assumptions can spread into other wild, crazy things. So it is nice to think about communicating in a way that is supporting the group's work without telling every single little detail. Now, clearly people can choose to watch. I don't know how many people are going to sit around and watch this through the day. You know, when the Colorado Sunshine Law came in and I was negotiating, not facilitating, I'm like, I do not want anybody else in the room. I want the Vegas rule because we're opening up our souls. I don't need other people in the room. And I went to a big interest-based strategy conference in Loveland. And that was right when it came out. And at our table was some a principal or superintendent from Wyoming. And they had already had this and they said, don't freak out about this. Invite the local newspaper in, invite other people that you want. They'll hang out for about 2 hours and then they're out of there because they're gonna be bored out of their minds. And so I have learned to not stress about that. But I do think it's important that you have some sort of idea about what you're going to share and what you're not going to share. Just to have some understanding, whether you put that in the norms or not. But the idea of just not throwing out all the options that have been talked about, like calendar. If you suddenly were to bring out that we're going to have a 4-day work week. If that's just something that calendar committee thought about for a millisecond and you throw that out there, you're going to create a wild windstorm from that. So
I'm curious if we have time during that checkout to like collaboratively come up with something that we are able to bring back to our groups, if anyone asks. And that can be part of our checkout process.
a joint communication is a nice way to do that, to just put out a communication that says, here's what was done today, what was worked on. And that's a record for all the constituents to see what's happened.
And we've done that.
And while this is being live streamed, we're still at a point when we go to subcommittees that we're not live streaming, that it's spread. So that's what happens in subcommittees where you throw out these grand ideas until they're kind of, you know, sorted out and brought back to the big group, does kind of stay within the realm of that. But also to Grant's point, I think, you know, when we make decisions, it's the united front that we present. Even if you give a 2, so you're not totally on board, you can't go out and say like, IBB said this was great, but I didn't. It's that unity of this is what IBB decided as a collective entity.
Yeah, just to be solid there, by when we do a consensus on things, the way that I operate is a thumb is you're 100% behind what is being developed here and what you're agreeing to. A sideways thumbs mean that you're a little bit off on it. You don't fully accept it, but you will do nothing to sabotage it in any way. You will support it. And then if you are a thumbs down, which everyone has the right to do that, then if you are thumbs down, then it is your responsibility to generate new solutions that can be put before the team to either get you and others to hear or get everybody here. And I have personally seen when I negotiated people that were here and here go out and then complain about it. Oh, the compensation package, yeah, we really wanted another 4 or 5%. We didn't get that. And I'm like, why are you saying that? That is not what we agreed upon. If you're here or here, then you are not sabotaging the work, because there's already enough force out there to try and sabotage things to people that don't fully understand what's going on. Do we want to write that in some way in the norm? Grant, is that something important to you that you want to see that laid out as a norm?
I like what Stephanie said.
I just made up unity and final decisions.
Works.
Maybe it's like discretion in subcommittee conversations with clear communication, right? Like that's the other part.
Do we want to talk now? If we wanted to use this thumb feel, or if we wanted to
Enough
say
new
it by.
grass.
It's so, it's,
The same, everyone said.
yeah, it's a fist of 3, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
I think we should come to an agreement. maybe,
Yeah, no, we
Of
should,
what
but
we're gonna.
The problem is we don't know how to decide. Do we do-
Thumbs up if you want.
So we used 5 historically, but the thumbs is the same thing, but
It's just
we need to-
less
We need to say.
variety.
Or else it's gonna be confusing.
What was your cutoff point in a fist of 5?
A fist.
Of this.
Fifth is the thumbs down, and then 1 to a 5
Yeah,
is
it's
supporting.
just-
Yeah.
Okay, so the one starts here.
1 starts there,
That's
1 to 4, and then like 5, 4 or 5, something like that would be a.
Yeah,
But didn't I remember like 1s and 2s, like had the right to. Like have that negotiation conversation, you know, where it was like you needed to find out, like you had to kind of explain yourself. Like if you're doing a 1 or 2, like what needed to be changed to make it go to a higher than a 1 or a 2. So I don't know.
that's a great point, because as a facilitator, if I see like 3 people are like this, that's a great clarifying question time. What are some of the things that are not letting you go fully to 100%? And try and get at some of those things to see if something might be modified in a way. It makes no difference to me. I've done fist of 5, but fist of 5s have always been sort of a temperature check on how people are doing in things. So it makes no difference to me what you decide as a group. It is your process.
And we're using one of these for today and for our final meeting.
For reaching consensus. I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah.
Because it felt like there was the need for consensus. It's not an 80-20 thing. It's 100% consensus. So that we're all in agreement on. That would be bad, right? That's not good.
So roughly, if somebody was like this, does that stop the
Yeah.
process until it moves forward?
Yes,
Like
that,
if a person is here, it doesn't go beyond that until that person's out of here.
right. But if the deal that makes this different from traditional negotiations, this cannot be a positional thing. You cannot be locked in a position in interest-based bargaining that you're not going to move on. If you are going to say no, you have a responsibility. You must contribute solutions that could potentially move other people to go, okay, let's see how we can fit that in there. It puts a stop on things, but it has the requirement of you must contribute solutions.
Clarifying question. If you just have questions, if you're just not hearing enough information, then are you doing a sideways thumb versus a down?
You
Because
would-
before we've done a fist, can be like, I need more information.
Yeah, I would encourage that to happen before we actually go to take a consensus thumbs. But if there's just 1 or 2 people that are sideways and they had asked a bunch of clarifying questions and you see them sort of nodding, then you're probably okay with that. But as a facilitator, if I see 4 people that are sideways, and you can see that there's a bit of like, then it's time to back up a little bit and suspend that certainty for a minute and come back into the side. Ask those clarifying questions. The biggest challenge you have is that these little things affect constituents in different ways. They represent different things to the various people. The biggest thing that I took away, and it happened to me right away the first year I negotiated, was that it wasn't just an us and them. That there was actually, I heard administrators saying the exact same thing I was thinking. Like, oh, I didn't know that's the way it was gonna be. And that really starts to help me see that everybody has their roles and responsibilities. And I wanna understand what those are, and I want them to understand what mine are. And if you always keep that in mind, that really helps you understand. I know when I'm in my 7th grade classroom, and I've heard Mr. George 40 times within 2 minutes, and there's just chaos and I'm stressing out. I don't care what's going on anywhere else in the world. That world is my important thing. But when I step into a room like this, that's only a small piece of it, because now it's thinking about everybody else's roles and responsibilities as well. And that's important.
Try something new and
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Do
You've done it.
Great. Go for it, yes.
Okay, so if we're in for determining consensus, we will use the thumbs method. Can we have consensus on that? Okay, we have all thumbs.
Great
Great,
start.
good job. You guys actually have 2 thumbs that you agreed to already in this meeting. That is awesome. That's good stuff. Anything else that you would like to
I don't
add?
know if this is for the meeting or just for the group in general, but I feel like we've had decisions in the past couple of years that we have made as an IBB group that have then not happened. And so I don't know how to word that, and I don't know if that's a norm for the meeting or if maybe that's something we need to do as the whole group, but I'm feeling like I've sat in this room and I've had people say to me, like, this is what we're going to do, don't worry about this is what's going to happen. And then that's not what's played out. And so it's just really making sure, especially now that I have people that are watching me that are like, hey, at timestamp 5 hours and 23 minutes, this is what was said. And then that's not what's happening. And so I feel like if I'm trying to represent my teachers, I want to make sure that I can go back to them and fully support this. If we're doing this unity and decisions, I want to be 100% behind it. And so then when it doesn't happen, it undermines this work that we do here. So I don't know if that's a norm or if that's something else that I just want to bring.
I think that is a huge process component. And I will tell you that the implementation component of the process, I feel, is the most difficult. When I was negotiating, and also when I facilitate as well, once everybody gives the thumbs up on everything, then there's some component of people that sit down and write up a tentative agreement or write up whatever the board presentation is going to be, whatever that process is. And then in that, it needs to clearly state who's doing what, when, how is that going to roll through? And that is where there are a lot of challenges, even if there is a master agreement and it's all in there in Article 7.12, whatever. It still has to be something that everybody knows what's going on. It creates a lot of challenge. I know that from my reading of the current thing in board policy, I didn't see anything that specifically described an implementation of what was going on. And I know Rob mentioned yesterday that there's usually either a slide presentation or a write-up that outlines what was agreed upon. And in that should state who's doing what, when, how it will be implemented. So you may be in a little bit of a wish-wash time depending on where things go with the master agreement for this year. But I think that's a valid thing to have some structure to how you will do that. I would also like to say I haven't done anything to bring this up yet because you guys are doing it so well. But typically when we're operating and things get where they're going pretty intensely, there's all sorts of stuff going on. we use cards as hands. So when you want to comment about something, you stick your card up. I try and keep track of cards, and then I'll say, hey, so the card is a great tool to use. It doesn't always work perfectly, but it's a great tool. Yes, ma'am, maybe.
Forgot about that. I think in, kind of going along with what you said, I think one of the problems we have with implementation is something we're gonna have today, with like, everybody has to leave at a certain time. And like, that's what happened with our PTO at the end of last year, is we just didn't get it done. And so, like, I just wonder if, I wonder if one of, no, I know, I know, I think, I know some of the things you're talking, I know there were other things, but, like, part of our norms, I think, has to be, and I know that, like, I'm not speaking about today. I know people have a lot of things they have to go do at, you know, the end of the day, and I'm not saying that's a wrong thing, but I do think there's like a point in our process where we have to say, like, we're gonna continue doing the work until we're done doing the work. And if we're gonna be here, then we have to make time for that to happen at another time. Like, we can't just say, we're done at 4 and we're done if we're not done. And that goes for our first meeting, our last meeting, all our subcommittee meetings, like, we have to be willing to keep working until it's done, or else agree that it's not gonna get done. So, and that it's a problem. I mean, it happens every year. It's like we've all got our own lives. We gotta get out of here. We gotta do stuff, but if we have things that aren't done, then it's a problem with the process. So, I'm not sure if we have the flexibility to say, like, say we get to the end of today and we haven't gotten all our interests out. Are we gonna come back tomorrow, or when are we coming back to finish that? Or say we're on our last meeting and we haven't this consensus. We're not justifying, what are we calling it? We haven't thumbed all of our interests and our solutions and all that. What is our next step? And like that, it's not defined. We don't have that answer right now, so I'm not sure how we answer that.
Well, I know that one thing that can help, for example, in one of my sessions last year, there was a particular issue that was decided, was voted on, but there wasn't time to deal with like the implementation of what is that going to look like. And so they wrote a memorandum of understanding. That's basically a trust agreement. It's not something that would be in agreement, contract language or anything, but it says this group of people is going to get together on this particular date, or this person is going to round up a crew that's going to try to get together in this range, and they're going to do this, this, and this. That's something that might be available to you. But I would encourage you to think about not setting a hard time, like this is it. We stop on this day, we're done. My personal experience with it is that I have found when there is a lot of intensity and several options have been made and nobody is willing to jump on board with any of them, that all of a sudden everybody just becomes hangry. They're hungry, they're tired, they don't want to deal with this anymore, and it really starts to shut down things. My very last negotiation I ever participated in ended at 7 o'clock at night, and people went home and cried. It didn't feel good. Nothing felt good about it at all because everybody was wiped out. Then 3 weeks later, out comes the joint release that here's the tentative agreement that we're going to do. And boom, situation was solved, and that particular option was on the table, but nobody could deal with it at that time. So try not to get locked. You do have flexibility in that March is the time frame for the actual negotiations about all the work that's been done, or April. Is that correct, Rob, in our discussion? It is not May. It's not May 20th. and you're negotiating and you got graduation coming up and you got all these things and everybody's gone for the summer, you do have a window of time to potentially throw another day in or meet after school or something to wrap up 3 hours of work. But I do think this is a very challenging component, and it is nice to, whether or not it becomes a part of the norm, but it becomes a part of the process that you structure, that you will not leave things unfinished.
Well, I think it's just, I don't know what the solution is, because it's like, we're either sticking to the agenda so that we get everything done today, or we're allowing time for the stories that need to be told and the points of view to be aired, and I don't think we can pick one of those. I think that the best thing we can do is to try to be efficient and just like, when, you know, say things that you need to say, but say it like straight and, you know, and just keep moving. That's like the only thing. I don't know. It's tricky because it's like we need forever and we also have a day. And so, you know, that's the only suggestion.
I've been on committees before where the norm is say just enough, like you say what you need to say, then.
I would say when you're communicating, the best thing I've ever heard that is land the plane.
Yeah.
Because oftentimes in story, you need to say, hey, before you write down what I'm gonna say, let me just go on a little bit. To share a little bit of the history of my feelings, and then boom, here's what I want to say. Oftentimes we do that, but we might say the same thing 3 or 4 times. And so landing the plane, getting to the point of what you want to see in story or what your interest is or what your option that is important. I'm going to let us sit on that, stick to the time frame, take a break now. We're past 9:30 a little bit. So let's say at 9:45, we come back, think about that some, if you might have some possible solution that we could put down in relation to that issue. What is PTO?
Take time.
You don't know about that.
Heard about it, a little bit.
Then I was able to.
Oh, are you Grant?
Then I
You too.
honors bio.
This is your year.
So my final year is like, yeah, Thanksgiving.
We would write.
He doesn't, he doesn't know.
Program that I started.
Thanksgiving is in October.
Go building, rock climbing, ice climbing, cross country skiing, and hiking.
Maybe worse.
Also organized.
Nice. And you guys do okay?
Yeah. Yeah, that was really.
Yeah.
My mom's had one for a couple years.
Okay.
But I have good friends in Great Lakes, so I go down.
Yeah, one of my colleagues that I taught with.
I also find it fascinating that the Montrose will be one of those in the Great Lakes School District.
Yeah.
And just, I don't know, constituents, even.
Yeah, you're right.
Right?
You're right. So my student friend, he's the superintendent, what a gift that he's the principal.
Right.
And then he also was with that private bus.
Ah.
I think we're in the same.
Yeah.
Not too much outside, but yeah, I'm the trainer.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a couple different sites, teachers.
Yeah.
And I clicked on that right away.
Thanks, Grant.
But what's so funny is, once I retired, I really stopped thinking scientifically, and my whole world was focused really around humanities, around communication. Like 2 of my nieces got degrees in communications. I thought, what a super degree.
Yeah.
I guess I was the easiest degree in the world, and heck, no. I can memorize the key events in glycolysis better than I can remember all the little tricks on how you're supposed to communicate on this or this happens.
Exactly.
Because your emotions
Don't
take
you think
over.
we as
scientists and you do a better
Cycling.
job.
Oh,
Maybe
we're
all that.
So like a little knee pain on the train, right?
Yeah.
You work together.
Well, I just read an article this morning, China's having trouble right
I
now.
saw that last night.
And so, yes, I know it's in.
Yeah.
And what I read, so RSV and flu and all these other
Yeah, I saw that.
infectious elements that have just been able to stay away and now they're all.
No, they're back.
Yeah.
Well, because they're all delayed from what, because we already.
Right, that's last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they locked.
I
down
remember
for a
it
while.
well.
So it's all delayed. Yeah.
Barb, is your son still on a CC?
Yeah.
What year is he?
What, degree and you went that fun.
Well, I only got it today.
They're on walk break?
Yeah, I was gonna be.
No?
I
I'm just gonna.
I was just possessed by rock. You guys both do all
Okay.
What, that's the thing
So
I miss the
I
most.
went climbing a
Walk
lot.
break.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a walk break.
Estes Park.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
And Estes Park is.
That's
what I
fine.
did.
Yeah, so do
So I went to climbing school there when I was 16. And then,
Yeah,
the.
You know, when I went, one year, how Thanksgiving fell, we ended up, like, we did a little bit of the walk after, like, the walk break was all. How the.
Probably that's climbing became passion.
Yeah.
I
But there are a couple of us.
visited by my former guy. who came from down to the
They built in my freshman.
So I did that for summer, between my final two semesters.
Well, what's his major?
I met an incredible woman. I was
There.
in Estes Park, and so I finished my final
It's not
semester.
computer science.
And
That's cool.
I guided for just a very long time. I wasn't able to be, I was just too scared, a lot very.
Yeah,
I got
yeah.
into really dangerous situations. And I'm like.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to get my-
Yeah.
And so I worked really hard. Shop.
Good.
Boots, I resold boots. And I was. About 5 years, I think, and my girlfriend. Wanted to go down to Fort Collins to the.
You know, we all learn our own lives.
I saw that. Down past the. All of this labor and all that. Choice.
Ah,
Yeah, so I.
that's.
I love.
No, like I'm, well, it's very different now, we work on that, so like, half but they built that new stadium, and then like half the size of the stadium. It's not the same vibe, as, like, you know, the World Arena has playing the, make what? No, it's half the size.
Yeah, I tried to do the,
Yeah, it's much smaller.
I kind of like shot myself in the foot a little. I tried to do, we have a program here, somebody's program, so we're gonna, I was gonna be the, one of the two, I don't know, facilitators or whatever. And I took out on it for my yesterday. But the reason I shot myself in the foot was the woman who was the head facilitator, was a former science teacher in middle school. And then we ended up getting a position at the high school of science. And so, my principal was like, I don't know what we're gonna do. We started the year, we're totally understaffed. What are we gonna do?
But
Well, you know, I mean, you can go racing.
And I talked to the woman and said, hey,
Longest
would
race.
you consider should I take it? So then I dropped her name and long story short, she's now at art school and then the outdoor ed program for at least for this semester. So I don't know what that means for me moving forward, because as I ran through the interview and did all the things and got offered the position. And I was excited to do it because I had school on the program for 15 years, and moved up here and it didn't make sense anymore.
Well, and the nice thing.
And so I was like, this is a good middle ground, so we kind of like in this type of role with kids where you're outside of the classroom and, you know, and so I was really excited, but I ended up taking it. Not doing that anymore, and then I'm like, well, what is that name for the equipment?
I got it. And they had an Navy experience. So I went home and told my own, so he served there. It was a very respected. Yeah. His very teenagers, so that we'll see how far that's.
Did they go with you? It's just a good experience.
So you have kids with and you know what, one of my friends, he said, recently, even all black, rose banks, regular highest in Holland, 4 miles, first.
And first what?
Yeah. Yeah, expensive.
Oh. How far south in the center?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to, I'll reach a point right mark myself. Yeah. Well, I didn't, yeah.
So close to them.
Well, so my friend was started to carry their pandemic. 100 mile an hour buses shut down. But there aren't as many buses. They say get the laws. They're actually off the wall down the sports. They cover a long distance of it. I get on the ground.
Okay, well, that'd be great.
And there was, and there was just work out, but I was, they didn't have any construction to get back, so they're separating it here, but it all gets dumped to the city. It's a step in the
I spent so much time.
So it's hard to say. And I've enjoyed gravel where it's maybe on my.
One time I did it.
We're selling hacking stuff. And just made this great relationship. Just one here in the Highlands had people that I would.
No, we'll get ourselves moving forward again.
So had a strong relationship.
Wow.
We've kind of stayed with them for longer periods of time. I still talk to them.
Yeah, we're gonna come back. We're gonna come back. Yeah. That would be good.
See how it's strangers. Like it's going down the road.
Absolutely want that.
One of my friends.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I think you're right.
How cool.
Picture a road bike and little tiny shop. It's like, oh.
Better base is than name.
Yeah,
It's just
terrible.
crazy, the name.
Usually they from a breed.
Only we typed up.
Just that's. It was more than 4 young.
Yeah, no, I just sat down and had a beer with someone. That was very different.
Yeah.
It was super.
Oh.
But yeah.
I'm gonna keep thinking about it.
Not really. I heard that. More or less getting tracked.
We got home about 4 a.m.
Yeah.
I don't know why they.
I didn't, like, I just did that.
Was it worth this?
Oh, totally. Yeah.
And they
Back to water. We left during COVID.
All right, so let's go ahead and get ourselves back on board where we were. We wanted the training, but we need to wrap up the norms. It sounds like we're still a little bit up in the air about the implementation, and maybe we need to really consider this as we move into your straw committees and move towards the final day, how we might deal with that. So something that we could write into language about what implementation looks like. And we do have time where we are going to do updates on this PTO and stuff and see how that plays in. Maybe we can address it there. But did anybody think of anything that they wanted to add or a possible way to go about dealing with it? Megan?
About specifically about how to make sure we address what we need to address.
Yeah, that deal where we're leaving things hanging at the end a bit. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think Adam, when you say like, try and be succinct and efficient, I think that's important. But I think from like, I might be looking around going, come on, we've already said this, and somebody else feels like they really need to say it. So I mean, it's hard. I mean, a lot of that is your perspective. I don't know, thinking back, I remember, like my first few IBB meetings I went to, they were just like, we're aiming to be done at 4, but we could be here till 7 or 8, and there were some meetings where we were there till 7 or 8. And we didn't want to be, but that's what we did. So I guess my suggestion, which may not be the popular one, would be, and this, I don't know if this is what you're getting at, because it kind of was a solution, but to add to our norms is understand that we are going to keep working until we're done. And that could require, so logistically, that would mean like, don't schedule things on IBB days, because you may not get out at 4.
A norm could be keep your schedule free on IBB days. I've dealt with it both as a negotiator and both, but it's hard because things come up. You get a call early in the morning about something, a school gets shut down for something. There are a variety of things. You cannot control what's going on with your health or a loved one. But to have this idea that you might try to keep those days free is good. Stacy.
Wonder if Autumn, you said it used to be a norm that it was like say enough, or I think that was what.
A committee I want, not this.
A committee, yeah. I wondered about that, and I wondered if the work getting done could mean there's an agreement to like schedule follow-up. In the case that we need to, because I think, Rusty, what you had said earlier, where it's like 7 o'clock before here, it was like wiped out, like, I don't know if we're at our best anyway at that point. And so those are just a couple of thoughts, and I wondered actually, is it now that we are deciding that, or is it naming an anticipated challenge?
I don't think it has to be now with that. It's just something that's there, and could we throw in a couple of norms that might help move it along? And I think that idea of don't be scared to add another half a day or something to it to get the work done. That could be positive. Nobody likes having to make another day of lesson plans or reschedule your calendar from all the things you have going on. Adam.
I mean, maybe if you wanted to add it as a norm, we could just say it's like the work continues. And that's something we can all agree on. How
we schedule that, it's different. And I just wanted to throw out there too, like, I don't want to discourage anybody from saying anything that they feel like they need to say. And in fact, I really do want to encourage a lot of people, because sometimes in these meetings, like, there are people that speak up a lot, and we need to hear from the people that don't. So if you even have like an inkling that you have something, it's just, I get nervous if we go through these conversations and there's a lot of people that haven't said it. Because, so I just wanna say, like, and I've done this as a norm, but I'm not suggesting it, because it's just that, you know, if you're a talker, talk less. If you're not a talker, talk more. And with that, I will stop talking.
So I've been trying to find it, but I felt like last year for the norms, we had like relational norms and like you said, like operating norms.
So process norms and then the
Yeah,
relationship.
like how we interact. So I've been looking through the notes, but I think so to get mentioned in the notes last year.
I couldn't find it. I don't know if last time.
Yeah, I can have. But I feel like we have two sets on how we interact with each other.
This can be something that one of the committees might look at in terms of some of the process issues, depending on what we choose as the interest for the topics that we'll work on. And
Is, for folks who've been part of the process before, is our success dependent on getting things done? Or is it around like process and doing the work? And do we ever get to a point where we live with, we couldn't get it this year? We're gonna roll that over and we're gonna keep going next year, because I guess when I think, and I know we started with like trust being up there, I think we throw that word out a lot, and it takes a long time. Like, trust is not something that we just show up and do. And sometimes I think trust is built in the, like, maybe what you're naming, Stacy, that like, we are all hangry, it is 6:30. We know we said we'd stay till 7. Our commitment is to stop right now and get something on the calendar, like, and that, you know, just continuing the work in that. We've got, I guess my first question is where I'm sticking, is it, how do we measure our success? Is it getting, you know, when we need to support that?
Autumn,
Well, I think measuring our success has to do a lot with, if we're making this a better environment for our teachers and our students and our employees, but I also think, in the past, when we've left things undone, it just continues to be left undone, and like next year we'll hit it, next year we'll hit it, and it'll be like 3 years down the line. So I think it is finding that balance between, like, if this is important and keeps getting brought up, we need to solve that problem. But also not rush the problem, I think is also important in those conversations. So it's finding that happy medium. And I also agree with Stacy, like, sometimes I feel like we have rushed decisions at the end of the meeting and when we're not at our best and we're not doing things, but it's like 5:30 and I'm ready to go home. And so I think instead of rushing it, stopping and saying like, we need to schedule a meeting, let's come back to this. I think it's really.
thank you, Stephanie.
Yes to both. To Autumn's point, we push things and push things. We also used to have norms to go slow, to go fast, and that we really lived on that. And I feel like when we lived with that as like our #1 norm, I feel like we did better. Because the trust could build, because the conversations could happen, because things could go slow before you kind of just threw yourself out there. It sometimes bit us because we got to the end and we didn't have a solution, but I think the conversations led to a better idea of where to go in the future. And we've kind of let that norm go in the past few years. So I don't know, that's just.
Go slow to go fast. Thank you, Rob.
Yeah, Anna, we have in the past gotten to the spring and said we don't have time. So let's bring this next year. And there's been times where we say we're close enough, let's schedule another meeting, we'll stay another couple hours. And so measuring that success, I think what's important is to not be somewhere in between, which I think is what happened with PTO last year. There was an agreement on the principles of the changes that were gonna be made, but the policy was not ever written with this full agreement. And so that's where we're kind of in between, and I think we need to recognize when we get to that final meeting, like, and maybe it's thumbs, like, are we really done with this issue? Just being more kind.
Now, one of the keys to success in a couple of the studies I've looked at around interest-based bargaining is really limiting the number of issues, or what you might call interests or topics that the team is going to take on. I've seen groups take on really big things and they think it's all going to wrap up really quickly, and then it's not, and it gets to be pushed to the next year. So it sounds like we have some ideas, though, that we can put into play to try and make this work out. Or do you like the go slow to go fast as being on the norms?
I'm not married to it or not. It's something we used to do and I think helped initially with newbies, especially feel like they can be safe.
Yeah, and around that, I just wanted to add that, I was surprised at, that happy that there's a committee like this. So I was surprised last year when I first joined. That can go slow to go fast, that can take the time to have these conversations. I'm feeling a little bit, I guess, of personal discomfort because that is at the heart of IBB, I think, is going slow to go fast and having the time to share our stories. And I know that we also don't have a lot of time, and so some of the ideas of, you know, if you're a talker, talk less. If you're not a talker, like, I appreciate hearing that, but I'm painfully aware of my own inability sometimes to land the plane, and I'm working on articulating my thoughts. You know, every time that's a special ed teacher that I have an IEP meeting that runs over, I'm thinking about, oh, I needed to stick to the agenda. But then I've got this parent sitting in front of me that I'm categorizing their, you know, their student with autism for the first time. And like, I want to take the time to have that conversation with that parent. So I just wanted to share that I'm working on landing my plane, but I also want to feel like I can share.
That's important. Stacy?
I feel like slow might bring like a binary idea, so we think about being deliberate and intentional, so it's like, what is a meaningful time or the thing to say or the time? And I don't think anyone around here is like, we'll just go slow for the sake of going slow. It's really an intentional process.
Yes. It is. Grant?
I'm wondering if there's a way to address the lack of clarity with PTO outside of this process, because I think there is some squishy room right now, and I worry that that squishiness is causing relationship damage within our district. And I think if we could have a subcommittee work on that at another time, instead of waiting till March or May. So I know I'm breaking out of our agenda, but I just want to throw that out there. I think there's some urgency in that issue.
Okay.
And I don't know how we resolve that.
Well, I think that we'll be able to resolve that when we get into the time when we actually work through the topic of the interest of working on, and that one becomes a piece of that. You know, to me, the person who gets hammered with this the most outside of building administrators when policies are made is HR. HR gets hit over and over again. So it's really nice if you can have sometimes follow-up meetings in a 2x2 or a 3x3 way, where you have some education association folks and admin folks talking about how things are working in implementation of something and see if you can find ways to make it where all the administrators understand this or that, how it's working.
I'm sorry to press my point, but I think what I'm asking for is something outside of the, in a faster cycle than the usual process.
There's no rule that says we have to wait till March.
Okay. Okay.
We have historically resolved issues of check-in meeting.
Okay.
And I'm just wondering about the setup and how this is like. IBB comes about, so we're having this all day thing, and I realize it's a big time crunch on. Teachers to like do all their planning and all to be here, but it seems like we're making our interest and then we're gonna make our groups, and it seems like that part of the. Whole process might be like rushed a little bit for causing then like these groupings where. We're trying to decide this is what needs to be done, when there needs to be maybe more front loading. That in the end would save time. Versus trying to like narrow it down right away and then it just being not quite ready to go to that next part. It just seems like that's a very ambitious thing that we have going today, is that we're gonna. Make up all of these interests and have our interests and then have our groups. And it seemed like that might be fast to get to there.
Yeah, that could be challenging. Yeah.
I just wanted to echo, from what I'm hearing from staff members, particularly with how hard schools have been hit recently with COVID. I want to echo what Grant is saying, that teachers are stressed and perhaps we do need some clarification or some work to happen with the going outside of this process, because teachers are like, I had COVID and my kid had COVID and now I don't have any days left, but I have a sick bank that I couldn't use. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, well, let's definitely put that into what we will discuss, to have dialogue around the layout. Of what topics and how might be able to address that. You guys are doing amazing. Any other key things that you need for the norms that you have? Yes, sir. One norm I really like is avoiding sidebars. Because teachers are really bad at that. I get so frustrated at teacher training because teachers have things going on. They're not talking about what Johnny said when he was on the playground. They're like, ooh, something stimulates them and then they gotta go into it. And sidebars can really slow us down. I haven't seen it yet, so that's good. But that's just something for me to avoid sidebars, keep everything focused. Anything else? Yes,
Sorry, I know people have been doing the name tag thing.
that's okay.
I don't, in the past, there's been like a spot for like parking lot type things, like things that maybe don't belong in this conversation, but like you wanna write it down and post it somewhere. Is that something we wanna incorporate in? I don't know if it officially needs to be a norm, but maybe it'll just be a thing that we have.
I love parking lots. Yeah.
Stacy's got it.
Oh, you got it, okay.
I think it'll make sense.
Yeah, you can always take me note and put them somewhere and it's something that you want to come back to. Okay, I apologize that I don't have my computer hooked where we can just quickly say, but we agreed, we feel good about just leaving these. But we did add a couple of things. And so we have these, and would you read on them the other things that were added?
I think we have added a discretion and subcommittee, unity and final decision. We are gonna switch our consensus models to specify between. We talked about possible implementation being ignored, being willing to keep doing the work until the work is finished. And if we can't, we can schedule a follow-up meeting before we leave, get one scheduled. Be willing to say just enough. We talked about having process norms and relational norms, maybe having a subcommittee. Be intentional, avoid side conversations, and use parking lot to capture others.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna make a process decision, because that was a lot of stuff. And so here's the process decision. When you guys do your breakout committees, I'm gonna take those norms and build a list from that. And then we will come back at the end and look at that and say, oh, we don't really need that one, let's keep that one, and then we'll thumbs. Because I think we're gonna lose time if we try to process that now. Is that okay with you guys? Thumbs on that? So when you're in committee breakout, I will take that information and build a set list that we can share and make sure we all agree for thumbs. All right, cool. Thank you so much for sharing all the cool things that you've shared so far. So let's talk about assumptions. And these are things that we know what they can really do to us. I make many assumptions in my life that cause me problems, and I've done it in this role. And I've got to learn to really try and be conscious of when they pop up so I can stop them from getting in the way. Do we have sound that comes on from this so I can play a video? I really don't have to have sound, actually. The video has sound, but I don't think it really. We'll see. This is a video. How do I access it? And I use mouse it, click on it. I'd like you to make observations on this. It's pretty quick because it's an advertisement. So watch and you can blow it up.
How can I build credit if I don't have any? But the Time Credit Builder card does not direct how to apply and start building credit. And with the Safer Credit Building feature, your balance is always paid on time, limiting overspending. Apply today at chime.com.
This was not. Thank you so much. You can stop it. So observations, things you noticed, what you got out of that.
It makes me think a lot of times that I assume that my story is everybody's story, and one of the things I love about this group. One thing I love about 70 West is in elementary school, I think middle school, our lives are very different, and they'll be like, oh, it's not a big deal, and so we're like, actually, it's a really big deal at elementary school, and so it's really helped me take a step back and not just assume that everyone is in the middle school, so.
There's your story, there's their story, and then there's a third story. And a lot of times in conflict, we just only go with our story. And I do not understand why they can't, because you're only seeing your story. Really cool. What about this particular scenario did you observe? What's going on here? Who is this dude? What's he doing in this place?
The guy had really positive intent. Person.
Yeah.
And like, I think kind of what Autumn was saying too, is like, as teachers, we're in our school, we're in our classrooms, and I don't see that positive intent. I just see the like cat and the knife. I don't see the like, oh, there's flowers on the counter. There was soup that was being made. The cat just happened to knock it over. And so like, I think that perspective thing and like knowing that we all have positive intent. Like we're all here for the same reason. We want to help our students, we want to help our teachers be the best to help our students.
And have you been in the IBB process a while, or do you have fun? Because that right there is a norm. Positive intent, assume positive intent. When people are sharing their story, assume positive intent. Don't make an assumption and make something bad out of it. That's a huge thing. What about their relationship? Or what's going on with these two people? What's their relationship? What inference can you make from seeing this?
It seemed like a celebration and an anniversary of sorts, a birthday,
Okay,
something to celebrate there.
all right, cool.
They're romantically involved.
Romantically involved.
Maybe he doesn't live there.
Ah, why do you say that?
Because he didn't have a key on his chain.
He didn't have a key. He reached right up the top of that light thing and pulled the key off. To get in the door, she came with a keychain, walked right in. What did he say when he walked in? I heard this for the first time. I've seen this 20 times and I just heard something I've never heard before. He said, hello, cat. He did not say the name of the cat. He said, hello, cat, something like that. I said, cat. You don't say just cat, call it by its name. Right?
That's his name.
Could be. I don't know if she would want it to be called cat, that is true. But it seemed like it was sort of a, oh, hey, like I don't really know you yet, kind of thing. So do you think they're married or are they just in a new romantic relationship? Because to me, it feels like it's very new. He's so excited to come in there. He's got the flowers, he's putting in, he's checking his time. He knows she's coming home at a certain time. He's scrambling.
I sort of assumed he doesn't know that the cat's not allowed on the counter.
Yeah, he doesn't know he has to kind of watch the cat.
Yeah.
Never thought of that before. And she's just coming home and is just completely surprised. Like she didn't know maybe that he was gonna be there. And now he's cooking cat for dinner and that's terrifying.
I was thinking of it as more of the third person and just thinking about how sometimes we watch a process unfold and maybe we know that it's going to be derailed and we either are just gonna watch it and see what happens or well, or we're gonna play some kind of role in it and I don't think that necessarily either one is better or worse, but just I think even as a person who's just observing, you're still, like, you might notice things about all the talkers. As the observer, you might notice things that other people don't notice. So I think your role in any, whether you're the first person or the third person is significant.
One of the really cool things, and you brought it up there, is that we go through this process called the ladder of inference, and it was designed by a man in business and seeing all the things that was going on in his business world, came up with this pathway here about how we take action in our life based on assumptions that we make. And that there's this ladder of a process to it. I have given you a link when you guys look over this. Make sure you go to this. It's a Mind Tools article. It really does a great job of breaking this ladder down. But the idea is all of us are going to have experiences in life where we observe data. We observe data comes to us, and like it says, as you could be recording with the video. But then what we see, we then select certain pieces of it. And it may be because we may not see other pieces as well, or it may be from our history, but we select the data. And then when we take that data, we add meanings to that data. And that set of meanings can be from what's happened to us in life or what we culturally see. And then from that, we make assumptions. We don't really know what it is, but we go ahead and make an assumption about that. And once we make that assumption based on those meanings, we draw conclusions about the situation. Once we draw those conclusions, we put those into our beliefs that we have around us and what's going on in our lives. And finally, we take particular actions based on these beliefs. And often these things can just keep piling up. The concept of a ladder is a way for you to think in your mind, to slow down, have reflective thought, and say, where do I need to back down on the ladder to check my assumptions? You really need to check your assumptions. A quick example, I was visiting with my men's group, and one of the folks is a retired teacher. Actually, there were another former teacher and then another guy that had been in education for a while. And it was a discussion or a quick thing about homework, how I want to try and reduce the amount of homework or maybe not have homework. And it took literally 20 seconds for myself and the other gentleman who taught high-level math to just go off on, you cannot stop homework. You gotta have homework in AP Bio and blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden I just laughed so hard at myself because here I was. I just launched right up the ladder and I was just building all of my stuff from my previous things and building these assumptions that were not needed to happen. And if I'd have taken those out in the world, I could have just spread more stuff. So always keep this in your world of thinking about your assumptions, because those assumptions can really limit us when we work in any scenario in our lives. This concept of suspending assumptions has some key things to think about. What's assumption and what is fact? One of our goals here is to develop mutual understanding around specific facts and not operate around assumptions. We want to avoid jumping to solutions from our assumptions. That can really take us down a bad way. And we really want to question what we're making as assumptions. What evidence do we have? Try to really observe what's going on and just constantly be questioning those. Now, here's where it gets tough, though. I love this statement. If we're defensive, if we're angry or defensive, it can be really hard to suspend assumptions because you want to hold on to this. One of my favorite things that Chris Voss talks about is that when you are angry in a conflict or a negotiation, you should shut up. Your job should be not to talk, but it should be to listen. And I think about this with my wife on a regular basis, who has done incredible training. It's been a lifetime of training for me, and I still need a lot of reinforcement. And I tell myself, the minute I start feeling angry or I get that response from the repetition of something, I'm like, be quiet, because I want to jump in all the time. So trying not to be defensive about things is really important with assumptions. So you guys have probably seen a conflict styles chart before. This is called a problem-solving chart, but in reality, it relates to solving conflict, where we're going to see that on the vertical axis here, we've got a concern for the outcome that's going down. And then on the x-axis, we have a concern for the relationship and how do those two things intertwine. And so we'll fill the corners, and then we'll also have something in the middle here. So if you have a low concern for the relationship and you really don't have a big concern for the outcome, then avoidance may be something that you choose to do. You just avoid it as much as you can. I have a problem with a neighbor who drives his dog every night and flings cigarette butts out. He smokes a cigarette and he flings it. We had an entryway out for about 5 months. And so it changed its route. And now the cigarette butts came out in front of my house and in front of my neighbor's house. And this infuriated me. And I took the cigarette butts and in a passive aggressive mode, collected about 8 of them and dumped them at his mailbox. Because this guy is a jerk. I've seen him at an HOA meeting just start screaming liar at a friend of mine. I'm like, whoa. And so rather than dealing with it up front, I chose I'm going to avoid. But then I threw in the passive aggressive thing by dumping the cigarette butts in there. Do you want to take it on or not? I will tell you, when you avoid something, can you? No, that was potentially the next step. I just dumped them down there and they were never picked up. So the cigarette butts to him were invisible. And I said, I'm never going to solve this. I chose to avoid it. But if you choose to avoid it, you have to be able to live with it. Because if it starts building up with you and you start doing passive aggressive stuff towards somebody else, your avoidance is not working well. So that's one of the key things. But oftentimes there are situations where conflict occurs. You just want to avoid it. You're going to do better that way, maybe. Now, if you have a low concern for the relationship, but you're really into getting some particular outcome, now you can be very competitive. I win, you lose. That's what you're thinking about. Okay, this is a lot of what I think about when I hear all the negotiations we've heard about going on in our nation where they operate in a traditional way. And I just always like, oh, I want to go in there and IBB with this group. It would be so great. But they're competing. Now, if you have a really strong concern for relationship, but the outcome to you is not that critical, then you could accommodate. And I have found this works well for me at times. In certain situations, I have chosen to accommodate when my tendency was I want to compete I really want to go over here and get the outcome, and then I say to myself, well, what's that outcome really gonna do for me? And do for the other person, so I could accommodate. Now, if you just accommodate all the time, because all you care about in a relationship, now the people that you're working with may not think that you really care about much of anything in terms of what outcomes are gonna be. So this can be a scary place to be. Compromise is that middle space where we tend to think about a lot of what goes on in negotiation is compromising. I read a cool little article from Chris Voss that basically said, this is a horrible word and you should never do it. And if you read about it, you'll find there's lots of people in business and in relationship stuff that think compromising is not a good thing because it's an instant loss. If you're compromising, both sides just had to lose something before they got something. So I think it was last year, year before, I was really big on this concept of don't compromise. But I think there are some things in the world that are so massive, it may not be possible to get totally at true, pure collaboration and unity where it is a win-win type situation for everybody involved. But I like what this says, that if you compromise, there can be tension. It's like you can be here, but it can be really shaky and you want to go down like this, you know? So we're going to try to avoid compromise and seek mutual solutions that benefit everyone. In that process, though, it may not benefit you in the way you might have thought about in the beginning. So there can feel like there could be some compromise there. Now, if you do a conflict styles assessment, Kenny? Yeah.
I sort of feel like though that compromise leads to collaborate, and I think if you look at compromise like as a add on its own thing, like there's this thing and we have to decide on that on compromise, and that can be sort of a give up. But it seems like if you're compromising, it's not always about the same thing. If you're compromising, that you're getting something, you're giving something, and that's like working towards collaborating by compromising. And I don't know that compromise is always like standalone as its own separate thing.
I really like what you're saying, Megan. I did not look over here, but you were in my brain. I'm like, you bound to have a good response for this. It stimulated something, or you have a cool thought. I don't know why, but literally, I never saw her raise the card. What do you
My
got?
card was up from a while ago,
Okay,
but
darn, man, I was like, I had this feeling something
I
else.
do have a response for that,
Okay.
but in the interest of not speaking all the time, I'm not gonna say it.
Okay. Okay. Well,
My card is up because you referenced giving us access to this, and I don't know where that is.
okay,
It's just something you can solve later.
Yeah, we'll be
Letting
putting it
us-
into the folder.
Where?
We'll be putting it into the folder.
Will be.
Will
Will
be.
be, it's
Will
not
be.
there now.
It's not there yet.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, future, yeah.
thank you, thank you. Now, here's why I thought of you. Okay. No, in a dialogue with Rob last night, we talked about the term issue. And Rob mentioned that you like the term interest better to be able to reflect what interests you have. Now, here's where I'm going with this. When I see this compromise and I understand and feel like what you're saying is, hey, to reach a point where you can have unity, there's a little road you got to travel on where you got to think about maybe there is need for compromise to build a final collaborative thing. I will tell you that one of the things that can help you avoid the sense of compromise is focusing on interests rather than positions. And I found this, I can reflect back, I can see myself at the negotiating table, and I can see myself locked on a position. And when I get locked on something, man, I do not want to bend, and I am gonna lay out my point of view so much. And in the two major times that happened, luckily, there was a night that we had off. And in that night, I reflected on what I was doing. I'm like, dude, you are locked in on a position. What is your interest around this? You cannot lock into a position. So sure enough, come back in, share my thinking, like, hey, I have been locked on this positionally. Here's what I'm really interested in. And once I freed my brain from the position, I was able to work more and we came up with a really great solution for that particular issue. So I would encourage that, but I would also say that Kenny's idea of this path to move there, that is a challenging thing. Where you're always going to have to be reflective and keep yourself focused on interests rather than positions. If you do a conflict styles assessment, which I can share one with you, they are nasty to do because they give you these two things to choose from. You're like, I don't agree with either one of those, but I got to choose one. So you choose one, and in the end, it lays out what is your dominant style in conflict. And you may find, oh, I'm an avoider, or oh, I'm totally competitive. And for me, I come out as collaborative, but I'm like, is that because of my training? Like, I've grown as a human being, just as a husband and father, I've grown. I was not this way to begin with. So what it turns out, though, is that every situation of conflict may require, based on where you are and the relationship and the outcome, to choose one of the four, to not always, there's not always one particular right way in conflict. But keep this thing in mind, IBB is really about trying to work towards that collaboration piece. Now, I was going to do some time for a talk here, but we're going to skip that on the need to keep moving.
Presentation is up in the folder.
What's that?
Presentation is up in the folder. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Good. So I was going to ask you to think about the difference between the word and the process of discussion versus dialogue. Maybe for just a moment, take some time to read over these things. And then with a shoulder partner, either left or right, whichever one, kind of where you are, have some sharing about how you've been in situations where what you saw in discussion versus dialogue.
Do you want us to have dialogue or discussion?
That's why we did not use those words.
I want you to share experiences that you've had that reinforce these ideas, because my tendency is to want to use the word, let's have a discussion. And because of this training, I check that a lot of times, because I always just think, let's just have a discussion. But a lot of times when I think I'm in a discussion, I get positional and I want to win. And especially if it's a discussion with somebody that you've had similar discussions with before, and you can get locked in a way. But before I share too much of my own, because that's not why we're here, you guys look at those and then just turn to somebody, either shoulder, maybe there needs to be a trio in some way, and have a little bit of time to share about how you've observed dialogue versus discussion. I'm going to give you 3 minutes.
Yeah. We're gonna pay out, it was like, you are not gonna write that, I want, I mean, I want. I agree, and I'm gonna do it. I think that happens. And I think. About, you know, trying to be more stating what. Needed by Sharon. And what about. Other people, like, or about.
Learn about that.
But there is a package.
Like that one, yeah. So.
That's right. I'm gonna bring us back together again. Normally, I allow a lot of sharing out of this, but I'm going to not do that. We'll just count your sharing with your shoulder partner and everything. But I was over here with things, a lot of commonality things. One of the cool things I heard was really the idea of who you are having a conversation with can affect whether it's discussion or dialogue. And I realized if I'm in a situation with a 7th grader that just chucks something across the room, which happens the minute I turn my back, is that a time for dialogue? Or is it time for me to tell that person, please sit down after you go pick up that trash and throw it away? But there have also been times where I've had kids have such meltdowns that I tried to have some dialogue. I tried to ask them questions. What are you feeling right now? What's going on with you? What are some of the things I could do to support you? So it seems that who we're in a conversation with affects whether it's discussion or dialogue. And those things can get maybe a bit blurry. The key thing about dialogue is the idea that you're really trying to observe your own thinking. And I would tell you that that's huge in this IBB process. What is driving your thinking and slow down and reflect, making sure that who you're in dialogue with, you're sharing enough things to where you're finding common meaning. And I know this is really easy with somebody that you have a relationship with where you have a certain conversation all the time where you reinforce what your own beliefs are about things. And it's all affirmational and glorious. But when you're in a dialogue with somebody that's got completely different views from you, how does that work? How much dialogue really happens versus discussion happening? And listening actively, I want to talk more about this concept of what the heck that means. So here's a cool way to think about skills for your reflection, trying to slow-mo your thinking and your wait time. You know, a lot of times I have a problem where somebody is saying something, it sparks something in my mind, and I want to interrupt. I do it to my wife all of the time. I also predict what my wife is about to say, and man, does that irritate the crap out of her. I'm a scientist, I know everything, I know exactly where to go. So you've got to be able to slow down and give wait time. Silence is a good thing in dialogue. If you put something out there, be willing to wait for somebody to give you some goodie back. Don't just throw your next thought out there. Avoiding leaps of abstraction is really cool. Thinking about that ladder of inference is really important. Thinking about how we think. When we can really share and understand somebody else, this really builds that connection, that need to be understood. Every one of us is craving when we start sharing information to have ourselves understood. You don't understand me. You don't understand me. I've gotten that a lot in a lot of different situations in my life. Valuing differences that we have, that we don't see things all the same way. It is critical to do it. It cannot be a straight black and white world in a dialogue. Now, this inquiry thing, this is big, and there's some skills to this. When I ask about you or tell you that clarifying questions are critical, that's a part of that inquiry to learn more of the other person's perspective. So the classic stuff of pause, paraphrase, inquire, extend, not being judgmental. I don't know about you, but there's a lot of stuff that goes on body language here as a facilitator. If somebody is sharing ideas or options, I am not supposed to be a teacher. Miles, that was awesome, dude. I can't believe you thought of that and shared that. I'm not supposed to do that. I do that with my students. But here I have to just let that go. And I don't want to go, Miles, I can't believe you thought of that. We tried that in 1999. It was a complete failure. You can't be judgmental. We've got to let things just sit there and relax on stuff. So think about this, avoiding bird walks. I don't know if you've ever shared with anybody when you had loss in your life. My mother just died. My father just died. And what do people do? They listen to you for a short time, and then they bird walk it and they go into their own thing. When I lost my mom. So after I lost my father, I decided I'm no longer really going to share this with general people because they are not interested in listening to me. They're interested in telling me their story. So when you're in good dialogue, keep your own stuff to yourself as much as possible until it's time that people are inquiring about you. All right, if you would, this is really good for those who've never done this. I apologize, I don't have a handout for you. If you would read, this is going to be 2 pages. This is about interest-based strategies, which are a part of interest-based bargaining. Just read this and think about some of the things that you see are takeaways, big important things when you read this. Up to the next page. I'd like to share something. To go back to this first setup. What's something that caught your eye there about interest-based strategies? Especially those of you who've never done this before, or those of you who have, what sticks out to you as being a valuable part of IBB? Yes, Stephanie.
The relationship piece of it, I think, especially for when I was a newer teacher sitting in this room, the fear of my boss is in this room, or my boss's boss is in this room, and do I really put my views into the room? Is it really a safe space? And how much it is, and if you're not putting your constituents in the room, then there's a piece of the puzzle missing. And we need all those pieces in here to get to those good solutions.
Thank you. Anybody else, something that got your attention here?
Yes, just that, to find a solution, everyone or all affected parties are involved in the decision, so everyone's at the table.
Yes. That is important, that we're all here, we all have voice in relation to that, and what Stephanie said. My mentor that I used to work with when he was a facilitator and then who trained me and then who I've been in contact with over the last few years, talked about one of the school districts where he facilitates. He said, you could walk in at any point, you have no idea who the superintendent is, who is in custodial, who's a bus driver, who's a teacher, that they're working as a group and that nobody is using power or anything to try and control things in the team. I can remember that same feeling of there's a superintendent there and I'm making this particular comment. And the reality is when we're in this room, we are all equals at this table. We all have our story and we've built a story from other people and that we should all feel open to share that. And we're all working together with a continuing relationship. Yes, Lindsay.
What stood out to me, having not been on the committee before and reading it, is that the bottom of this page and an entire paragraph on the next page actually deals with implementation, which listening to everyone earlier sounds like it's been a gap. So just a part
Yes.
of the strategy is implementation, and maybe that needs to be built more into how it's done here, because that seems to be where there's been more conflict.
Yeah, that all the parties involved are gonna be involved in this implementation component too. You can't just build solutions without working on the strategies to implement them. Awesome, thank you. Megan?
I connected with my daughter's college essays, which she's working on now, and you know, in a college essay, you have to sell yourself. But you know, there's a balance. And you have to make people understand that it's not all about you, that you are a team player and that you are somebody who is, you know, wanting to hear about other perspectives and, you know, so I was connecting to that because here there is a real need for us to understand that there is strength in all of us, not just in one of us, and that we build ourselves stronger by listening to each other and by having empathy for each other. And another thing that kind of connects to what you were saying in the previous slides was one of the things that I tell my students to do when I tell them to turn and talk, I'll tell them to talk to each other. And I think that's kind of I mean, it's a good strategy, but it's also overused in that it's not always effective in getting everybody to participate. So I'll often surprise my kids by just saying, okay, it's ready, I'm sharing, I'm going to ask you to share what your partner said. Yeah. And if you were really being a good listener, then you will know that. And I obviously a lot of kids aren't. What'd you say?
Yeah. My son is a ninth grader, somewhere maybe seventh and eighth grade. We'd say, hey, Nick, you know, how was your day? What? Hey, Nick, would you come in? What? And that's all the dude could say. What? Hard for young people. Anything else that stood out for someone? Yes, Stacy.
That last slide, see a good solution, not just an agreement, I think, and it does go, I think solution goes deeper than an agreement, and I think encompasses some of the implementation piece.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. All right, well, this cool process of interest-based bargaining really came out of this work done by the Harvard negotiation group, principals negotiation group. There was a book put out, they published it, they have published several others, but this one, Getting Yes, was put out in like 1981. And it was really a big book that dealt with how to operate and solve difficult problems in negotiation ways. And one of the first things it says is to separate people from the problem. In other words, if you have a big problem with a person, and you can't separate that out, how are you ever gonna reach a solution in some way? And so that is a big thing, separate people from the problem. The next one is focusing on interests, not on positions. I actually remember early meetings when I was in the process and get together with the Teachers Association, talk about the things that were going to be worked on. And then I found that I was starting to build positions. This is what has to happen here. This is what has to happen here. Year 2, I tossed that for myself out the window. I started thinking about what are my interests around this, and I'm going to trust the process. And it's amazing over the years when I got out of the positional thinking and got more into the interest thinking, that really helped me a lot. So that was a big thing that they laid out. And then the idea of trying to brainstorm as many types of options as possible that will lead to mutual gains that are related to the interests. They're not just options that are out of nowhere. They're options that try to deal with bringing as many interests into the solution as possible. This last one I like, and I personally find it to be one of the hardest, and that's the idea of insisting that there be some objective standard that you're going to judge your options by. And when you build your solutions, making sure that you have specific criteria for that. And so that can be challenging. You know, simple ones are, is it doable? Is it legal to do? And does it meet as many needs as possible? Those things are really key important components. So those 2 critical assumptions that were there are really big ones, that your effective solutions are reached when all the affected parties are there in the room together and they're involved in the decision making and the implementation. Now, my job here is to make sure that we get as many voices as possible in the room and that we have mutual understanding around the facts. That is a big thing. You have to have clear facts and we have mutual understanding around those facts. And then finally, this idea that we're in relationship with each other and that we're going to honor and try and build on that relationship. And you brought up some of the things that make it challenge, changes in leadership. I mean, things like COVID, massive deals. Who gets elected to the board? Who's not on the board anymore? This can shift what the imperatives are based on that leadership component, and that can create some instability. Maybe your community has a tragedy or some other issue. Those things can always make it challenging there. So building that relationship so it can withstand those things is really critical. And we're seeking that good solution, not just an agreement. So this chart, I'll let you look at. It just kind of throws you into a way to compare positional or traditional bargaining with interest-based bargaining. So take a few and look at those comparisons. So when we move into looking at the process and see it all charted out, we'll see that a lot of the things you see on the left are the key components of what goes on with interest-based bargaining versus what happens in positional. I can think of situations in my life where I do use the positional component at times, but that IBB thing is good. Traditional bargaining at times can come into play at times. And it's something that we just want to be aware of and always try and keep track of that positional idea and try not to be stuck in some particular way. So this is showing you what IBB is not in relation to what it is. sure see some things on that far right that are definitely going to be hindrances to trying to build trust and work together as a team. And a lot of those things are related to power and that competitive idea and conflict that you want to win. And it's the way it's got to be. So this is the diagram that I gave all of you. One of my hobbies would be to work like you did to develop a way to build this graphic, because I have tried and I can't. This is just copied from the little manual I got and you can barely read it, but this is the key. This is the IBB process. So what you have in the middle is the idea of relationship, is what is in the center of the ring that holds everything together. The next ring out is the actual process component. It is not difficult. The process is really laid out. When I say trust the process, this is this sequence of events that are going to happen that are going to lead this group to building sustainable solutions. The outer ring are the behaviors, attitudes that you need to have as you move through each piece of the process. So I would say that the outer ring is the one that's the one that's really going to make things happen, because the process is there, it's well set up. It's your behaviors, your attitudes, your communication skills that affect more than anything. So for those of you who have never seen IBB before, it's built around a process that starts with a story. And this story is the story that comes from yourself, from the constituents you represent, and it is the what is going on thing, explaining the problem, the issues that are involved in it, as much detail as possible. You're clarifying, you're just laying out everything you can around it. For those who've never done it, the way it operates is you will, just like we did with the check-in, we'll agree to what our particular issue topic is that we're going to work on. And I'll say who has a piece of story to share. That person shares, they say go left or right, and we cruise around the room with each person sharing one piece. You may have 10. You're not going to share them all at once. You're going to share one piece of the story. It's going to be scribed. We're going to move around, and you have the opportunity at any point in time to say pass. Maybe you don't have anything right there. This is a new thing to you. You haven't had time to really think about it well, so you pass. If something comes to you, I would encourage you to write it down. Make sure you jot the things that pop up for you in story down, because when it comes back around, you might forget what you actually wanted to say. Once I start seeing pass, 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 we're going to say, okay, we're going to popcorn it now. People, put your cards up if you have something left to say. Once we've exhausted that, we move on now to interests, which are our motivations to solve the problem. These are where we're trying to throw out possible reasons as to why we want to solve this. It's the why piece that we have. Okay, then once we get as many interests down, again, you're sharing one interest at a time. The group will help you, because sometimes an interest pops up as an option. And we'll say, hang on to that. That is an option. What you're saying, okay, I have an interest in a 7.5% increase to all cells in the salary schedule. That is not an interest. That's an option. I have an interest in fair compensation for all employees. That's an interest. Okay. You could even focus it maybe on some target group a little more in some way. Okay. Options. This is where we're going to try and just be free and throw out as many ideas as we can. This is difficult for me because I'm a thinker, and sometimes I tend to want to start evaluating right away and judge what's going on and go, nah, that isn't going to work. And we're going to try to defer that. You'll notice when you look at options here, defer evaluation at committee. We're letting people say things. We can ask them clarifying questions, but we're not trying to judge them. I will tell you that this process of how we solve the problem, meeting as many interests as possible, gets challenging when we have to start evaluating options. I'll mention again that my dominant communication style is a thinker. And I am so insanely proud of myself that I have made 2 huge decisions in the last month that I could still be thinking about, because I love to plan and think about every possible option and evaluate, analyze, but I don't ever want to make a decision. But I decided on a truck to buy, bought a truck. Yeah, I got a truck, and then last night I bought a computer. Yes, and I just wanted to keep, I wanted to start texting everybody. I text my daughter, she never responded. And I'm like, okay, she's out of this, I'm choosing, boom. So I bought a computer. That criteria piece, when we start to get here into how we're going to analyze these options, can be difficult because most people can deal in a world with 2 or 3 options. Throw 10 options out there and it starts to get harder and harder. So people that are marketing and selling things to you, they don't want to give you a ton of options. They might have them, but once they find out a few things about you, they want to narrow them so that you don't have to sit there and struggle with them for so long. So when we evaluate these things and we begin to get to the way we're going to commit, this is where we have to bring our criteria in. What criteria are we going to use to evaluate these options to make sure they really work? We will then finally commit, and that's going to be our thumbs setup in committing. And then once we commit, we have to develop the model of how it's going to be implemented. Who's going to do what, when, where, and how. On the outer part are the behaviors that are connected to a particular component. So when you're telling the story, you're trying to communicate all of the what about this, but you're trying to describe and not accuse. And I have seen this. I have seen this where there was a particular individual in the room that another particular individual felt that they did something that caused this piece of the story, and I watched accusation happen. That never, ever works well. You are simply trying to share and communicate what is going on without focusing on people. Separate people from the problem. When we move into this thought of our interests, we're trying to focus on our interests, not on our positions. I see so many big problems that we have in our country and in the world. And if people thought about their interests, I bet we could come up with a lot more solutions. We don't want to judge people's interests. If we don't understand it, we want to ask a clarifying question. We don't want to judge those inferences. We want to avoid the body language that can be negative about things. So I can be too positive about everything, and I got to learn how to be more neutral in my body language. When we get to the options, we're trying to defer our evaluation. We're not committing to anything. Again, we're asking clarifying questions about them. When we start evaluating them and we're thinking about the options, here's where that respect the role and responsibility of others comes into play. Because if you only think about it from your point of view, you can't necessarily see how that option affects everybody else. So this has, to me, become a mantra in my life, and trying to think about situations I'm dealing with. What's this other person really got to deal with? What's their role? What's holding over them for their responsibility? When we get to evaluate, we want to seek to meet mutual and separate interests both. So in other words, sometimes people's interests can be connected together, but sometimes they can be divergent. And I was talking to my friend Dave Mussetter, who had trained me, and I said, you know, I need to figure out how to work with this options better when we're dealing with the interests. And he says, well, sometimes it's nice to group them into what are overlapping in common and what are divergent. So then I tried to do that in the session, and then a person immediately felt like that was they got defensive about that and go, why would we focus on the divergent ones? And that person is a censor and wants to have a solution right away and doesn't like to wait around. Oftentimes, finding out your divergent interests can help you be aware and figure out how you could make your solution fit to meet more of those divergent ones. Now, this know your alternatives, who knows what the fancy acronym is for that in negotiation? You walk into negotiation, you need to have this alternative. BATNA. You know, BATNA and WATNA. A BATNA is your best alternative to a negotiated agreement. So you might be working hard, and you might finally realize that there's actually this particular alternative that we can deal with that, and that'll be better than what we're trying to work on. Now, I learned about the WATNA when I went to mediator training in January of this year. And somebody brought this WATNA, and that's the worst alternative to negotiated agreement. And something that happens in a mediation a lot is people want to turn it over to an arbitrator. And these professionals were sitting there saying, look, you turn it over to an arbitrator and it's arbitrary. What's going to happen? Are you prepared for the worst possible outcome? You need to know what's the worst thing that can happen and what is where your best thing for your alternative could be. We'll do our consensus. We're going to think systematically on the implementation part. And then this piece is that separate the people from the problem. 4 minutes past. Okay, I'm just going to do a couple more slides. I'm going to stop. We're there. Much better graphic. I tried to figure out how to do this and make it. So I got a lot of work to figure that out. This is all I got. So this is a great thing for us to keep in mind, just as that solid thing. Every time we come in here, if you would bring that little chart with you so you can look at it, is helpful. And as we go through each part of the process, I'll remind us of what are the behaviors, what are the goals that we're trying to achieve in a particular area. So if you go on with the slideshow on your own time, because I'm not going to go through all these now, these will give you more detail about the things related to the process and then connecting your behaviors and attitudes. And you'll see there's a lot of slides here. These are great things for you to spend some time going over. This is from a 2003 article that talked about what are some of the outcomes that are good in interest-based bargaining, and talked about more realistic, expansive outcomes. More focused work on fewer issues, not taking on too many things. Really focusing on educational policy issues, because that's what this particular review is about. Better or same wage outcomes. Contract language less controlling and easier to use. And then the spillover. If you build a relationship and how to work here, then that can spill over to keep quality work going on. So one of the things I really recommend to teams is that education association leaders and admin leaders get together on a regular basis, no matter what is going on, and have a conversation. Talk about things. How are things going? Maybe it only lasts 15, 20 minutes, but if that work is done well, you're continuing this room's relationship without having to everybody there, and you can figure out what are some of the things that are really building up as major problems, and maybe you can address them before they ever get too big. And then when you come in this room and do the work here, everything flows better. It continues to build the trust. Okay, so here are the things that make it better, and you can see we track some of these. If you've got really good labor management relationship and you really want the motivation to make things go well with change, then this works well. You limit the number of issues. You focus on the substance, not just the number of outcomes that you're getting. You have commitment and support for change, constituent confidence. So the people that you're representing believe that you're doing something positive. If there's financial stability, I started negotiating in 2007. And in 2008, when it came to compensation, there was no money. There was nothing. We were trying not to riff people, you know. And I thought when I became a facilitator, and even when I was negotiating, man, when the PPOR is big, there's like $8,000 for a kid, maybe a few years ago, because now it's $10,000 per kid or so. Oh, this is going to be easier. Then it wasn't easier, but it can be challenging on what's there. Training is big and facilitation is key. Okay, I'm just gonna go to one last slide. Then we're gonna move on. Oh, I got 2 slides. This is some of that criteria stuff to think about, some words to think about that you could utilize. Is it simple? Is it equitable, affordable, flexible? You're really trying to come up with this criteria, not just, ooh, this sounds good, but here's some specific, rational, objective reasons why it is good. So for example, in compensation, is it better to have steps move up on steps? Or is it better to increase the amount of money in a cell? Because this has been dealt with when I've negotiated before. And you have to be able to have criteria that helps you understand it and then explain it to constituents based on which particular choice in a given situation that you make. All right, last thing I want to get to real quick is this guy. This is something I never really fully understood well about trust. I consider myself a genuine person. If I say something, I'm not BSing it. It's the reality of it. And I generally am vulnerable to trusting people. I will trust people that other people like, why are you trusting that person? And so I finally started to analyze with this guy, what are the components of trust? So this is a trust balloon, meaning that if there's reliability and predictability. So do people support me when there is something that needs to be done, or do they not? When it comes time to deal with something, can I predict what's going to happen? If I can predict it and it's going to be just favoring them, then that's not a good bit of predictability. I don't want people bouncing all over the place, but I want to know that they can support me. Do they genuinely care? Can they do acts of benevolence for other people? That is really important. Are they honest when they're talking to you? Are they accountable for errors that happen? That's a big one, okay? Openness, and then this guy right here is one of the most important identity components of our lives. And in conflicts, when they come up in difficult conversations, there's an identity component that pops up in every single conflict conversation. There's 3 key things that you focus on your identity. One is, who am I? Basically, am I a good person? Am I worthy of love, and am I competent? Because I don't know about you, but in my life as a teacher, I have evaluated this, and teaching AP biology can smack you in the face in a different way than the craziness of 7th grade life science. And I have seen the way I've been sort of attacked by students, or what I felt was attacked. And I give an exam, it comes out terrible, the kids all seem mad, and I immediately go, you're a terrible teacher, you don't know what you're doing, this is a nightmare. And what I did in my whole career, because somebody told me to do it, when I get any thank you letter, I put it in a folder. And I have one folder, and luckily now in my life, it's pretty darn thick. And when I think I'm terrible, I just go sit down, I would sit in my office, I'd pull out, just reach in randomly, pull out 3 or 4 things and read them and go, okay, you are competent, you are not an idiot, you are competent. Because we want to attack ourselves with this. So in a trust situation, that's critical. If all that is great, this swells, it's cool, but then each one of these things, betrayal, deceit, or harm, can really deflate that balloon, could potentially blow it all up, and then you've got to be able to take care of that again. So can you admit that something went wrong in the relationship? Can you apologize for it? And then can you be accountable that you're going to change in some way? Those are really big things in the trust process. Okay, tons more pages, not going to go there. Any questions about anything? Okay, I saw a lot of body language of squirming and like, this is way too much, sit and get burned. And that happens a lot with this stuff. So we have wrapped up our training component. Yes, Miles?
not about this, but am I the only one sitting here freezing?
Please, please speak up about your temperature thing, if there's any way to adjust that somehow. I came with some nice tan slacks. And I'm like, this morning going, no, it's way too cold, and I get to ask my wife if I should wear these two things together. I don't care, I'm wearing these pants because I don't want to freeze to death, and I'm glad I made the choice. I don't know, can we adjust that, or is that just a large scale thing?
Thermostat have.
Because it hasn't been that chilly, but now it feels a little cooler.
Yeah, there's cold air coming down, is what's happening. There's cold air coming.
I am. What is
All right, so we'll to get that situation dealt with, what is on the agenda now? I'll go back and slides real quick. What's here now is our update time to kind of deal with some of the things that were brought up with expectations and so forth at the beginning. There it is. So just a little bit of time in here to try and go through some updates about stuff. Like what's up with PTO? Is there anything financial big that should be shared? Anything about insurance? What's the status with the master agreement language? And then we've had some dialogue already around the PTO. So
I can start with master agreement.
Okay.
Update. So in July, we got a first draft from Dr. Rodriguez. It was very bare bones, contract. And so teachers spent, the summer and the last few months, kind of compiling all of our past IBB agreements, and putting that into, that draft. We kind of sent that back to the district office just 2 weeks ago. This Friday, Anna and I and a couple other people are meeting to kind of hammer out the working group, that will meet for the first time on December the 15th. And so we'll have, a group getting together, to look at the language in that contract. Eventually, that master agreement will come back to this group.
Rob, if you look like just gonna mention that on Fridays, you and Anna, is there someone else there? Just
Megan
Okay.
and.
Catherine Coolbert's gonna be there. Safety, I think you're there.
I'm not going to my Christmas party.
Oh.
But the idea is that working group will be kind of similar to the way the calendar committees work. There are other stakeholders outside of IBB that need to have some input into that, but eventually that will be brought back to the IBB group before it goes to the board.
questions. Yeah, any other questions that popped up about that? So the intent is to generate a finalized agreement that will be shared with the board. And then the board will choose yay or nay on that. Okay. And that yay or nay can come with different qualifying statements potentially. Know that just building a master agreement doesn't mean that now your policy is set forever and it never is going to adjust or change, because just like everything else, the leave policy, what's up with the sick leave bank, all those things will run into where I think we need to think about how this was laid out and what's going on now, and should we adjust that language.
Board member coming to our meeting? Okay, so got Kate's.
I will tell you personally, I'm excited that Kenny is here. I look forward to meeting Lindsay. I think that in the scenario in which you're operating, that having a board member present really makes it where there's a lot of common understanding, and that really helps. that helps build trust and it makes it easier for everybody to work together to reach really good solutions that support the district. So I'm excited about that.
I just want to say thank you to everyone who's been doing that. Because I think as we have seen in the last couple of years, we are in desperate need of someone to hold this collaboration of ideas. And so thank you for all the work on it.
Okay. Can somebody speak about calendar?
We met a couple weeks ago. I think the teachers came into it with a different thought of how it would go, because in the past, this has been a revamping year, like we really tear apart the calendar, we really go to the community. And the district came with an idea of like, maybe we kind of stay more on course of where we've been. We sent out a survey, which actually Lindsay, I was hoping she would be here because she was already contacting me about concerns about the survey, the timeline on the survey and those kind of things. So I think calendar may need to have some more communication about where we're at, maybe next steps versus where we thought we were going. Those kind of things just based on community feedback, board feedback so far. So Stacy, have you heard anything else on your side?
I haven't, other than trying to get the survey out in a lot of avenues just to make sure people see it, like on our Facebook page. And the other interest was that it wasn't gonna be May before we finalized the calendar, because we felt like it was really hard for families and it's late for calendars for next year. And so trying to have that completed earlier, I think it was like March. So.
The only other thing I would add to that is that we also seem to be running into like, are we the same as the districts that surround us? And right now, we're sort of on a 2-year, which is sort of opposite of the years in which the other districts are running. So we're trying to think of maybe if we do a 3-year calendar this time, so we're on the same and not being like dependent upon the other districts and what they do versus what we do.
Our next meeting is next December 5th, coming up soon. Tuesday.
Okay, I work for Garfield RE2, and that has been things that their calendar committee talking about how to link up calendars in the region more. So
We have I think there's a meeting scheduled with all from Aspen and Parachute superintendents to meet to look at calendars together. And just really like curious what is possible, what is interesting, and so we have an agreement that everybody will show up to that meeting. We'll see what happens when we get there. Jonathan pulled together, Jonathan Landon is our new public information officer, chief of staff for executive team, new Kelsey Bean. And he pulled together a comparison of existing calendars and where they're, and to be honest, the headlines are like, not a lot of. But now it looks like there's not a lot of variation in what most districts are kind of looking at. But everybody's a little bit all over the board in terms of cadence, where they are in the process.
When is that?
That's why I was like, I'm pretty sure, like, I can see the email thread of everybody like, yeah, I'm in, you know, everybody committing to it, and I don't remember seeing the Google invite yet, so.
It would be interesting to have you come to the calendar committee afterwards and present what you guys talk about, if you don't mind sharing that with us.
good. Thank you for the update.
Is Eagle included? Eagle not. We have a lot of staff members that live in Eagle.
We do have Eagles calendar, like we try to pull it, see what those dates were, but it sounds like they're not in that. And I think there's debate, and this is why it was one of the questions, there's debate on like which surrounding districts and how far to match with, because people had a lot of daring opinions on that. And I think that's why it was one of the questions.
It looks like this is a neighboring district, you know, and border each other. I know the canyon is big, it's like 20 miles.
Yeah, what
It can be very large. But just think a lot of them and teachers and nice living. Just backing up real quick to the master agreement, I'm not sure if this will be part of that. Who is negotiating for classified staff?
That is something that we decided a long time. The, there's a future. This year, we're just focusing on certain.
And we have proposed to try to figure out a classified bargaining process. And Rusty's free to help us with that. So we're still in a very like exploratory phase. I think one of the real key pieces was we weren't ready to dive in with even identifying reps because we felt like, gosh, that's a group of employees that has no lived experience of a process like this, and so there actually would need to be quite a bit of education and outreach before there was identification of like reps, and so we're still kind of trying to figure out how and when to pull that together.
Clarification from me when it comes time to dealing with compensation, benefits, so forth. The classified job descriptions are brought into that in this process here, or is that somewhere totally different? Totally different. Okay, thank you. That helps me understand.
Well,
with the exception of,
it's like non-existent.
It's not, yes,
Totally
that's right.
non-existent.
You're using a different, that basically is an administrative board thing that is making those choices. I'm sure HR plays a big role in evaluating.
with some exceptions, so like the PTO policy was one thing that last year we brought them into the PTO policy, and then, health insurance has been always tried to maintain something that would be affordable for all.
I just want to piggyback off of what Stephanie shared. I have been in this district 12 years and have never had so much feedback around the calendar survey as I did this time. Like, I unfortunately think it just really made people very angry. I had a lot of very angry people reaching out to me. People are skimming things. We're starting school in July. Like, people went down a rabbit hole real quick. I think the way the questions were worded were kind of misleading unintentionally. Like, I've written many a survey and have written bad questions. So I get that is not anyone, I'm assuming positive intent, but it caused a lot of chaos, a lot. Like, I think I wonder the accuracy of the results because of how the questions were worded and frustration that people were feeling. Because there's a big rumor going on right now that school started in July. And I know that that's not what how the question was worded was, would you rather have school start in July or would you rather have school start in August? You didn't have the ending part that was, people are not reading all of the words, which in the craziness that is teaching right now, sometimes you don't have time to read all the words, especially if there's a lot of words there. And so I just would really, when you go back to your calendar meeting stuff, and Nina, thank you for doing that. Just really share that piece out because we were getting a lot. I had a lot of teachers that, what the heck? Calm it down. I'm just getting information. They're not that yet, but people were quite upset.
I think that speaks to volatility that we've been through in the past months, like people have lost their presumption of positive intent or just that basic trust in the process. So they think, oh God, now it's the, so they do kind of jump to their predetermined conclusion that like another thing's gonna change without us knowing it, and so I think that that's interesting. People are just kind of reactive and that emphasizes the importance of the work, not just to build trust amongst the people in this room, but with the community of teachers and support staff and families, it's a big job. Like your graphic with the balloon, like it's all those things in the middle, but it's just one pin pop.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And if we've had a few of those, so the balloon is completed.
I think having served on the calendar committee a few times is such a difficult committee in that there's not like 90-10s.
Yeah. No.
Like it's like 30-40 type things. And so it just becomes a very difficult thing because there's people who are always unsatisfied. with how the calendar seems to come out.
When I served on the calendar committee as well, a couple times, I think, the frustration was just in how the questions were asked. It wasn't even to the results part. And so I guess I just want to share, I worry that the results, even if they are 30-30, however, can't do math because you know the thing up there. Is that even accurate? I guess would be the question. Like, I don't know how accurate that.
Maybe for some questions we are out right now potentially because. Results might not.
The big question that at my school was like the purpose I get of the question was. We start this time, we end this time. If we start this time, we end this time. Because I've been on the calendar committee, I know that that's what you guys were getting at. The way the question was worded. Do you want to start in July? Do you want, it was like how it was worded. Oh, no, it wasn't, do you want to start in July? It was like, do you want to get out in May? Do you want to get out in June? So of course, everyone's gonna click, I want to get out in May. They hadn't read the whole question. That means we start in July, and they were like, wait, that's not how that part works out.
Yeah, there's a lot to that question, like being on the committee, we know that that was actually for new teachers, not for veteran teachers, so there was a lot there when the veterans see that and freak out a little bit. I think the other big concern I heard was how fast the turnaround was expected to be, how small a bullet it was when it went out, it wasn't its own entity, what could be done to be more transparent with it being out there, which goes back to the trust piece that Adam brought up. So just what can we do better to communicate to all stakeholders with the calendar survey? Maybe we need to redo it, maybe we need to resend it, maybe we need an apology with it, I'm not sure yet, but it definitely wasn't well received, and we have some fixing to do as a committee.
I think there's, I also know that the committee is under a lot of pressure for time. You know, like people are thinking of contract agreements for summer employment, and it needs, you know, like that, like I feel like we're really, there's a triple amount of pressure to get that thing done. And I think it would be really helpful for the economic committee, like once the dust is settled, to really step back and rethink, is this the right timeline, process, like, how do we do this without that pressure? To be thoughtful and deliberate, and surveys don't come out, you know, like allow some space and time and the steps to go, oh, that didn't come out. I don't know, I just feel like we gotta look at that critically, and maybe it is more of a like, can we not do it every other year? Is there a way to settle into a 3-year that everybody to crave?
I think if it's 3 years, it's a question of, do we start the process in October versus April the previous year? Because this is like, part of the compressed timeline is because we're trying to by April, we didn't assemble the committee until October, until very late. You just start like much earlier. And whether it's a calendar is 1 year, 2 year, or 3 years, I think it's about when the planning process, the whole process starts.
Yeah, or
Okay, anything else with that? We good with calendar? Nathan, you have anything you need to share budget wise, anything that's different or?
No, there's been no budget surprises. It has some property tax relief, but it's that with the state.
for 1 year. That fix was a 1 year, right?
Yeah.
It's a 1 year. I just have some question about update. There's a little context. As y'all know, the executive team has seen a lot of turnover in positions and tenure, and we've lost a lot of institutional knowledge. And additionally, all of the departments in the executive team have also had a lot of turnover. And so I think that trust one, I think we're like reliability, competence, are we delivering on like core services? Like, no, there's a big learning curve for a lot of our systems right now. Y'all mentioned that there were past agreements through IBB that are not, we haven't implemented. What do we need to do about that? Like, yeah, what are they? Can we, because we're trying to do, like, our executive team is very committed to a lot of like relearning, trying to understand what agreements existed in the past, what, you know, that things either I wasn't paying attention to because I was in different roles, so I don't know nothing about that. Or folks just weren't there, and so I'm just like, is it big enough that it needs to fit into like story and a shared interest of like, we need to go back a little bit. and look at what we agreed on, or is it, we could eddy out with a small group to go, these 5 things we need to follow through on and move in. We're doing a lot of that work right
I wonder if some of that will come up with the master contract. People who are writing it. If you were writing stuff that isn't consistent with what we are arguing about.
Not hugely, I mean, yes, I'm trying to get all our past agreements in the master contract. I know one issue that was stated last year was going to be. Part of our health insurance was the CPT clinic, was going to be part of the insurance options, and it ended up not being that way, and that was definitely a trust breaking thing.
Especially when, like, I think the reason I bring that up is like we sat in this room and I testified a decision based off of the information that was spoken to us. And then 2 weeks before it closed, I had to madly make appointments with them to get prescriptions transferred and doctors transferred, and I still don't have a primary care physician because who's got time to do that in the teaching world? So I think that I felt like I sat and approved something and then that didn't happen, and I felt like I lost trust with my staff. That they came to me and they were like, wait, why did this, and I was like, I don't know, I don't know the reason behind that. So I think that is one example of when I bring up like things that are not being, like the implementation piece of like, we're gonna switch insurances, these are the things that are gonna happen. Yes, we're keeping the clinic, like that was a bullet point on a slideshow, like we are keeping the clinic, this is what's happening. So I could be like, awesome, I'm good. And then that didn't happen. And staff weren't notified in a timely manner to make changes that make sense. So I think that's a big area that broke a lot of trust, not just with the district, but like me representing my staff, which is really hard, because I feel like I try really hard to represent them and be open with them, and so I think they lost trust with me a little bit.
Right. Like just echo, like if the same thing's happening to me and probably a lot of people on here, and I'm getting so many emails that people are paying so much more than what was like agreed upon. So they're like, this is my bill, and I'm knowing people's like health stories that I don't want to know. I don't want to know that they're diabetic or they have thyroid issues or all this stuff, but they're like trusting me because they know I'm here to talk about it. And when it's affecting like their pocket and their health, and that they're not getting mammograms because the CBT clinic is closed and they don't have a doctor, it's huge. And then that affects our, like the whole PTO and our subs, and it's huge. Interest.
And this, I think we're kind of diverging a little bit from maybe the schedule, because this is something that we wanted to bring up today as a specific thing. So I don't know.
That's what I was just about to ask. It's gonna be a part of what's coming up later, because that would save us time. We put the story that we're sharing now to a more effective. So I was just curious if there were other things that came out of the survey and what you guys have put together that might overlap in some other way. What Anna?
Yeah, so back to Anna's original question, I think that's a big question. I think there's a lot of inconsistency in how policy is implemented building to building. Administrators they either have different interpretations of policy or they selectively ignore certain parts of policy.
Or they don't know.
Planning, or they don't know, right. Planning time is one that came up a lot in the survey. We've worked very hard in this group over the last 5 years. We have a pretty clear policy on what planning time minimums should be, and they're still not being met in certain buildings.
Well, I think some of the reason that planning times aren't being met is because staffing issues.
Yeah.
That it. I know that's why I don't get that.
So it sounds like we're ready to go into the sharing of the topics, issues, interests that lay out for the team. You should just transfer so that the note-taking screen is up here. And not sure how we do that. Could we put the document that's shared that they're writing on and just put it on your computer?
The folder, you can open it up from here, it's next to the. It's. We can sign that already, so.
I'll let you.
She didn't mind that.
Oh, okay, okay.
I didn't know that.
Can you just- Are you still
I'm thinking with my brain.
No, that's fine.
Have a seat.
Well, I just wanna, like, and I'll probably ask again, but like, I just wanna make sure that if there are like not well implemented pieces that we are getting them all in interest. Does that make sense? So like, probably check for that, because if they're not, but
If it's
figure that out.
I have a question, I guess, and this kind of came up in my like anticipation or whatever. I just want to know, like, if you guys have any updates to give us, regarding the learning acceleration plan, or I forget what the official terminology for that, that was developed last year, just like, kind of, is that still moving forward? Are we diverging from that? Is it a different plan? I guess that's kind of an interest, and I know that we discussed it a little bit, but I don't know how much that 100% showed up in our interests, so that's why I'm posing that question now before we go into our interests.
The best answer to that is, we worked on the UIP this year for the district, that's posted, the action plan is still the feedback. But in terms of the acceleration, like when you think about from last year, we're thinking about positions, that's one part of it, but really thinking about how we're bringing in like our tutoring, our programming, our schedule, or our other English support. I looked at the survey that Rob shared yesterday, and I don't think there was a specific question about that, but what I saw in terms of the prioritized interests were around the salary. Salary was first, and the health benefits, and it went down to like the 19th priority.
Accessory, sorry.
So I wonder, like, there's specific question around.
Really driven by them, right?
Yeah. But it's like, how are we prioritizing our like funding, right? It's like,
Yeah.
we're still doing the. I guess
So-
there's tutoring that schools have taken advantage.
It's just like things in positions in that plan change, like midstream, like. Initially, it was like that every high school was gonna get, for example, a CLDE, or ELD coach, full-time. And that we were gonna pull from like positions already in the buildings, and then that changed, and now it's still like half-time. And so like, I think, you know, the person now is still split between high school and middle school. I'm just bringing up like things that like initially were presented in this room with slides that were not followed. And so that's where it's like, I'm just questioning like where in that process we are, or if we're abandoning that model of like ramping up with positions.
So, the LAP wasn't a one shot, and we stressed repeatedly, it was probably 2 to 3 year investment time. So last year, high schools got, specifically, either a dean of culture or a full-time well-being therapist.
Okay.
This year was gonna be flip-flop, so Bowman's High School, allocated dean of culture, you will have a full-time. So it's like a multi-year investment rise. We didn't have the funds to put all that in. So it's a multi-year, which we tried to stress, like it was going to be 2 or 3 budget cycles to give everybody.
Okay, so it sounds like we're on track with like the original timeline or whatever. And I guess the question was like, is there a specific place we can go to find that information, or, you know, because I know you guys are referring to the UIP, but I don't know if there's like specific timeline in UIP.
Not with positions, and I think that's one of the things that I'm like learning is a misconception, people are thinking that Elizabeth's coming about positions, but actually not, it's like, no, I'm not saying it's you, I'm just saying it's something that probably was heard, and so it's something that I need to clarify. I think in terms of like a 23-24 version of like who are the schools or what's happening this year. I don't have like here's a 23-24, much of the details outlined in our district UIP action plan, which I know is different from like the ranking part, but which is on the website. If we work on something that's more clear, it's how it's a mass here. But there wasn't change midstream. I just want to like clarify for the record. I think there's a misunderstanding. I think it's also your process or conversations with schools or what it means around funding. It's not an actual whole person, but it's actually supporting the funding, so it doesn't have to come out of the school's discretionary. And so there's a lot of work there in terms of that budget.
There's a spot on the site, which is
Okay, and so like what you just shared, like with Glenwood and Great Fork and all that, like was in there, we just did. No.
Various presentations.
Well, it sounds like there's an opportunity to clarify that, to get that help, would find out where it is and make sure that building reps can share that, people would know that we're affected. Okay, great, thank you. So we're ready to start the process of sharing our topics here. And I see that there was a bit of a template down below that showed.
Stole it from online, we thought we would try it.
Okay.
Yeah. Where are we putting the stories? Are we putting it under focus or interest? So, yeah, you put it where that's the one. So we're gonna tell stories first and then define the interest based on what people are saying in the story?
So this is something brand new to me. I'm assuming that what I understood is that the EA is going to share a particular topic that could be brought to the team. Is that correct? They bring that and then we share story around that.
Okay.
And the goal of sharing the story is not to build any options. It's to decide if this particular topic is something that the team wants to take on. Is that correct?
That's what we've done historically. I was just wondering, because your circle kind of implies the story comes for the interest, so that's.
Well, this is where me as an outsider has really had confusion around the use of the word interest. So for me, there are issues or topics that are going to be addressed. It might be, you don't have it here yet, but it might be some piece of contract language, or it might be some board policy that needs to be dealt with. And then what we would do here to decide if it was something we wanted to do, we would tell story around that, find out if there's enough of an impact going on to make it where we will try to include that in the group. So I'm not, typically you just have an interest around, I have an interest around this particular problem to do this type of thing. Is that what you've done rather than?
So I can answer that question typically, but also I want to say we brought you in because we want to know if we're not doing it right.
Yeah, this is where
Tell us a better way to do it, but typically what we have done is, this kind of goes back to sides, but one side will present an interest based on, you know, our data that we've determined, and then, yes, we will talk about that and ask clarifying questions and why is it that that's being brought up and, so now when I attended the CEA training, the storying was different. And so that, you know, if there's something that you think we should be doing differently, then or in a more effective way or something like that. That's something how we have done it. And then the other side will present something that they feel it needs to be worked on, and then do the same, talk about it and ask clarifying questions.
Well,
a lot of times there's overlap, like almost every time I've done it, people. Maybe we don't have to use the word side, it's just, you know, different groups that come with interest. But like, for you to know that like the association sent out a survey to all the staff. We got all that data, we met about that already to try to determine trends and the biggest topics. And so we did already articulate the interest, the way that we want to place it out there. And so, and then there's stories that, you know, that kind of support that articulation. So, I mean, I feel like that would save us time because we've already done that step. And then if we wanted to like tweak the language of the interest based on the stories, we could, but that's just a little historical, like there has been work done. And usually also, which we don't have to do, but we usually take a quick little recess before we come back with the interest. I don't know if we need that, but that's also something that's been done before, so. But I don't know about like the district, you guys have like
We're less organized.
yeah,
We have a loose set of interests that the executive team pulled together, but that did not include Kenny, not Grant or Lindsay. So we haven't organized around.
And do all the representatives here on the teacher side have that understanding already together? Because last time we did it, there was like a get together of some time.
Yeah.
Before where everybody like
that's what I'm saying.
talked before.
Yeah, and not all the teachers were at that meeting, but like, yeah. So,
But we're more getting our information from that survey that we send out to certified staff. And then we have all that information from that survey.
Okay. So for me, when we had our last conversation, I talked about how I was just putting my foot in the swimming pool and feeling the water, and now I feel like I'm up to about knee deep, but for me to have some sort of evaluation of what your process has been without going fully through it is difficult for me, because I don't want to, as a facilitator, I'm meant to be neutral, and so I don't want to say something process-wise that messes that up. But I will say that there is variance amongst the groups that I work with. So in Canyon City, I had nothing to do whatsoever with what their issues were that they were bringing to the table. I trained them, I showed up, we ran the IBB process, they already had those details. In Montrose, I have nothing to do with what they choose for their issues. In Garfield, they do something that sounds similar to what you're doing. And they have named it, they develop a scope of work. And on the initial agenda that I said, I put a scope of work, which is really basically here are the agreed upon things that the team is going to work on. And what they do in Garfield is they then share that with the school board. There is nobody from the school board on the team. So they share that, then the board adds some things, asks clarifying questions, they revise that scope of work. Then they build committees around that scope of work. So it sounds like that is very similar to this basic process. That right now, the folks from the Education Association have a common pool of meaning around each one of the topics that's going to be shared after evaluation of the survey that went out and so forth. But that other folks in the room may not have that. So typically what can be done is that a person brings up this topic, shares some story around that for us that represents sort of what people have done so far. And then there can be some clarifying questions around that. And then what you're saying you've done in the past is then have people share interests around that. Is that my understanding that's correct, or?
Typically, I think, typically what we have done is try sort of like outline form. Okay, so here. As I'm thinking about an outline format, I've got my title, okay, the title is determining interests, and then my first bullet, my first subheading under under that would be interest number one, and then, you know, we're, a group will put out a possible interest. For example, I'm gonna just put it out there because it's always there. Determine, a fair and equitable salary for everybody, so it's always there, so. Then now we're gonna talk about why that's an important thing, so those would be the subheadings under that interest, and then, that's usually an easy one, because we usually just all agree on that, it's an issue, and then, and then if it's like stuck on the wall somewhere, right, and then we do that with several different things, so now we've got. And that one might have a lot more subheadings on it, because maybe it's a surprise, or maybe people don't understand where it's coming from, or maybe there are a lot of different perspectives or something like that. And you know that, you go through that process, it gets stuck up on the wall, and then at the end of all that, now we're going back and we're going, okay, so now is this actually an interest that we wanna deal with? And okay, yeah, so let's keep all this subheading stuff under it, so that we're working with that. Okay, am I answering your question?
Yes, yeah, you are, and I don't know who was first. Adam, go ahead.
Oh, no, I just.
Okay.
Maybe clarify, we're just swapping the interests and the stories. So we present the big interest first and then we tell the stories.
On your diagram, you mean?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
So I think what we do is let's run it.
Yeah.
Let's do what you do. Okay, then we fully have understanding. I see what's going down, and because it sounds like you guys have a way that you've done this.
But I'm just wondering if your team, since you guys do have people that haven't voiced anything. You guys wanna, I mean, we wanna do this 10-minute hour. Yeah. That's. And we might have to, that's kind of like just. Solidify. What we're bringing. And if that's what
Okay.
I don't want there to be anyone in the room who hasn't had a chance to say yet. What their, concerns or interest is.
Okay.
And I'm just still not understanding exactly my role, or like if we're going into these little powwows of interest, like where am I supposed to be? And this, I don't feel like I'm like, oh, I'm on the administrative side or I'm on the teacher side. I feel like sort of all encompassing in that position. So, and Megan, you had mentioned it previously in the past it was, but.
Yeah, and I think you can go wherever, and like, if Lindsay was here, then maybe you guys split up or whatever, but you're welcome on either side. Your role is different. It's not on one of those sides.
Any other thoughts about that? About where Kenny or Lindsay should hang? Yeah.
I just wanna say it would be nice if there was a balance, if they can split it up.
Yeah.
We should be here in like 5 minutes too.
Yeah, so what I think we should do is do the teen break. And then come back for lunch, because we're 5 minutes from noon now. And people that have to go run their things, go run and do their things, and then we probably start up around 12:40, 45, somewhere in there, because you're gonna spend 10 minutes visiting. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah.
Does it put a time crunch on anyone who was planning on leaving at noon? You need to. Did you have another space where group can go?
Like, yes.
The bathroom?
Yeah, I know.
Well, I would-
It's just very cold. But hot water.
Want to stay here since it's a bigger group?
Yeah, but when I say team, that's stay here, area.
Okay, yeah.
But I do have a process thing. To me, what's going on now is not something that should be on the screen for everybody to see.
Oh,
In my opinion, this is not.
No, yeah, we
this is
need
Not,
to
this
turn
is
it
a
off.
caucus, this is something that is meant to be done in private, so. I'm not
It's
sure
hard, I think, yeah.
Yeah, point.
what we can do.
Turn it on.
Like,
See you guys later.
People.
simultaneously. Thank you for all the wonderful conversation. I've had some good conversations myself, and then I listened around the room to things. I think lunches together is really a great way to share, find those common things that bring us together. We have a new member of the team that's arrived, so I thought we'd do the check-in and have you share your name, what your role is in the district, how you're feeling today, then I'll tell you the next thing after that. Yeah, make sure you're good.
I'm Lindsay. I'm going to be a board member tomorrow, once we get sworn in. I know a lot of you guys from years past. And in the Valley, I work at the Colorado River District. I just came from there this morning, so that's why I was kind of splitting the day. Appreciate the patience. I'm excited to be here, mostly just to listen. I am glad to be in the room with these people who care so much to spend the day here talking about these things. So yeah, just ready to learn.
Good, so you laid out your expectations well there, that's awesome. And so what's a passion project or hobby that you are pursuing right now?
I play the ukulele regularly. Yeah,
Awesome,
good way to get out of your head without getting out of your house.
yeah. Do you have anybody else that you play with at all?
Kids, my
Kids.
cat.
Okay. So you should come to Montrose and visit sometime, because my wife is a member of a group called the Ukulades. They haven't got together in quite a while now, but they try to come together at somebody's home and they bring their little songs and they play through and share their songs. So, yeah, cool. Thank you and welcome. So if we could just do a quick share out, not a ton of details, but just what each team did in their time together, and then we can move on into the process that we're going to focus on through the rest of the afternoon. So anybody want to start?
We just referred, we had one person who wasn't at our organizational meetings. We just referred them to the documents that we had prepared and gave them a background on where our topics came from and present them.
Okay,
Try to find a way to be efficient in our sharing of stories.
good, okay, excellent. All right, admin.
We reviewed some of the ideas and interests that executive team had developed and kind of refined those, revised those with Grant and Kelly and Lindsay. And with a similar goal of being efficient and clear. I think that's it.
That's good. Great. Thank you for sharing. I really like that because I think it's really important when we get to the actual day of negotiations that you have got together as a team and really thought about what story is being presented and really have some planning about interest and so forth, because then it makes it roll so much more efficiently than it just kind of coming out of nowhere. And so that's a really good thing to do. So I'm going to defer now to Rob or Megan or whoever, just start what you guys do, and then I can jump in when needed and just get an understanding of how this rolls.
So I'll kind of try to summarize our first or others chime in. We have an interest in improving teacher compensation and district resource allocation. So compensation, I think, is pretty self-explanatory. Inflation, that's even some of the gains that we made. We know that we've override a few years ago. And so as we saw in our survey data, salary is still our number one priority. With district resource allocation, we're hearing a lot of frustration from teachers. And I know there's been a lot of turnover in the district office, but it also seems like there's been an expansion of the district office. There's now 5 people in the HR department. There are 3. There's the SPED director and the ELD director both now have assistants, but SPED classrooms aren't even fully staffed. So that's really frustrating for teachers. And so as the state continues to pay down the negative factor, and we know it's another neighborhood of 10% increase this year, and we know that we have a fair share agreement, but we want to explore, are we putting district resources in classrooms, in student facing positions, are we prioritizing that?
Okay. So compensation and then resource allocation. Right, so now that you've shared that, what's your next step that you would follow with now?
Others can either ask clarifying questions or share their pieces of the story.
Yeah, basically whoever wants to start that could start and then we can just move around. One thing I want to clarify for me is I want to be careful that we don't do too much of the actual negotiation process. We're trying to get enough information out to create a prioritized list is the goal. We're not interested in any solutions right now or options. Just interested in that story, and then the other stories, the other interests will be shared for each particular one, and we'll figure out what the final list is. Okay, so who wants to start? Got something else to share about that topic? And we don't have to go circle either. We can just Buck more and you put your card up if you have something that you wanted to follow up with there.
I'll start. We've heard a lot of concerns about the special education department's lack of resources and having SPED teachers get plannings and lunches due to decreasing programs in certain schools and increasing them in other schools. It's also putting a burden on classroom teachers who then have multiple SSN kids in their classroom and the number of meetings they're having to attend too. So we want to make, we're looking at ways we can help the SSN community and teachers make sure that they've got time and the resources that they need.
And one thing I would encourage you to do, since we are essentially charting here on the screen, is when you have things that you're sharing, make sure a fundamental statement about what you said was being charted well. Okay, and I'm you charting right now?
Yeah.
So feel free to ask clarifying questions so that get what you like there. All right. Excellent, thank you. Who else would like to share something?
Are we going in a circle or are we?
I think we should do the circle.
You want to do the circle?
And say,
That's
say
totally
pass
fine.
if they want to.
I wasn't seeing a lot of people sit roll, so I'm fine. Which way would you like to go, left or right?
Since we're already.
Okay,
Yes, for them.
I would just want some clarification on. It seemed like we only had 3, now we got 5, and I would just want some more clarification on actual, like, how that has maybe changed or not. Number-wise.
you're talking about in the HR department.
Well, that was an example I got, and
District office would go.
yeah, I guess I would like some clarification on some trends on how that has trended in number-wise.
I guess in terms of resource allocation, I would just like to talk about sub needs. You know, I got COVID early on this year and I took 4 days off and I managed to get myself back on the last day of the week, and I made it till my last hour plan period, and then they asked me to cover for somebody and I was barely on my feet. So that's the lived experience of every teacher in this district. So I see that as need.
Okay, and just for my clarification, are we looking to address Kenny's question at this point? Or are we just throwing out questions that build around the story? Get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because if we answer every single question, that's going to, that clarify, that's like we're doing the full process, we haven't decided this issue.
Right.
So
if it's not immediately something that someone can answer, then it goes to that subcommittee's work.
okay, so Kenny's interest to that was making sure there's some clarification about jobs that have been done in the admin. Okay, wonderful, thank you, thank you guys. Bill and Jeff?
I can answer partially on the HR side. Historically, I had
3.5 FTE. We increased the FTE of the guest teacher coordinator from 0.5 to a full 1 FTE. So that is a half increase in there. And we did create an extra position for our data coordinator, who's the person who assists with all reporting that came out of the hands of generalists. That person also assists heavily this past year with the implementation of one of the new systems that we have to our HRIS system, our information system, where we have a lot of data from our reports and so on and so forth. So that portion answers that question. Nothing additional to add to teachers' interest.
Okay. Fran?
So this is Pam and I share an interest.
This is when you're sharing in relation to what Rob has brought up about compensation.
There's a couple of things on here. I guess the point that I could make just in terms of that establishing of trust that that there is a perception right now, and I don't think that people are saying necessarily that like these jobs are not needed or, you know, what these new positions that are being created. In my perception, it was more about like the process of that and the transparency, not just HR, like the perception, I think, with a lot of the educators right now is that when people at the district level get overwhelmed, they hire more people to help them with their jobs. And that, I think a lot of that has to do with the like outgoing superintendent, and that part of that mistrust. But then the feeling is in the buildings that people are very overwhelmed and there are unfilled positions and there is no relief. So that I think that whether or not like those jobs are needed is a different question, but there is this perception of an inequality of labor. And then the second part of that is that a lot of those positions do affect the money that's available to put into the certified salary schedule, for example. Like the dean position, which I'm not going to argue against because my wife is in that position, but when it was created, there was a question of whether that money was whether that person was going to be paid as an administrator, in which case their salary would be paid for outside of the fair share, or if they were going to be paid as a teacher, in which case that's an added position that takes away from the potential earnings of the rest of the certified staff. Did I say that correctly? Okay, so it's complicated, but that's the idea, is that one of the main concerns is that there's all this expansion happening and that is taking away from the potential. And I think what people are really focused on is that if there are going to be new jobs created, we want as many of those jobs as possible to be student-facing jobs, because that's where the work is. And that's where the people that feel the most overwhelmed are, because they have big classes and they have, you know, all that responsibility. So those are the only things I could add to that.
Thank you.
I think the story I just want to share is, I'm gonna just talk about echoing the idea of our special education department really struggling, like it's rough right now. And I just hate watching my students not get the support that they want, or watching my special education teachers fight for the support or trying to have time. I have a teacher right now that's like a full-time special education teacher and a part-time teacher, and that is like, you can't do that. It's like not a job that you can do. And so I just am really worried about the workload, specifically with our paras, with our special education teachers, our SSM teachers that are having to cover like that whole area. I'm just worried about sustainability. Like I worry that we're just gonna have teachers leave and then we're gonna have to not get the support that
I wanted to comment on a sort of different aspect of the funds, and that is, the way that. And I don't fully understand this, I'm learning this from teachers in my school who are in teacher housing. And, you know, I actually had one person specifically come to me and say, I really appreciate the raise, however, it doesn't really go very far because I'm in teacher housing now, I have to increase the amount I'm paid. I don't really know how that works, but, the fact that that is affecting the people in those housing, slots in a different way, like when we raise, salaries, that it's affecting them in a different, like, I don't go home and pay more in mortgage when I get a raise, and how frustrating that would be to have to pay more now that I am making more. Sorry.
Last year, through this process, we made some really positive change and improvement for teachers, and that we negotiated and clarified. If you miss a lunch, or you miss a planning, or you absorb for a paraeducator or another teacher, and improve, you get paid. If your admin is unable to find that time for you back, like you miss a planning because you absorb, you should get a planning that day. If you don't, you should get paid. That people are taking advantage of that, and that was a huge success. But in the special education department, we lost staff, an extreme amount of special education teachers that were already to the point of burnout, but also special service providers, school psychologists, social workers, speech language pathologists, occupational therapists. And it seems like some of that happened because the model for if you miss a plan or you miss a lunch, or you are, unfortunately a teacher passed away at another school and other staff, and that's probably not a good example because I just heard recently that they were paid, but there have been other scenarios where a speech language pathologist or a school psychologist or an OT has had to absorb for a position at another school and it has not been paid extra. So it seems like that model that teachers benefited from was not available for special service providers, and I'm not sure who controls that, how that works. But it's happening again this year, even though we had that massive turnover in the department. And it's happening with preschool special education teachers that are having to absorb in other schools and become itinerants. And so is that a change in job description? And now this is just part of your job? Does this fall under, yeah, you're absorbing for an unfilled position, you should be paid more? Yeah. So.
Marissa, can you scroll the?
Oh, sorry.
No.
At our school, I think the unfilled, special education position, or positions, it's really taken a toll with our use of our long-term sub. And so what ends up happening is that long-term sub is having to take over for these classes. And then as a result, we don't have a long-term sub now. And so what happens is whenever a teacher's out, or in the case of like yesterday, I think there were like 5 out, then we all are running around to try to, figure something out. And it's always like, on the worst day, it feels like, it's like, of course, as a teacher, it's always when you really had something you had to get done during that hour and you can't. And it just happens more often. I would say it's just the way master schedules work. Some teachers are all clustered together to have the same plan period. So then when they do a rotation, then you're one of 10. And so your name only comes up 1/10 the time. But in the case of one of my plan periods, I'm one of 3. And so my name comes up literally every week. And so I'm having to, you know, give up a plan period every week. And it's hard, but it all stems from the problem that we were unable to fill the sped position. So then we had to do the long-term sub in the sped position. Now we don't have a long-term. So yeah, even if one person's out, we have to find coverage if no sub picks up the job, especially if it happens last minute, which, you know, a lot of absences do, so.
Being near the process and that, or like, something that we're interested in relates, but it's not identical, we just wait and add it as a secondary thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
we're focusing our thinking around the compensation and district resource allocation, get some story around that. As new to this process, I'm then assuming that this story, if that particular component is decided upon to be what a committee works on, that provides some of the background information that helps that committee decide what components they're going to focus and work on, what information they need to get and so forth. Okay. Right. Okay.
Appreciate all the dialogue. I think something I'd like to get clear on. As we dig in deeper is the difference between allocated and unfilled. Allocate all the resources in the world, that nobody's going to take those jobs. That's the problem. We had that problem in example was custodial. They had like constantly 5 or 6 unfilled positions. I said, hey, we'd like to post another 5 or 6. For the ones you've done, right? So let's talk about other solutions. So I think that's something to get real clear on is it a hiring issue? That our compensation package that it's attracting positions that are open, or is it true like we just don't even at fully staffed?
For clarification, do we have an idea of how many unfilled positions there are in the district right now?
I think we're filling some sped positions with on positions, but that still is more workload on the in-person teachers than typically. So when Heather was talking about the special service provider, if now your psych is online, you're an elementary teacher, you don't also have to like get the kid to the online provider, so. They might not show up as unfilled, but this. It's a complicated solution.
Can I just add something that might help clarify? One of the reasons I think it's important to still advocate for an allocation of a position is because if my staff is going to work harder, I've been advocating for an additional, at least 1 para. I want to get paid for that unfilled position because my staff is still doing that work. So I want to be able to fill out the form for absorbing for an unfilled para. And so even though nobody's applying for those jobs, it happens in bits and spurts. And, you know, I don't love the idea of saying, well, nobody's applying, so we're not going to allocate.
Heather, it sounds like you're talking about allocating a different way. The allocate is not necessarily just straight for a teacher that comes in to fill it, but teachers are having to cover that role.
Right.
And some of those allocated funds be used to support the teachers that are giving up planning time and doing the other work.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Great, thank you.
I have just 2 things. One, I'm curious to know more about the solution for coverage and coverage pay second pay, why it's not helping, so it's like one, just wonder, maybe it's a different street. Other, I'm just.
Well, it is helping, it has been a huge success.
Yes, but I meant so like for your specific. You're covering for, and it's coming if it's this person, you don't have to answer right now, but I'd love to know more about like, where's the sort of gap in people knowing that they can like have the hours and stuff like that, so that's one thing. And then the other thing is, as it relates to special education department resources, the human resource is the biggest challenge. I mean, we posting kind of, and knowing that, a very clear legal requirement. So how do we fill that when we don't have applicants for positions that are posted for weeks and weeks? And what do we do? And it's a tough challenge. And I think the question that Nathan brought up around allocation of the programming, like certain ratio of people, but it feels hard when it's unfilled. It doesn't mean there isn't a position allocated. So what do we do there? So I think sometimes it feels hard to separate the problem. Not the process, separate like the structure piece from the lived reality of like, it's very hard on a daily basis to have to cover for an unfilled position or two. And there's ripple effects there. And so the, what Stephanie mentioned in terms of what do we do when we have limited resources, limited resources in terms of people. When we can't fully fund it across 14 places, so how do we do that across 5? But like, what are the impacts of that? It's a real problem.
Stacey, help me make sure that I get this right. On a daily basis, it's hard to cover for unfulfilled positions.
Sorry, I was just responding.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I got it right. So it's right there.
Oh, got it, perfect.
You're.
I think I'm just acknowledging that like the lived daily reality is hard when there are unfilled positions. I'm just really acknowledging that.
Okay. There was another one.
Okay. Roll back the tape. We started. And I think it was just.
But at the same time, there's like multiple, it's happening in multiple schools. And so it's like deciding which one gets.
No, I think it's I'm acknowledging, it's empathizing and trying to really think creatively about how to address the solution. It has never been, we're just gonna cut everything. It's been like, actually, how do we think creatively? Because we have very clear legal requirements, we have supports, we have people that are already, teachers and classrooms that are already like with kids, like how do we support that? When there's a dearth of human capital, applying and qualifying, certified to fill those positions. I think when I think of teacher compensation, I think of teacher retention. I think when teachers feel compensated and are compensated for the work that they're doing, and what that looks like, the odds of them staying is much higher. And I know that that's been a big goal. And our district has like pursued retention through a lot of different avenues, the housing, and we've had like mill levies in the past. And yeah, I think I don't know necessarily if housing fits into this conversation. In my head, it does. I think it's related. If teachers are compensated more, maybe, you know, what does that mean for housing look like, right? Like it could create issues with the salary, like you were talking about, Megan, or that person shared with you, like how does the compensation tie into the housing that the district provides? And that also could be viewed as a form of compensation, but when not everyone has access to that, like, is that really appropriate to view as a form of compensation? I know I've applied for teacher housing for 2 years now. I haven't gotten it. I spent 3 months last year living at Prince Creek when I was teaching because I didn't have housing. And I told my staff, end of October, I will quit and move because I'm not gonna camp here in the winter. and I have a master's degree, like I think it's. You know, how am I getting compensated with a master's degree when I can't even live? Or find housing, and granted. You know, there are options, but having access to them, like, if we view it as in that same bucket. I think we also need to be aware of like who does have the access and how are we going about that process. If we're gonna name it as a form of compensation.
I would like to speak on the subs shortage. With the ESSER funds, we got those long-term building subs and they have been awesome. Now we've heard a lot that these teachers are making a huge difference in the schools. And I think they're really good. I think it's really important that we have that and that we continue that funding and making sure. These teachers know our students, they know the teachers, we have personal relationships with these people. With that, I still want to make sure that they are being utilized appropriately. What I've heard is that they're not being weighted or they're not being assigned. They're being assigned before the beginning of the day, which I don't know what the purpose was, but it's creating this challenge that I think a couple of us have spoken to where we're still having to do this coverage process. I know Alicia said her building sub has been used as a long-term teacher, so has my building sub. And I've heard from other schools that they're being assigned 4 or 5 days out. When a sub in the district could have picked up that role and then we're scrambling last minute again. So I think I would really like to see us keeping this role, but also going back and redefining it, figuring out exactly how they should be utilized.
I'll pass.
I'll pass.
I've heard from some new teachers, a lot of new teachers at my school this year, and a lot of them, I don't know if this was gone in other places or not, but they came to new teacher orientation and moved here and found housing somehow, and then weren't compensated or didn't get their first paycheck for a long time, and they didn't know if they were like if they missed something or if it went to a wrong address or who to contact in that scenario. We're pretty panicked about how they're going to pay rent. Yeah, and I think as hard as it is to find new people, just making sure that they're able to, I don't know, feel like they're seen and taken care of in that way is really important.
I guess just piggybacking off my last comment and from what Card said, and just I would also question, do we have any kind of data that shows how our district is quote unquote top heavy versus not being top heavy in comparison to other districts? And if we're saying we're adding more, is it because we needed to add more because we've been understaffed in that sense? Or is it something that we're adding in a way in which we're overdoing it? And so I would just like to know if there's any kind of data out there that sort of compares where we are as a district compared to other districts as far as our percentage of admin or whatever we're calling, not front facing, children facing, but where we are as a district in comparison to other districts. I think that'd be an important conversation to go along with this idea of teacher compensation and whether we're hiring new positions. And
We did the data dive 5 or 6 years ago. It's probably time to do it.
I guess as far as teacher retention, I'm just reminded of a story of you know, when we didn't get the paycheck stubs digitally in October, a lot of people were talking, and I learned of a new teacher that didn't even get a paycheck in September. So I'm alarmed that that has happened, and we need to put more resources into preventing problems like that.
Is there a payroll component to that
that creates that, something in the system that leads to that situation where somebody works in August and September and it doesn't get paid till October? Is that what I was
There
hearing?
could be a few different factors. It could be the start date. When we moved, our payday used to be earlier in the month. They used to be at the very end of the month, now on the 20th. If information is not entered in the system by the 5th, which is very early in the month, that paycheck will have to be, that full month, that will have to be paid on the following month, not that immediate month. That could be a factor, and there is always a little human factor. Direct deposit was not submitted correctly, had a typo, was not submitted at all, and some checks were mailed to addresses that may be, and I don't know if that's the case or not, but I've seen it. An address that does not receive mail, and the new person who just arrived to the valley was not aware of that in their household. And all those delays, there's a little bit of, it could happen a few different ways. There could be avoidable, absolutely. This summer, the HR team, the payroll team, so a lot of new faces as well. So we all are grappling with that, we're all learning new processes, new ways, as well. That was also partial, part of that.
Gosh.
One, so those, the special education gaps that we haven't mentioned, I think is, we made a lot of the interconnected pieces of that. But is that when we condensed SSN programs, we then have a legal obligation to transport kids, which means, as you all know, that there's a bus driver shortage. We've had to pull bus drivers off of big bus routes to meet our legal obligations to transport kids who live in an SSN playground in their neighborhood school to a different school. And so I think we have some more, which is like 6 to 9 of our bus drivers to run those routes. I think it's part of the story that when we look at solutions, we have to keep in mind too, is where different levers pull on can complicate similar shortages.
I think when we talk about a lot of the newness that has happened, we talk about resource allocation. There's been so much newness that I think a lot of us are struggling. We heard this on the survey of like, who do I contact for what situation? And is there some sort of like one place I can go to that says, if you have a question about this, contact this person, question about this, contact this person. Because I think one great thing about being in a small rural district is there was a lot of traditional history that was carried on. And then when all of that traditional people leave, then that's sort of, we're just left with this like, oh, well, this is how we've always done it, but just because we've always done it, it's not written down, there's not any sort of policy behind that. And so just having there be a way where there's like cheat sheet or something, maybe somewhere in the district, but I think would help with that confusion of like who we contact, like especially the summer in the situation with switching insurances, like knowing who to contact would have been really helpful, especially for those of us fielding a lot of questions from our own staff.
I just want to point out that one of our data points from our survey was, one of our questions was, is it appropriate to offer financial incentives for hard to fill positions? And that we had 45% say no and 54%, 55% say yes. Just keep in mind.
Due to these unfilled positions, and there are many legal requirements in special education, teachers are forced to frankly break the law every day by being unable to provide the least restrictive environment for their students. And write IEPs based on staffing and not the need of the child.
Just since we brought up housing, and I'm thinking that we had quite a bit of turnover at our school. Of the 3 new staff members, I can think of 3 of our new staff members live with their parents still. be able to afford to live here.
Pass. Go.
I think the one you were, the percentage one, it's for hard to fill positions.
Yeah, sorry, I got distracted. Oh, I might need to say hers again.
Oh, I just was thinking like we were talking about housing
Yeah.
and retention, attraction and teacher compensation and I find it interesting that 3 of our new teachers this year at Roaring Fork High School live with their parents still. And that's how they made the housing situation work for them.
From the 54% thought it was, oh, thank you, okay.
Going back to special education, I was in a meeting where like the student needed occupational therapy and now it's gonna be online. And I was interpreting for the meeting, which I shouldn't have been, but I was because the line wasn't working. And I'm like, how does this work? You know, with occupational therapy and who's gonna be in the room and is this my student is not gonna be getting the same services as somebody that was like in a group. But and I was just like dumbfounded. And I feel like as a teacher, it's like my job to advocate for my families and for my students. And I really couldn't tell them off. I think this is a terrible idea. And I thought if that was my own kid, I would be so upset. And some of our Latino parents aren't as vocal. And I felt like really bad after that meeting. You know, so I don't know where that fits into this, but it just, we need more people to be able to do these services. And what's like, what is the problem? What is happening? Why are people leaving? Is somebody looking into this? What's going on?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, something that was shared related to teacher compensation in the survey. We found that teachers are not, a percent isn't on here, so. I don't think there was a percent, but just that teachers are not being credited for prior teaching experiences appropriately. I've had personal challenges with this. I've talked with other people who have had challenges with this, whether it's like teaching internationally, online, out of the district, out of the state, student teaching. And I'm curious, like, we talked about how calendars were compared with neighboring districts. Is this something we're also comparing with neighboring districts? Because I have heard that different districts compensate differently in Colorado and even some of our neighboring ones and just how are we going to move forward with compensating for that and maybe revisiting that.
Building off of that, I'm at one of the bilingual schools, and so a lot of our staff comes from Latino countries. And in that, a lot of them come with a lot of expertise, 12, 15 years of teaching. And I think that when they move here, I've heard from some teachers that they got 7 years of experience credited, which I think was a guideline with our out of state, out of district. But I've also heard from other teachers that they only got 1 year compensated. And so even though they had 10 years out of country. So to me, there's still this disparity between who's being credited and how much do they get credited, especially coming internationally.
Okay, so I have just kind of clarifying now that we've gone around a whole bunch here. We've got a lot of information. Do we need to keep going in this regard? Because we've got a tremendous amount of information. So
Yeah.
so once you do this and you've laid out this stuff, do we then move on to the next item?
Yes. Turn.
And then we come back in the end and evaluate these and prioritize essentially?
Sometimes we merge. Sometimes we.
Okay. Okay, so does anybody have something that's new that hasn't been shared that needed to be shared there?
I got a couple things on my list that
Please.
one was going back to what, Adam was talking about before, I believe it was Adam, about the dean, well, people have brought up the dean position, and, but that came out of the teacher, pot. And, I spoke to an administrator, school administrator, this fall, who said they were really happy to have their, dean, even though they hadn't asked for one, and that they helped them do a lot of the work that they are in the office. And I thought, okay, why is this person being paid on the teacher salary instead of what's their help? It's great work. And then another one was, another thought I had about unfilled positions, and I know last year we had an unfilled position at, I think it was last year, at GSES, it was like a second grade position last year. Okay, and like I don't think it was ever filled. And I'm just wondering, like, maybe I'm just restating what somebody said, but trying to say it really clearly. If there is a position that has been, it's been determined that it should be filled, yet it hasn't been filled, that money is not being used for anything is my understanding. Maybe I don't understand this, but shouldn't that money for that unfilled but allocated position, shouldn't it be given to the people who are doing that job? And I think you're saying that, but I just want to, I wanted to say that really clearly. And that, well, that could be custodial, like say I think my building is supposed to have 4 custodians and we only have 2, or I don't know what we have, but like, shouldn't they be getting paid double if they're doing double the work? I don't know, maybe that's an ethics question or something like, yeah, maybe it's a solution, but I guess it's more of a question right now from where I'm sitting is, I'd like to know where that money goes and if we have some kind of process for determining where that money is supposed to go, or if it's just supposed to sit there. And I think we have touched on that in years past, and I'm not remembering what the answer is, but I'd like that to be something that's cataloged for posterity's sake. And that was all.
So we good then to move on to the next topic? All right, so now this is subject.
Just a quick clarifying question, we're talking about placement on brand new teacher compensation. Is it my understanding, and I could be learning about it as well, that those agreements and those procedures came from IBB? Is that correct? Okay. And bringing then those agreements and how those new teachers with international experience are placed can be revisited. Okay, thank you.
And so clarifying on your clarifying question, is there policy written somewhere that makes that outlined?
There is a procedure. There's no policy.
Okay, there's a procedure. Okay, great, thank you. All right, who wants to present topic?
We have an interest in appropriately supporting our students with disabilities and meeting our legal obligations by strengthening the recruitment and retention of our special ed staff. Appropriately supporting our students.
I just love it when this happens.
Yeah.
Well, it's like they just like
in a different way.
go together, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it to me, it speaks about how we're all in this together and that we
Yes.
really are determining interests.
Based on the need that all of us.
No.
I heard Adam would jump up and do this, so when he jumped up, I'm like, oh, Adam's gonna do it. Right, I like it.
And good.
Yeah, very good handwriting.
You don't have to wait for me. But if brevity, you said that.
So when we share about this now, I think we should really think, is there something unique and different from what has been said already that relates to this topic that hasn't been said from the point of view of those that are bringing that? What else could be added so we just don't go and rehash all the same things? But are there some different perspectives to this that we hadn't mentioned or thought of in our previous?
Question. Is it, retention, is it? Are there for like staff, like exit surveys or exit meetings that are done, and are we aware of like? When we talk about retention, because I think recruitment and retention are very different, why people are leaving this, what are the motives? And I think we can do that. We don't know if it's necessarily tracked by the job specifically or not, but I just reasons.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that? Do we do exit surveys when a staff member chooses to leave SPED and go into the classroom or switch positions because they might switch, or buildings or things like that, as opposed to just completely moving?
A transfer interview, and no transfer interviews are not taking place.
What about if somebody leaves the district?
Exit interviews are offered via survey, and if someone chooses to have an extended conversation, I always offer that extended conversation as well.
Says we are muted.
No, we're not.
Okay, I'm just doing what it says on the screen.
There we go. Okay.
So there are exit interviews that do happen in the relationship. We're asking for going.
I'm sorry. The original exit survey and that email always offers opportunity to schedule an exit interview if the person wants to take it a step further. And those were in person. Yes, I've had exit interviews with teachers from special education. Yes.
Just out of curiosity, what percentage of people ask for it in person?
A very small percentage.
What percentage fill out the survey?
Very small percentage as well. Maybe out of 70 open positions, we collected 30 responses on the survey last school year. Out of those 30, I did 5 exit interviews. I am not a math person. Math teacher, please, but does that give a better idea?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I ask another question? What do you do with that information?
Yeah, I was just.
That is usually shared with either superintendent or the manager of that, the supervisor of that person. Chief academic officer if needed.
Does that ever come back into play for like strategic planning? Or any of that stuff? Okay. So we will look at that, getting the big.
You'll see that pop as one of our strategic planning priorities, is like a more robust recruitment and retention strategy. That would be based on that kind of data that you're wondering about.
I can add to this.
There is a effective needs teachers, which is the next level from significant support needs teacher, which is what I am, are paid at a higher rate, and the para educators that work in that program are also paid at a higher rate. But SSN teachers, which we were unable to hire.
It's just the parents.
It's just the parents, okay. So the paras are paid at a higher rate. SSN teachers and para educators, glad to know that about the teachers. Are also exposed to the same amount of, I would say a similar amount of aggression, destroying classrooms, hitting, kicking, biting, spitting, threatening to kill, you know, multiple traumas. And I have had somebody from HR advise one of my para educators that if they wanted to make more money, that they should go and work in the AN program. And so, that was pretty insulting and upsetting for me as somebody who's trying to retain those para educators, in a program where they will encounter similar, levels of behavior.
Like from the recruitment standpoint. We knew we'd have 2 positions this year from last year. I have 1 person retiring and 1 person online. So I've been trying to fill 2 positions since last year for this next year. And there's very few people out there. We've found 2. They'd be first year brand new teachers, and it's 100% without housing. And so they're not willing to commit unless they can find housing. And so that is where I am with those right now. And that's like, this is months of looking. It's November, we started in May, and we found 2 people who will have a license. 1 doesn't have a license yet. No, neither doesn't have a license yet. They're finishing their program this year. Great, so they're hard to find, and then they don't have family in the area. So separate from me offering that they could move in with me. That's a major issue. And then I do think, like, if we have to rely on online, there has to be in person. And so if we're going to retain the, I don't know if that's getting into a solution there, we have to address that to retain the in-person people we have. If we have other support positions that are virtual, it doesn't create a bigger workload for the in-person person. That's an issue.
I mean, we considered this as its own topic, and we couched it under the compensation and resource allocation in our conversation, just because that feels like what it is that, like, if there was a way to reallocate resources, that we could make those jobs more, maybe those resources are teacher housing, maybe they're, you know, maybe it's bonus, like getting creative on how we can attract and retain more of those. And, you know, the other thing that came up in our meeting that I think is just close to the hearts of everyone in this room is that these kids are like the most vulnerable people in our whole community, and they're getting short-handed, and that hurts everyone. And you know, and then also on this like legal side, like if we don't take care of it up front, then, you know, we might have to pay in the back end.
Yeah.
For the problems that happen. So this is a really great place for us to think outside the box and what we do.
And I would reiterate that I have a child whose IEP is not being filled. And I know, like legally, if I said that they have to have those services and I hired someone private, it would cost them so much money.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
The big.
Yeah.
We're not going around in the circle right now then, right?
No, we weren't, because I didn't feel that there was going to be a full circle to this one, because we had a lot of stuff and then people started bringing things up. You know, it does sound like there is a lot of information that's been laid out for both these 2 compensation things, and I just don't know how much farther you'd like to go.
I would like to say something.
Okay, we'll go with Rob and then come back.
Oh, sorry.
When we talk about retention, this kind of connects to our interest as well. If you look at data on retention, salary is important. But people also leave their jobs because of their boss or the culture of the organization. And so whatever, if we decide to take this on, I think this committee needs to look at some accountability. Performance evaluation. This sort of role to teachers. Evaluating their investments. At all levels. Building and district.
Okay, Megan, let's do you and then close. You were already talking down in that job.
Okay. I had a question, first of all, about just how do we compare to other districts in terms of sped shortages? I'm curious about if other districts are having the same issues as we are with sped. Also, the question of, we had a number of teachers on our survey, and I've had a number of teachers come up to me and anecdotally say, you know, we should pay people different amounts of money for different positions, whether they're hard to fill or they're doing a different job or whatever. And that's not something that's just happened this year. That's happened years and years and years. We always have people who feel like they should be paid differently than their counterparts. And over the years, it's something that as a group we have resisted because we have generally felt that all of us are doing really hard jobs and that none of us have should be getting paid more because our jobs are hard, because everybody's job is hard. I remember having conversations with a PE teacher who was like, you know, somebody else had said out in like a staff meeting at one time, like teachers don't do as much. And the teacher came to me and they were like, I see every single kid in the school. I know all their names. I have to deal with their behavior. I make it fun for them. Like I do as much work as you do. I'm not in the classroom position like you are, but I do as much work and my work is different. And, you know, I understand that. And I think that it's whichever group it does decide, if we decide to take this on, that we want to think about negating possible unintended consequences if we were to go a route of compensating people differently because they're in a hard to fill position or because they're in a different kind of position. You just said yourself, paras in one position are getting paid more than another, and they're being advised, they maybe have been advised, go to that position, and that's creating a concern for you. Like, think about that if we, as classroom teachers, we're finding out that now people are leaving the classroom teacher position so they can go and work in the special needs positions because they're getting paid more. Now we've created a problem in the classroom teacher positions. Or another thing that we've talked about over the years is like paying people more for their experience or giving them a bonus if they're coming into like a hard to fill position, or you know, saying that, okay, maybe we give them 3 more years of experience or something, but then we realize, well, if we did that, we end up now we're paying people who are first-year teachers more than second-year teachers. Or we're creating these inequities in our system by complexifying the system. And so I think being simple in any kind of solution that we end up going toward, if this is something we take on, and also just trying to remember everybody, that like one decision here can have a domino effect for lots of other kinds of positions, whether it be fewer resources for those positions or, you know, pressures put on different people because of decisions we make. I just think that those are things that we need to remember to do. That, so I guess if you're trying to sum it up. did
I
you
think
get
I got it.
it? Okay.
I was starting really.
You were
Yeah,
saying,
were.
okay,
Good.
me to.
I was gonna talk about the legal obligations in terms of the amount and complexity of our students' IEPs. I think we are seeing this growth in the number of students who we decide need an IEP. And I think Heather might have mentioned that we are assigning them based on staffing needs, or we are doing that based on staffing needs. We're putting off certain IEPs for a couple of years because we don't have the staff to A, write it, B, implement it. The ones that are implemented, we still don't have the time to give those kids, and I feel I guess upset that we're not meeting these kids' needs. That I don't have the capacity, no one has, it feels like no one has the capacity because of the shortage. So IEPs are increasing and they are increasingly complex. And the staffing hasn't kept up with us.
Okay, anybody else got a comment about the card up?
I just wanna say real quick, to echo off of what Rob said, like. You can pay me a lot of money, but there's only 24 hours a day, and I need you to like sleep and pee somewhere in there, and so I think like. Honoring the obscene amount of work that our. It's not, we can pay them 5 times as much as we're paying them teachers, and it's still not gonna help a lot of that situation. So being smart about how we do it, not just going towards the obvious, but really thinking about solutions to how to limit the workload, reduce the workload. So it's not all in all.
And I do think it's all said, not just SSM. And
Yeah,
having
for
just
sure.
in that last bullet. Across the board, because the legal paperwork is so much.
You got that, I know that SSM, that's what it's all said.
Thank you.
You're doing amazing.
So if we have any other comments on this, just put your card up. You're okay, Kenny, I got you.
I just think there's one more additional thing that goes into the SPED teachers. It's like, as regular teachers, you often have parents who are communicating with you. But the amount of communication that happens with this SPED teacher and the parents is that much extra, and it is really above and beyond what a normal classroom teacher gets with that parental bit, maybe except for a preschool teacher actually. But that extra would be a validation for a reason why having some kind of rider or some kind of something else, because there is extra to that position that is outside of the realms of a lot of the other positions.
Thank you, Stacy.
Oh, there we go, Stacy.
Oh, sorry. In terms of the interconnected system of decisions, which are very complex in like thinking of solutions. Anna mentioned this point about transportation, for example, and with the geographic nature of our valley, the difference between a bus route that can go to a particular school and not eliminate an entire bus route, which serves 150 families. And so sometimes like things like that actually factor majorly into some hard decisions in response to shortages of staffing or SSN programming, where to put it, where kids live. And so that's not a solution, it's just a layer, another layer of the story. Just, it's not flippant, like decisions are never linear.
I just wanted to restate that I understand, I think not just me, but teachers, gen ed and special ed teachers understand that unfilled positions can't be filled if people don't apply for them. So you have to come up with creative ways to make those things work. And we're doing it, coming up with creative ways every single day. But it feels at times that there's not maybe the same level of understanding that I get the sense from this team, from the special education department and director, that if you're asking somebody to do extra work, please talk to your executive team about how to either get that special service provider extra money for absorbing students that aren't on their caseload. It feels like there's kind of like very much an us versus them. There's like this entity that the keeper of the information, and we don't really know like what the allocation is for number of students. We think it should be done based on number of IEP minutes because every student is different. And, you know, then we ask, and then, you know, we're told in the moment what the policy is and why, you know, the school psychologist can't be paid more because, well, you know, this is just not part of her job. And I feel like we wouldn't have lost a school psychologist last year if she had been offered a solution. And I think there's money to have offered her a solution to stay. She still works in our district, but she works as a behavior interventionist and not a school psychologist. And we have an online school psychologist. We felt like maybe the director didn't know that was an option or didn't want to give it as an option. Or maybe he asked and it wasn't, and he was told it wasn't an option. Maybe he did ask. But it feels like it should have been an option. I mean, that's a retention that should have happened.
Those are all certified positions as well, right?
Yes.
All of our SSPs are certified, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah.
As a clarifying question, I think to Lindsay's point, we have heard from some of our members who are special service providers that they never can receive tenure in our district. And so I'm just wondering, like, we had a school site. So their lives live a little bit differently, never feeling safe because they never hit that tenure. So I'm just wondering if when we look at retention, if that's a state policy, a district policy, where that comes from and what we can do to help them reach that tenure milestone as well.
I just want to really quickly say that I'm really grateful that this interest is up here because on our list of, I guess, reading survey data for many, many years, I have never seen the amount of not just special education teachers, but gen ed teachers advocating for our students and really saying this is an issue. Like that was the number one comment that we saw was about special education and supporting our students and supporting our teachers.
Well, we're gonna do something about it.
Very good with this particular item. All right.
We have an interest in improving employee health and safety. This is really two big things here. One, we talked about both of them already. But part of this is the PTO policy. We would like to continue the revisions. Started. And the other side of this is health insurance. We feel like we need to explore how this switch providers is going, but I think I might argue with the Autumn. I think our number one comment might have been about the clinic.
Actually.
And so I'm actually gonna start off this interest with the elephant in the room. We brought it up before. This group was told there would still be access to the clinic. That did not happen. And it feels like someone in the room should be able to give us some background about why that happened. And so I think that's kind of what we're looking for before we can really move forward with this. It's what happened.
Is there anyone with that info?
So Marathon runs the clinic in Glenwood. We want to negotiate with them. It's clear they have been looking to renegotiate with CDBG for some time because the rates they were offering us weren't where it offered insurance. Made adjustments to the healthcare plan where your primary care is $0 copay, just like the clinic was. If you go in and you're following a certain, I was given several scenarios, and I'm not gonna go and name them off the top of my head, like essentially free blood draws, free work, like free, all these things are free.
It's not diagnostics.
It's not free.
It's
That's
diagnostics.
why I'm,
It costs money, yeah. So, yeah.
and so I think those are questions we can get, like, how can you build that into the plan? We have a ton of flexibility. We can add stuff mid-year. We can take time to evaluate that next year. Those are things we can do. So it helps to know, like, hey, here are the things that we're really missing out on. It's not just access, because now every primary care should act like it's free. It helps to know here are the other things we can add. Make sure that
Thank you. The whole switch over to the new insurance did not go smoothly. And the teacher representatives here, we found ourselves trying to field these questions. Answers to them. And we felt like we lost a lot of trust of our constituents, because we didn't have those answers. So I appreciate that, and it sounds like that also provides some options for solutions moving forward, because that is part of our interest, is kind of exploring how this new insurance provider is working and doing.
It's interesting, like, that we were talking about implementation earlier, and just being a part of this process, I think it's interesting because this group determines like what we call our best hopes. But I feel like it lays on you guys a little bit more, the implementation, and like how can we be a part of that? But like, what happened aside from the healthcare like situation was that like we agreed to something and then it changed after we agreed to it. And so I would just say, like, for the integrity of IBD in the future, like, if the agreement then comes up against a barrier that makes it impossible to activate that agreement, then that should come back to this group in the future, hopefully, instead of it just being an executive decision that we're gonna go with this, even though we know you guys, we had this whole conversation. Because that's where there was just this like strange feeling of betrayal where we told our people in our building, don't worry, like that part of it is safe. And then it went away. And like we had to eat that even though we weren't a part of that like at all. And I'm not saying that like that there was definitely no malintent, and I know like insurance in whatever capacity is madness trying to deal with that. I'm just saying, like, from the point of view of this group, like if that were to happen again where we decide something that it becomes impossible, we need to bring it back to the whole group and that communication, regardless, like whatever has to happen to make that happen. I think that's. Does that make sense?
Sorry, I was just gonna say, like, if we're just clearly communicated, hey, listen, we couldn't open up the clinic because of this.
Right, things
Then
change.
we could tell everybody, but I told my whole staff, the CBT, I'm like, they told me to my face, it would not close.
Yeah.
Grace, it's closed. And I'm just like, and then I sound so incompetent. You know, so I think a lot of things can be solved just with clear communication.
Yeah.
Clear communication. Hey, you're not gonna get your insurance cards. Let's let everyone know. It just, things need to be clearly communicated. Teachers get a million emails every day. We're okay with getting emails for the summer. We're okay getting emails during break, when it is our healthcare. You know, when it directly affects our health. Like, we wanna know. That's the only thing.
I have a question on, I want to ask about the timeline you were talking about, Nathan, like, so you guys were talking with CEBT, or not, I'm sorry, Marathon Health. When were those conversations happening?
When kind of right up through July 1st, that stuff was all being put in place. More we negotiated, we also explored, everything Health explored with Mountain Fan, that just wasn't a viable option. So making the tweaks against that, everybody had access to the same free clinic care, but at a place of your choice, not you must go to this place to get the free benefit. Go to your doctor at Basalt, at Willis, Carbondale, well, right, Denver, or wherever to get that same care. And so it wasn't.
I think there's one miscommunication. People don't love the free clinic because it was free. That was a nice piece of it. People loved the clinic because they knew how to treat teachers. They could fit you in whenever they needed to. You could make same-day appointments. They could hand you the prescription and you could walk out the door. You didn't have to like go here and then go here and then go here. So yes, it was nice that was the free part of it. But what was really nice is they cater towards teachers. And that right there, we don't have. So that's why I wanted to just clarify that. Because it's not about the free part. It's about the clarification. One, had we been able to talk about it, like had we known, I would have definitely loved to have told you that. But I found out it was closed in a letter that I happened to be home for during my summer travels that said, you have a week and a half to change doctors and change your prescriptions, and then you will have no longer have access to this plan. And that is, I think, where the frustration came from teachers of like, what if I was traveling? What wasn't I here? Now I got to figure out how to move my prescriptions around and where to go to and how to do that. And it's a lot of work already. And then when you have such a short time frame, that was where it got really stressful.
To piggyback on that, on top of the fact that they knew how to treat teachers, it didn't affect us having to take a whole day off, which is now affecting our sub usage. Also, the doctors in the valley, they're a limited resource and they're filling up and they can't take everybody. So people are now having to take a full day off to go see a primary care in Rifle or Grand Junction, where when we had the clinics, they would pop you in and out in your 45-minute planning period, or before school or after school, and we didn't up the sub rate, which was what we're doing. I mean, people are having to take up a whole day for a 1-hour appointment that we didn't have to do. And that impacts every single teacher in the building, covering subcommittees, admin having to jump in. So it's so much more than it was just free. It was I want to say like the one true resource that knew a teacher's life. And we love our primary cares if we can get them, but they're booked out 6 months in advance. You think you have strep throat, you don't know when you're getting in or how long you're staying at home because you can't get in like you could at CBT. Sometimes it's a little hard to get in for strep.
It was just around the CEBT clinic, and Nathan, I think I might have just missed this. That was a deal with Marathon Health. And they were the one making this deal together.
So Marathon contracts, right, they run the clinic for the healthcare provider, they contract with, in this case, Willis Towers Watson. Represents.
So it was
try to run Think Health, try to run the same by them, and they were like, they basically said Marathon seemed thrilled they were willing to negotiate because they could charge like market. Like, what a free clinic actually costs us, opposed to whatever. And their draconian cost that. they're using.
Was that of its cost?
Yeah.
Okay,
So something like $2 million.
okay. So we don't think that we'll ever be able to negotiate that back in?
But it'll increase.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, I got sick during Thanksgiving and I didn't have the clinic, so I called Roaring Fork Physicians. I was on hold for 12 minutes. No one ever got to me. So then I like drove myself over there, waited, and I have an appointment, I think December 11th. So, I mean, I feel much better. But-
Yeah.
And it's not a doctor, it's like a nurse practitioner.
Yeah, and then to kind of piggyback, this is my 7th year in the district. Because of the clinic, I've never had a primary care provider, like, so this whole like having to like shop around, like, when is that supposed to happen? So it hasn't, so I hope I don't know where I go, I guess emergency room, like, honestly, I don't know, like.
And because of that, like, you can't get mammograms, you can't. get
No,
your
yeah,
pap
any of
smears, so-
my what is it, preventative
Preventative.
care, none of my preventative care is happening.
I would just like to speak about our process, and I think going around in the circle is I think it allows us to hear everybody's voice. I do have something that I'd like to say that I think that we should, if we can, I'd like to go back to that.
Stop. And so we kind of got, I was about to say we're gonna start at 9 and then other parties going up. It also, I'm not sure if we're sharing interests here or if we're just sharing our challenges that we have. And we know that it sounds like to me, this is a very challenging process that's gone on with this change. And that an insurance committee needs to figure out ways in which to address these challenges. So we can continue on in a circle. And we're trying to get at particular concepts that the committee could then utilize in their work. Correct?
Clarifying question on that. Are we talking about? Are we doing a round just on CDBG or are we gonna start doing a round on the PTO policy and exploring health insurance? Okay.
And so we'll just deal with all of those kind of jumbled together. Okay, so we would like to begin sharing information about the PTO. What was the other thing that you said?
Health insurance in general and then. And then the CEBT one.
It's okay to improve teacher staff health and safety, right?
I can start. My grandmother passed away a month ago and I got to spend a week with her before she passed, and that was half of my paid time off. I now have 5 days left. I had to take a day, to go to the funeral, and so now I've got 4 days, and so all of that is sick leave. All of that has been, is that paid time off. If I were to get COVID, if I were to get strep, if I were to get anything like that, then I have to. Okay. So I have multiple coworkers that's already happened to as well. They now have no more time off. It's all now sick leave, and so they cannot take any personal days at all.
Yeah, and to piggyback on that, I had COVID and I also know people who think they had COVID and they didn't test. Because they didn't want to have to take the mandatory 5 days off. And I just don't think that's the best policy for our kids in our community. I think like I found out some of my kids in my class actually got COVID, and I'm like, I hope I didn't give it to you. They were like, no, I think we got it from a cousin, but like, I hope it wasn't me, because I know I was there without, before I found out. So I wanted to talk about something that is a specific health issues, without talking about the specific health issues, because there's the world right there. But so I have a specific, I'm at a high risk for a specific, health concern. And, Nathan, and the only reason I'm bringing this up is because Nathan, you said we could renegotiate certain things, and, I've been trying to get like the reading that I need to get done covered under our insurance. Our old insurance wouldn't cover it and our new insurance still wouldn't cover it. And I called the state health board and they said, what, your insurance doesn't cover it, it should be covered, it's mandated to be covered, and then they said, what plan do you have? And I told them, and they were like, oh, you're a privately funded plan. We can't do that. And so I wonder if there are things that, like the thing that I need to be screened for, that, should be covered under like state mandated plans or federally mandated plans that are not, because we're privately funded. And I only know about this one issue because it particularly affects me, but I wonder if there are other things like that that we should be looking at, for the health and safety of all of our, like, I should be screened for this thing, we can go here and never can afford it. So, someday I might be gone earlier because I never could get screened for it.
Well, yeah, I'm just wondering about the private funding. Aren't we a public institution? I guess I probably don't understand. Okay.
Could you clarify that?
Okay, yeah, so,
Self-funded.
Self-funded is what you gotcha. Yes, I have multiple teachers in my building when we had the great COVID outbreak of October, November 2023. That did not test and came to school, definitely probably having COVID. Because they didn't want to be in that situation with their PTO. So just feels like they're like, am I understanding this correctly? Why does it have to be this way? That you have to use your PTO before you can use any accumulated sick leave when you're sick. So I'm wondering if that's something that could be clarified sooner than March. Because I think that, we all have presumed positive intent. We want everybody to be able to take their sick leave when they're sick. So it seems like that's kind of like a glitch in the matrix.
Okay.
I think on here, something that's come up a lot in my building in conversation is about like unused time. And like, as it's written currently, like you have to work so many years or whatever at the district to ever even be paid out if you're leaving the district or retiring or whatever for that. And so in a way, it feels like it's incentivizing, just because we have such a high turnover, it feels like it's incentivizing taking all of your time. Because, you're not ever gonna see it, like, there's no reason to not do it. I mean, of course, people are gonna have to cover for you, but that's happening regardless of whether you take your time or not. So, and I've also heard that when they get emails that they're gonna have to cover if they were already on the edge of gonna take that next day, that's it. Like, that was the final thing to push people over to say, you know what, this is the 4th time in the last 2 weeks that I've been asked to cover. I'm not feeling that great. I'm not gonna come in.
I don't know if IBB is the insurance committee or that's a different insurance committee, but I do think that the timeliness of being able to get access to healthcare. I have otherwise, like, the companies have been fine and stuff, but similarly, because I can't get an appointment, I haven't been able to fill a prescription for weeks. Makes me very anxious. So, and it's just timing, right? It's just, there's nobody available. So I would reiterate that, like, that's an issue with it. It's otherwise been, for my family, it's not been prohibited or anything about that, but it's not, you can't get access when you need it.
Yeah, so I wanna echo like what they were saying, like in my building, 4 people have had COVID. The rest of us that got sick refused to test. Because we're like, we're not, I'm like, well, we have to go to work, because we're not gonna be using our time off, there's no recovering, we're not doing it. So that's that, and then one of my, somebody emailed me about, getting a bill for $250, because they're not doing the diagnostic blood tests. And she needed that in order to fill her prescription, so that's happening, and trying to get it places. But, our valley is just growing and growing and growing, and there's not more doctor's offices coming up. So it's a problem.
Yes.
Um,
For the PTO, I think something that I've been concerned with, besides what has already been said, I think we just need to rework our PTO policy, if it's very clear. Something I would like to bring up, I brought it up last year, but getting frontline for some system where we can see our absences, where we can request subs, where we can email those subs. Where I can see, oh, today I do have it off, because yesterday I got real anxious that my building, front desk person. I can't remember, secretary, thank you. Whatever, I was like, did she even get it? Cause she was gone that day. Does she know that I'm gone? Does my principal know that I'm gone? Who is my sub? And that just fills me with a lot of anxiety when I do so much to prepare for being gone. I'm still anxious that like, do they even know I'm gonna be gone? So I would really like us to look at some sort of system where we could be in charge of our own
Absence management.
absence.
On PTO policy, part of the motivation for the changes that we did make, dropping the distinction between personal and sick, was it teachers were feeling like they essentially had to lie, get a day off if they had used personal days. At that point, had something come up where they needed another personal day. They were calling it sick, really sick. And so that put teachers in a position they didn't want to be in. And so losing that distinction was supposed to eliminate that, but in the policy, some of the remnants of the old policy are still there, where a reason needs to be provided to the administrator, and some administrators enforce that more than others. Some building administrators have even taken that to the extreme where they're like grilling teachers about why they're taking time off. What are they doing with that time? Teachers want to be treated like professionals. They don't want to explain to someone, the boss, why they need the time off. Maybe there are people that abuse that sort of policy, but I think the great majority of people who are asking for time off, I mean, you've heard it here, like, I hate being out of the classroom because it's more work for me to miss time. And so, I think this policy needs to reflect the teachers are professionals. If they need time off, just give them the time off. Don't demand a reason why. Because there are certain leaders who will make teachers very uncomfortable. And we saw that in survey comments. There are administrators who are essentially telling their teachers, don't take time off. And that raises my ire as a leader of teachers. It's about the most polite way that I can. Good job.
Clarification wise, if the school district is following a particular board policy around leave. I believe I saw that near where so there is a leave policy.
Yes.
To clarify, we worked on trying to fix that last year to make us more professional feeling. And it didn't exactly pan out. Now, I think there's been more issues than benefits. I think it's affecting trust within teachers and principals greatly. We're hearing that a lot. And like to Rob's point, teachers don't want to have to lie. They want to be able to be truthful and to say, I need a day off, but they're back to having to lie because of certain principles. It also puts us back in a sub situation again. That was another reason we did it. We wanted teachers to be able to say 2 weeks in advance, I need this day off, and have 2 weeks to look for a sub. Now we have teachers calling in the morning of again and putting us back in that coverage and sub situation again. So we just really need to work on revamping this and creating a policy where teachers can take off the time they need to be whatever they need to be that day. And in terms of the insurance part, we're hearing a lot about where prescriptions were really covered well with CEBT and not so much now, especially like long care diabetics. I'll speak, I have a child who's on life-saving medicine, and my cost tripled with this new insurance because of the way that it's done versus when you had CEBT. So I think in both incidences, both PTO and the insurance, we had a lot of unintentional consequences that we now need to clean up the mess.
So for my clarification, was this district once under CEBT?
Yeah.
And now you've chosen to be self-funded? Right.
Were we self-funded before though? I think technically under CDBT, we were self-funded too, because I made my phone call. We were still under CDBT and yeah, we were self-funded.
There's concerns with teachers who have gone through the process of getting PTO approved far into the future. They're trying to be proactive and make sure their classes will be covered. But now they have concerns. What happens if they get sick before that happens? So does that mean that their leave gets canceled because now they've used all their leave for sick time instead of being given access to their accumulated sick leave?
I've had a lot of questions at my school just because PTO policy has been turbulent, just if there's like one place they can look to see what the policies are, it's hard, it's just not easy to find. If there was just a place where people could go to understand it better.
Ask.
I've heard a lot of concerns about, time off requests being denied or, teachers having to compete, for certain days, especially in the spring. Things get really busy, and my niece might be graduating on the same weekend that somebody's nephew's getting married, so that creates a lot of discord, between coworkers. And, we have been told that if we can somehow find our own subs, we have a greater chance of getting our day off. So if you've lived in the community for a certain amount of time, you might have an advantage, but what if you're a new teacher? You need a day off too. So I think we need a little more equity.
Hi, Lauren, and I remember the intention that Rob just mentioned from last year to make teachers accountable and to make teachers, well, I have now this, talking about PTO, I have additional days to take better care of my needs. And if now the result is teachers is still lying, if teachers, the idea was to stop that lying, well, I use all my personal days, I'm gonna lie, I'm gonna call in sick that day. If teachers are still lying now, and I don't know if that is the case for not to avoid getting tests because they don't want to use their PTO. So no matter what our intention, it wasn't easy. It did not work that well.
So can I
It-
clarify?
Yeah, of course.
So because there are still a lot of restrictions in the PTO policy, so if. This actually happened.
You can
Sort
use
of.
me, Rob. I was really confused about the policy and told people they couldn't take days off because that's my understanding from being, what I was given.
But in
And it
terms
makes, it makes it really
of
uncomfortable.
why teachers are lying for a day, if. There's a restriction on, like, if there's a Monday off for President's Day. You are not supposed to be able to take the Friday before. Because that extends your holiday weekend. That's one of the restrictions that's in place. And so instead of. Saying, hey, I'm gonna be gone that Friday. Even if they have personal days, they're not gonna ask for them because they know that they'd be denied because of the restrictions in the policy. So instead, they wait till the morning of and call in sick. Even though they've known for a month that they're gonna be gone.
But we did away with that.
And I think we got away with that. Now, the policy reads, teachers are encouraged not to, but there is. The actual restriction used to be, you'll get docked that day if you take it. And those docks went away. No one is getting docked if they have a time off. So that restriction was loosened. We're still asking of, if you can avoid taking that, please do, because probably 10 other teachers in your building want to take that same extra Monday to have an additional travel day, something along that. But the restriction was loosened.
Nice, Graham.
Okay.
Go for it.
And actually, I don't know if I have anything new to add, but yeah, I think that's where we left it squishy. Was, it was, I think, in the building administrator in consultation with HR. And so every building had different situations, so maybe Lindsay has 8 people asking for that Friday off, and I have 1 person, and I can accommodate it, but Lindsay can't accommodate 8. And so that's where it got complicated. And I think that's what we need to clean up. And Rob, your point, we've been talking about trust, and I think we all want to trust that our teachers want to be in the room. And maybe there are a small minority of teachers who that's not their first priority. And we want to make policies not about that, but we still need a tool to address that. And if we could work on that, that's great.
I'm conscious of like the policy piece of the PTO that needs to be cleaned up, and also I think, and this gets to maybe the theme that we were talking about with implementation, is like another tool that I think maybe we're underutilizing in understanding the dynamics is that like the board will approve policy, right? But then we often write procedures. And it really feels like on this one especially, we needed a procedure of more granular on the how. And so I guess I just love to really think through that, like, we're not done until the work is done, like, let's take it through, a procedure. Unless it's something that's so like, this is a financial procedure that lives within that department of how stipends are gonna be processed. Like, okay, fine, let finance figure that out, but when it's something this complex, I think it would be really helpful to have a clear policy and a robust procedure. And then the only other, I think, piece that I think a team working on this should look at is, I've definitely received a lot of appeal requests from folks who are saying, look, I have a surgery, it's gonna take 5-10 days, and I have a wedding I have to go to, can I appeal this policy? Right, that's the process that comes to me. And we've been citing, like, kind of using as precedent, the sick leave banks practices around, you can use up to 4 and then dip in. And so I've been addressing those appeals using that precedent. And so I just think it's worth looking at as we're trying to clean up that policy to say, does that work? Because it certainly seems like a reasonable response when we've gotten appeals in the last 5 months.
Yeah, I don't have any.
I guess the only thing I just wanna add is. How can we try as best we can to have what happened last year? I'm going back to the clinic for a second, when we were told. We're good, we're at the clinic, we got it, we all made it, we made the consensus, and then part of that decision was removed. How can we ensure this doesn't happen? Because I want the integrity of this group. One thing I love about being part of this group is that it really is for people that want to do what's best for our district. And so how do we stop that?
Kind of question, do we provide staff members can staff members opt out of the insurance?
Yeah.
And if so, do they get any kind of benefit financially from that? Because like, that's part of our financial benefit we get, it's a certain amount of money every month toward our health insurance. Should we look at doing that, or should we not?
Yes. I just wanna bring up everybody's talking about paid time leave off with sick and COVID, and I also think part of like why this has been such a rough year with this is that it's for funds for COVID, like, is gone too. Like, we just need to, that's a big part of the equation here as well, that we just really haven't talked about, but it's very much at work. And so, maybe thinking about, government funded programming or whatever, like just planning in the future, so that we're not where we are right now. We're going, oh my gosh, we're in the deficit with sick time because this entity that used to pay for this when we got COVID isn't anymore. Just, I don't know, around healthcare and safety, and hopefully we don't have another different COVID, but if that were to happen in the future, we just really need to pay attention, like proactively and planning ahead when we know the funds are gonna go away. Like what can we do as a district to plan to be proactive so that when ISRA went away, that we weren't where we are right now? Like, how could we have, I don't know, organized funds in a way that could have allowed this not to happen the way it did? Where teachers are having to use their own sick time for COVID and mandatory having to stay home and people not testing and everything else.
Yeah, I think something just to explore, if this is something picked up, is the other ESSER funded position that'll go away with the health aides in the schools after this year. And so then tends to fall in front office and admin to deal with kids who are getting sick during the day as well. We have some weird medical things this year that I guess we still have the nurses, we can call them in, but just, I do think that's gonna be a little bit of a gap as well in how we're providing supports. And I think anytime teachers have I feel strongly about student facing positions, and sometimes they're not classroom, like those permanent subs or these health aides, they also relieve certain burdens on teachers. But otherwise, we had a kid having a seizure in the fall that we did, right? Being able to, myself and the health aide go and deal with that, and then let the teacher who was there with the kid go back to class, it's really important. But otherwise I would have needed to keep a teacher there with me because we would need two people. So like some of those, I think that might be part of this if we're exploring that. And then I do think they just need clarity with paid time off. Like, I really hate being put into a position where I don't know if I'm supposed to say yes or no. It's like, I think we had totally unintentional conflicts with teachers denying days off because we just didn't understand what we were being told, or what should or shouldn't happen, or what was going to happen. And it took me a long time to get clarity. Now I think it's okay. I think it comes back to a communication piece again of like, you really need to know what things are exactly, so we can communicate them, anyone who's like frontline communicating it to teachers. Maybe we need role play, I don't know. You need to be clear.
I just like had a question about like how many active guest teachers we have. Cause that's like the problem with the PTO, right? It's like not being able to fill for teachers. And then I have a friend that is a guest teacher and I was like, oh, we didn't have 4, like substitute teachers. And she's like, well, nobody called me. She's like, I was gone. So I don't know like the whole process, behind the whole thing. Cause there is somebody out there that is willing to come and for whatever reason, there's a lack of communication and I don't know what that lack is.
Yes.
I think I'm like supporting the quest for clear procedure. Regulations, I think that's where things get really muddy. And I think it'll force us as a group to like really like play out scenarios. What does this mean? Because what I can support Lindsay with another admin is I don't think anyone likes the conversation of your reason more important than someone else's. And I think everyone hasn't just like all of you around here, like it is hard for you to wait for the class because you don't need to speak difference in like sort of this to the kids. And then when as a school leader grappling with the whole school outside of the class and trying to negotiate that is really hard. So what I have heard from administrators is it's hard when the discretion actually and flexibility now since we get administrator versus like, hey, it's in black and white and in writing like this flow chart that and I just want to like say I don't think anyone likes to be in a position and so having something clearly right now remove that person from process.
I would like to, I think Alicia brought up earlier about the waiting to get paid out. It's feeling like is not an incentive anymore for teachers to stay in the classroom. I think we should look at increasing the rate that teachers are paid out in addition to when they get paid out.
For unused pay.
For unused,
Yes.
yep.
Just to clarify.
One of the reasons that we explored changing insurance providers in the first place was because that was identified as one of the 3 factors that were limiting teacher salaries. So we had already addressed the bill levy. We had already addressed student teacher ratios. And so health insurance was that 3rd factor. And so as this group explores how this switch is going, if we are realizing some cost savings, we need to make sure that goes towards saving teachers of the district employees.
I think piggybacking off what you said there, Rob, we have to look at the other side of the coin too. That if we're saying we want these other things and it's gonna cost more, then that could be taking a bite out of the salary increase. On the other hand. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is it seems like last year, my recollection is this is like our last thing that we sort of like got bogged down on and we went through with it and didn't maybe get the time that it deserved at the end. We just need to use that as a precaution this year as we're moving forward to making sure we're just not biting off more than we can and then biting off and then getting bit. And so I think we just need to be careful on making sure if we're doing something, we're being thorough with it. We had that conversation earlier, like schedule more time, figuring out how to come back to it.
I guess I would just like to offer some empathy for the admin who are trying to find these subs who don't exist. And I know that you would give us the time that we need easily because thanks for trying.
Yes.
Yeah, in the spirit, like what you just said, Kenny, I think that we all have to be able to own our mistakes in here, and I was definitely on board with this 10-day thing. I was like pushing it through. And here we are, on the other side, and.
You thought it was a good idea at the time.
Yeah, like, it's okay. Yeah. It's okay for us to say, like, my bad, I feel that didn't work out the way I thought it was going to, and then we just keep working to try to fix it, and just also to acknowledge that there is a bit of a catch-22 here, which is that we as teachers, like, we want to be treated as professionals and be able to take days when we need them. Also don't like covering when there's not enough people in the building. And those two things can't both happen. So we either have to get okay with that or find the third solution, right? Which is dramatically expanding the sub pool or, something. But we just have to be mindful of like, when you act, like, this is what I've learned, right? Incorrect judgment from last year, is that if you ask for something, like, there's gonna be something else that you gotta give up. So, those two things are tricky, right? We either have to take the days we want and be willing to cover, or limit the days and not have to cover much, or find a third solution.
Pass.
Okay, let's just popcorn real quick if you've got anything, all right?
That one that came up.
Okay.
I haven't spoken things, I don't really know much about this, but it's something someone else brought up in the survey with the Family Leave Act. And maternity or like parental leave. I don't know if we have separate or different stipulations because of being public education system or district, but I do know when I started teaching in this district at 22 out of college, I was told by all my coworkers, if you ever want to have a child, do not take a sick day. Do not take a PTO day. Because the old policy was that they would roll over. And I was like, well, that's silly. Like, of course I'm gonna have to take days when I need them. But with, I think currently we get 5 weeks, that's what this says. I don't know if that's, I don't know.
5 and 7.
Which like, I'm not a mother, I haven't had a child, but I think one day I probably will have a child. And I would want more than that time. And my understanding is there are certain laws happening in the United States to protect and provide more time. And I know that we aren't necessarily following those. And, legally, I know that there's more going on that I don't understand, but that is something other people have brought up as well.
Okay, Begonia, you have some clarification on that, or you got?
Clarification, as a public system, we had the option to opt out of family. Family will work very similar to how unemployment would work. The funds would not come from the school, the funds will come from Colorado government. And you get those funds, obviously, we all as workers would have to fund that fund by increasing withholding on your salaries. But that was one of the reasons why we decided to opt out. We looked at what every other school district as well in Colorado were doing, and most school districts were opting out, trying not to increase when withholding more on your paychecks, so every employee paychecks. And just clarify, yes, 5 weeks paid for 5 or 7 for the birthing parent, 2 for the non-birthing parent, and the non-birthing parent could also add another 2 weeks from their sick time, making it truly 4 weeks paid time away. FMLA will always cover you for 12 weeks of absence. Well, it will protect your job for those 12 weeks, no matter what. Does that help answering partially?
Okay, anyone else with the card? All right, I think we need a break. So it's 55, let's say we try to come back at 5 after. Great.
We're not gonna get.
But they're. What things are?
Oh. That's why I go down to the like. I saw that, I was like, oh. That's, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for doing that.
Moving something.
Yeah. Absolutely. Oh, we're back.
Yes.
When you have, yeah.
If you have the option to be paid throughout that time
Yeah.
using that.
Just to be clear.
Yes.
If you have the dates, you're allowed to use. Right.
So like, yeah.
Only 5 for.
Everything in the field is good.
We already turned 6.
4 of those
Don't.
with a new PTO
Yeah.
for teachers. If you did not use your 10,
Yeah.
4 will go out.
Yeah.
And the other 6 will roll as 6.
So max, it's accrued for your.
Rolling,
Yeah.
which was exactly the same before, 6 and 4.
Right.
So basically, master. For a year. 6 years and so on.
And never takes it.
No, you still, you used to.
You haven't been here for. Oh, really, because we don't
Yeah.
differentiate,
Yeah.
right? You can only take the board interest. That's all.
You got worked out. Because we started young and then this is a little bit later.
I don't.
I feel like I never took sick days. Where
And that's why they, because I was young, they were like, started saving now. I was 22, I was like, I don't know, like, I don't
Every year, you still get.
It hasn't been.
I wasn't excited for it to, language, I was just saying, well, look at the mayor.
Yeah, no, you have work for.
Yeah. So tell me about your.
Yeah, so, and then, yeah, my mom.
Oh.
Like.
49.
Very.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, great.
Course,
Yeah.
typically, a mile and a quarter to fuel, that was the nerd part.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Yeah,
then so
so,
after the
oh,
first lap, however long it goes, and they decide how many miles you're gonna do.
Okay.
Things like road race. Oh, it's not.
Okay, yeah.
Epic factor.
Okay.
And then.
And
you're
the reality
on
is,
third.
you're gonna get
Sand and mud. And
Oh, and.
You gotta get off and run upstairs. Or run over there.
Oh, yes. The number of times my friends had to come, like, leave their work.
Well, and I, you can't plan it out, like, so like, even though when
Hey,
it
right
makes
past
sense
for
for your
kids to be able to
schedule,
live
you're
in
just like, sure,
office.
whatever day, like, sure,
Parents
just
pick
pick
them
me
up.
up, so I'll, like, you can't have any input because it's
The other
like
thing
such
about this is
low.
where the rest are.
Low.
These minutes.
Yeah.
And I used it,
Don't have the option.
Oh.
I used it a couple times.
Yeah.
but, it seems like.
So there you got more than 10 days. You know, in the whole day.
And now I'm looking under my.
Yeah, that's like my clinic, I never got that, I don't even know. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, I think
They're short.
yeah, I haven't seen them.
So, yeah, we just. Staked out.
Yeah, and off you go.
That's actually.
Right, right.
You're like, you're in
No, no, well, no, I did see it.
Right, that would be different. Okay.
But yeah, it's the same. Yeah.
I mean, with a lot of things, they're going.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of you. Admin, servers, webhead, everybody loved them at all times and every single thing they did.
Well, and like my situation is like.
Well, the thing is that they're used to playing where they prefer me to go.
Yeah.
I'm like the person that was like for a minute, like I don't like write the project and I left like I left the message. I made the message because like that's coming back, you got referred or whatever. Get that, yeah. It's just been sitting in there for like, you know, like it's been. I never got it. Like saying, so I think it's obvious though, because I can't be something gets it. Yeah, which means that I'm probably 6 months after, so then it's like I probably could call now, like get it for the. Year. Yeah.
Okay, so that's where I go. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
So.
So how many more?
Some more sugar.
To finish it. Well, that's it.
Yeah. And they get.
Smaller sugar, but at least it breaks down different areas. That's me for knowing I'm like stuck on this side, got a muscle that's just locking, I can't turn my head. I just keep rotating.
Rotated your full body.
I thought I was fine, but apparently not.
I realized half the meeting, I'm facing the table, but I'm looking at you, so my neck is like, no, I need to, no.
Which side? House.
1 minute, 1 minute.
Stop one. Yeah, it's just get back. Maybe it's gonna be first. Yeah, they've been practicing, but yeah, the first turn. He had this knee surgery. Which ended up being more. Really, no. It's being worse.
Second biggest book fair. With people she works with, yeah.
I mean, I just feel like, I wish there was probably like large. Like, actually, like, if you think of, like.
See you out there. I'll be out there.
Very.
I don't know, and I know we're talking about. I also. Like, you make it bring in the. Right, the food shop. One team of clinic, because they do. Really.
All right, so
Yeah. Like general.
we're ready now to move back to the admin team to share a particular topic.
That starts or after.
They should build a campfire in the middle of the.
Bring it.
There we go. Well, it works. Well, it works anyways. That really grows.
Let's long marshmallows there.
Yeah.
Roast from here.
All right. So do we need Hannah to share or can?
Oh, that was.
Because wasn't the improved teacher, staff, health and safety brought up?
Fireplace assessment.
Yeah.
Last year I put it behind us. It worked out too, Megan got me one. If you ever doubt the power of IBB, just to remind you that last year it happened to come up a jacuzzi for the BES administration and it came through thanks to Megan.
Yeah, I bought him a jacuzzi.
Yeah.
I did. I did.
It's this big.
Like your pinky fits in
Ken and Barbie fit just fine.
Lindsay has the next.
Yeah.
Okay.
the next.
Yeah, so I'm trying, to figure out how to increase the equity of teacher workloads. It's hard for me to speak to it at all the levels, but at the secondary level, I would speak to it in the sense of like, total number of preps, total number of students, total and variety, yeah, of separate preps and then class sizes. And which is class sizes / total number of students. So, yeah. So we definitely have teachers who are concerned about the number of kids in their classes versus the number of kids in other classes and wondering about how to right size those workloads and when does, it's not absorbing another class, but if a program is exceptionally popular and they're running with a lot more kids than anybody else, like what is there like an implication of needing more learning time or needing more support? So it's a tough one. And then I think that does probably lead over into what we've talked to a little bit about as well, about like, and then do they have to cover other people? So like if you have 4 preps versus 2 preps, should you be asking the person with less preps first to give up a planned period to cover versus the person that's trying to say it, versus the person, who's trying to prep for more classes, different classes. Those are some of the.
From a teacher perspective, I think this is a really solid interest for all the reasons that you brought up. At our school, we increased by, I think, over 100 students from this time last year. And we were not staffed for that. And so everybody's caseload has gone significantly up as far as how many, chairs you need in your room and whether people have to sit on counters or, and then in the science world, it becomes a safety issue when you're above 30 with things like hydrochloric acid fire. So, which both are regularly used in a chemistry class I teach. So, I guess I definitely would be interested in examining this because I also know that there are other teachers in our same building when I'm teaching over 30 with hydrochloric acid required, who have like 7 in a class. And that's in the same exact building. And so, and yeah, it's just, it doesn't feel like you said right size or, you know, equitable.
Okay.
There are teachers in my building at the elementary level that are asked, the teachers that have less preps are asked to help cover when a sub is unavailable or a need arises, and they seem to do so willingly. But I think that they often get many more duties, like recess duty, lunch duty, than their counterparts, and that feels inequitable.
Can you clarify, duties are assigned to who?
Uh,
Or more duties are assigned to?
More duties are assigned to the teachers with less preps. So like some teachers might have like 7.
This brings me back to a comment I made earlier about different compensating different positions differently. And when you first said that, Lindsay, I thought about, well, special ed classrooms can be smaller. And so, it's sort of kind of saying the opposite. If we're just looking at numbers only, and then I was thinking about, you know, my PE teacher I talked to, and, you know, like, their argument was, you know, I see every kid in the school, I know everybody, I deal with all the behavior, every 5 days I see them, all this, and, it's just, I guess I'm thinking about the can with all the worms in it right now. And was wondering about how, maybe I'm jumping ahead to trying to come up with solutions, I guess, or options, and I shouldn't maybe be at this point, and I'm not trying to be judgmental. I guess my question, I'm trying to make a question here, I'm just like, how would we, I'm wondering how we would go about addressing something like this equitably from like a lot of different positions.
I struggle when teaching becomes competition of who's suffering the most, and I would hate for it to turn into that. There is a reason I'm not a language arts teacher, I do not like to grade all of those essays, but science teachers a lot of prep work, it's a lot of material management, it's a lot of upfront work, and so, I mean, each job has its own part. And so I just caution us into putting a money factor on that. So.
And we do think of that, and like you're putting more kids with more children. Some of it is like, should we stop at a certain point? Like you can't put more kids than this in a class too. Yeah, like, sorry, that's not offered right now. That's too many.
Well, but you can do that in high school, you can't do that in middle school. Or elementary. I mean, 6th grade science teacher, I gotta come.
Not to be a spoiler, but this does connect to the next interest on our list, which is about teacher time. And I think time, you know, groups into like number of preps and protected plan time, and maybe your class size as well, because that all does affect your time. And I mean, what you're talking about is going to be so tricky. I agree with what you said, Autumn, like, you know, carrying the degree of suffering. Like, yeah, like my job now, I have a I have smaller class sizes. Than I did at Roaring Fork. But at Roaring Fork, I taught 6 classes every 2 days, and I had 2 preps, so I had 6 lessons to prep for every week. Now I teach 4 different classes every day. So I have 20 lessons to prepare for every week, but they're much smaller groups of kids. I mean, my class sizes are still similar, but only half of them come. And I don't, and they're bigger too, like that's another, right? What about 2 teachers who have the same number of kids, but one of them's teaching an AP class that has this many assignments and the other, you know, it becomes very. That's gonna be tricky. Nobody's gonna, yeah, but I do think there might be some simple tweaks you could make. I'm just wondering if we might wanna, after we go around the room, like just start folding in this next interest in the considering the time, because they're very connected.
Okay. And
I agree with this stickiness and trickiness of this. I think I approach it, Alicia, I really appreciate how you want to like, would be interested in digging into it and just seeing, are there any small tweaks, as you mentioned, that folks could agree on, but like, that's a threshold. We could all say that threshold is we put something too far, but I think I approach this one with curiosity, really.
I think, let's keep in mind another tool that we have for some of these could be BLT. In-house addressing some of these, I think I see 2, a policy or something we create, and then for some things. Could be addressed BLT wise.
I don't know if this happens at other schools, but it seems like, when we have one large bubble of kids, we always need to hire somebody for maybe 1 year, and so they end up teaching 1 7th grade math class, 1 8th grade science class, and that is very often a brand new teacher, and how do you expect to retain somebody when you make their life that extremely difficult? So, I think there's a way to work in equity and teacher retention with that interest.
I think the equity goes very much to, like we've heard each time, I think those are hand in hand in so many ways, and I don't know if it can be formulaic, where you give this much of a FTE to plan and this much of an FTE if you're a language arts teacher and you have to grade essays, and like at some point it all comes down to time and like how much time. And the time has to be outside of what like your classroom time, because like everybody has that amount, right? So like how much does it take in theory to do the job that you're being asked to do? And if in theory it takes more to do this job than another job, then maybe in theory it should get paid more, or have something at least that compensates it.
Are we just talking about equity teacher report, or is this also the time, valuing time? Are we doing more? I don't know.
I think right now we're just on this.
Okay, then pass for.
And then we'll see if we bring something else into it.
Yes. I'm gonna go down a different rabbit hole with equity. We have buildings that are overcrowded and buildings that are undercrowded, which causes a lack of resources in certain buildings. And so if we want to look at equity of workload, let's look at school sizes, let's look at redrawing boundary lines and shifting the resources to make them more equitable across buildings. We have some elementary schools, because the READ Act, where homeroom teachers are also reading interventionists, trying to squeeze that into their day. But if we fixed overcrowding, undercrowding, we could get resources back in buildings that lost teachers because of undercrowding.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Megan and Autumn said. I find it really interesting that this interest came from the administrator side. of this group. We see these kinds of comments in our survey every year. Teachers want to compare their workload to others. We've learned that it's a symptom of teachers are feeling overworked overall. And so we've kind of stayed away from this idea of targeting certain positions, trying to fix those, or compensating one more than the other. And so if we do decide to take this on, I would prefer to focus on overall teacher workload. I'm sure that would be nice.
Piggybacking up what Lisa said, I do think there's a piece that could tie in with retention as well, and I think it's happening at lots of different schools. I mean, at the high school level, we have like the class of students have to take to graduate. Some students are taking them for the third time, like very vulnerable groups of students for various reasons. And those classes are often taught by new teachers, and some of them are unlicensed. We have a significant, in my opinion, number of unlicensed teachers in our building. And I understand that it's really hard to recruit certain teachers, and when you get into a crunch and you just need a teacher in a classroom, you will hire people who maybe are not licensed. But when that is a class that's required for graduation and we're at a high school level, 1 year that the teacher just has to get through isn't just 1 year for the students. It could be like the year that determines whether or not they get a diploma. And so when I think also supporting the teachers, like those classes are really difficult to teach and work with. And so if we really want to create retention, if we're helping support them and getting their license and putting all this resource and money into them, I would think we want to set them up for success. And I get both sides. It's really complicated because if a teacher is unlicensed, they probably can't teach AP Calc BC. But algebra 1 is a really difficult class to teach. But some of the students aren't in it. And so I just wonder if like part of looking at that equity is maybe looking at, which again is really messy, right? But like who is teaching what? And I don't know, it's maybe controversial, I think, with some teachers, but like if you are a strong teacher and you've been teaching for a long time, you've got it, dialed in, and you feel supported and you have the capacity to work with more vulnerable populations and pour in that time, and rather than a first year teacher who doesn't even have a license or any experience teaching that group, like, is it worth looking at who's teaching what? And I know it's really complex, but when I think of equity, rather than maybe looking at like paying based on who's spending more time or what's more difficult, I wonder if it's also like, well, where are we placing the people that we have?
Okay, so observation from me is we've had multiple options provided now. And so we're off track of what we're trying to do. We haven't decided this is even something that we have an interest in. And it's because of the way it's presenting itself. It's just presenting itself. It's a flat thing. Okay, we don't really need to share a story about it. We all know it. And so options are being thought about. We don't need options right now. And so just to remind you of that, if you can add story about it in some way or an interest that you have, rather than generating options. And then we can see if we can move into bringing this other component in, because it seems like we could be merging some things and then try to figure out as a committee, what are the components of equity that could be attainable that the group could work on, because that's what people are doing in their minds. They're generating options to try and figure out that equity component. So if we could, as we move here, let's see if we can get a few more, and then we'll see about bringing that other interest and if there's a way to merge some things together.
I don't think I have an option, more so a clarifying question around the realm of group and, how much, around the, distribution, who's teaching what, in what ways, how are the decision made? That is really at like the BLT level, or if it is here, so it's really, that's more of a question. So I don't know, you know, in many years past, when this has come up, if the discussion around here has been, you know what? Actually, let's make sure that the parameters are clear to this level, but really it's a BLT thing. Because the other, and I don't know if currently it is a much more challenging situation because of honestly an increase in the number of vulnerable students. Like when we have our high schools who are new to the country or experience significantly in our education or are illiterate as a 16-year-old, like it's a very different challenge than, you know, and I'm not doing like it's a contest here. It's just a different kind of challenge than kindergarten and diapers, right? Like those are different things. Those are both really hard. But I think that's my question. What's the sort of limits of this group's work?
Another clarifying question, in bringing this forward, what were some of the thoughts of specific avenues in which the team might be able to provide things? Is there some discussion about what specific ways this group might support that?
I'm also curious to hear more teacher opinion on it, and then I think some of the specific things that have come up this year. One is like, have a teacher pick up an extra section, right, of a class they already teach. And then they're paid at a higher rate, so they go over 1.0 FTE. Because they give up a plan period and they give up one of their 2 plan periods, they chose to do that, we just asked them to do that. And they add another section of a class. In this particular case, they're adding another section of a class they already teach, so they still only have 2 actual classes, like 2 different classes they're prepping for. Versus having, you know, teachers who might be teaching 3 or 4. In other words, in the day, you know, you're a teacher, having to have separate lesson plans, like Adam is saying, and still. And it used to be, I also taught at a small school and now I'm at a bigger school. And so I always had more preps in a small school, but we have smaller class sizes. And how it looks right now is you're in a smaller school, you have more preps and you're having the same number of students at this point too. So there's not like this kind of give and take, like, oh yeah, the bigger school, you might have less preps, but you have more kids and so you're grading more, you're following up more, you're communicating with parents more. Now it's like, well, we have more preps and the same number of kids. So it just, I don't know that there's an answer, and that was just a curiosity. And I do specifically have a couple of teachers who are very unhappy with the total number of kids they have. And you know, it's a retention thing, like they're unhappy to the point like they don't know if they want to stay and do that because they feel like they have so many more students than other teachers have. And we don't, and it could just be that could just be a building level conversation, and that's fine. And I guess part of what came up is the teachers have been asking, doesn't the district have, specifically teachers have asked me, doesn't the district have like a minimum number, a maximum number of kids you can put in a class? And I was like, no. I don't know if that's an interest to have something like that or not. And I guess in this case, it would be more of what I would call core content classes versus specialized classes, which would be like language learning and special education. Although even those classes, my special education teachers are teaching 20 to 24 at this point because we have online people, so.
Hey, Nathan, I think it's at you right now.
Yeah, I think just the way, what I heard them say, it's like defining what it means to be a full-time, 1.0 teacher. It's gonna be different by level for sure. And yeah, but can you say like the expectation is 2 preps and 6 classes? Once you go beyond that, like, that can be pretty cut and dry. I'm just like, I don't want to get into a contest about who's working harder.
No,
or more.
no, I know, and
Yeah,
it's not
but-
positional, I'm not like
But there are some things,
English versus math,
we've already done it for like, you've taken this on this extra class and therefore it's,
you're getting paid more.
yeah, without recognizing that. The example you gave, like 4 preps is like, yeah, you're showing up super early to the class, you're working really late, got all this other work, but because you're still teaching the 1.0 number of classes, like you're only compensated. So I think are there discussions we can have around like some real quantifiable things around class size and revenue, so like those sorts of things. Maybe we should just have those planned out. And or just a notice and a really big wondering is, this is my 5th year at IBB, and this teacher time is the most like precious commodity we can give. I feel like we're just slapping band-aids on it here. Hey, let's just write this agreement. Like, is there a process we can look at? Here's what you expect to do. You're actually doing. Is there something we can stop doing? Like, I just feel like that's a little like, without just saying, hey, we wrote a new agreement. Like, if you're still doing the same amount of work, like it's not gonna change. Like, is there something?
You got a big layer of Band-Aids on it.
Yeah, like it's some, yeah, it's probably pretty dirty under there. But I mean, it just feels like that's ultimately like to get time back, you need to find something to stop doing. I don't know where you start cataloging. Yeah, probably by level. For them, I don't know, but here's what I'm expected to do, and I do all this other stuff. It's just kind of out there. What are we willing to stop doing to give? Time is our most precious thing. It's got to be something we can stop doing to get that. That's not.
When we started this conversation, like this is a slippery slope. You know, with ELD teachers are at my school, we do like, more than 1 grade level. So it's like 2 preps plus core plus crew plus I'm in a math class, I'm in an 8th grade class, and I need to know all this stuff. But in my mind, I'm like, okay, well, I'm only grading like 48 students, whereas the ELA teacher has 1 prep and they're grading like 100 students. So in my mind, I've already like the suffering. I'm like, we all suffer, and we all suffer at different times. And so I just feel like this is like a really like a slippery slope. You know, and then the PE teacher that there's subs that won't go into the gym because of the acoustics and it's so loud and there's 40 kids. So I just feel like this is a slippery slope. But at the end of the day, like who is the most important is our students, you know, and by me having to do a 5th grade ELT and a 7th grade ELT and an 8th grade ELT, like 1 prep, 1 hour for all those content classes, I mean, not a lot. So who suffers? Me and the students and, you know, my family, and I think we're all in the same boat together, so I'm saying, like. But we love the kids and we love the too, right?
Alright, well, back to you.
I think it came up more to me with people going like part-time overtime. Where I'm like, how, you know, I'm gonna give up 1 class. Time where I'm gonna take on 1 and be 1.2, and then that doesn't always feel like the people who are the 1.0. Like doing the like normal job, sometimes they're doing just as much or more as people who are getting paid as overtime.
So is this a good time to bring in the other topic?
Maybe it's.
Yeah, please, sorry, I didn't see your card.
I just want to name like, you know, our norms for moving forward were that we worked until we got done, but nobody really knew that today, and 4 o'clock commitments. And I don't even know that we have agreements on where we go next, so I'm wondering, like, knowing that a lot of people have hard stops and I know are already late for what they needed to leave for. like, could we acknowledge that we're not done with this conversation? We need to schedule some time before we get to 10 minutes before and try to come to agreement on what needs to happen next. Like, looking at the clock.
Yeah.
Could we just pause right here and say, this needs to continue, our job is to open up our calendars. That.
I've been just holding back. I saw what this.
Great, our next one is valuing teacher time, so.
Slow down. Yeah, I would love that.
Because it will be difficult, I don't even know for sure how many more topics there are. Just-
Yeah, because we had the PTO was the same, and we know, like, we didn't even flush it out because we were too.
So is it something that we should knock out these other things, or just say, we're gonna make a hard stop and figure out another time to meet?
Yeah, I think we have to do that. We're not gonna have time to knock it out. It's not.
Could we possibly do like a, Steph and I are come up, it's like a Wednesday afternoon, big choose from our ERWs. I'd love to not have to figure those out. That would be possible.
Yeah, sorry.
I thought that was a good idea.
Gotcha, coming out, I'd love to have this.
So your ERW, you said was a Wednesday?
Yeah, so we
The
get out,
student day that day?
yeah, we
It's
get out early with kids that
It's
day.
essentially a professional learning community with a different acronym.
Yeah,
Type setup.
yeah.
And so you would be, I've thought of this with districts a lot with professional training days and so forth. Why don't groups come together? But I know oftentimes specific administrators and other people are leading those things, so that creates a challenge. Is there a specific one of these days that's coming up before too long that could be used for that?
I'm wondering, on Wednesdays, the exec team might be going in for the vacation meetings on the 13th. So Wednesday. The 20th. I know.
What about the sixth?
Yeah, the next one is.
We, on the 6th, there is planning session. Most members are attending as well. Most executive team members are attending England friends in the evening.
Tomorrow?
The 6th, no. Oh, yeah. Tomorrow? We have we have a board meeting tomorrow.
That's a 6:45. I can't.
The board meetings are.
That's what she said, no, the 13th was no.
29 is a no, 6 is a no, 13 is a no, there's board meeting.
There goes our Wednesday.
20th is the the following Wednesday from that.
That's
The Wednesday before the break.
it's the last day of the student.
It's not a good day. That's not a good day.
Of course,
Well,
What
how
about-
much do we think we need? Could we do, again, like, yeah, half day?
Like a virtual.
Or could we do like a 4 to 6?
And also, I really think Rocky should be there.
Yeah.
I think 2 hours is too short a time.
Yeah.
By the time we do check in, we have to run through some things, we got to form the committee. I think it's about a 4 hour, 3 to
So
4
half
hour
day.
minimum time.
Half day.
And then, of
That
course,
make
you
it
can't,
harder. Oh, that's a good question.
On that
Like if we
Wednesday,
had a half day versus a full day.
For subs, is that
Harder
harder?
to have subs or same.
that might be same.
I would vote for taking a full day, despite the goal that we can get started on our committee work.
Committee work after.
that would give you a lot of time and then ability to share certain specialties back and forth in those to deal with what are the particular resources you're gonna need in the process, generating your timelines when you're gonna meet. But you can't push it too far out, because you gotta have prep time before you
And I'm looking at week prior to the last week.
We do it next week. Yeah.
Next week.
Yeah.
Week from today.
Stacy's like. Stacy's got stack upon stack.
Who am I gonna disappoint? How many and who?
Stacey, is there a day that works better for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does the fifth work for people or not?
I will do that. But you guys, I will trust the process for you guys.
Yeah. What about Monday the 11th?
I will not be available. I have a funeral on the 10th in Phoenix, so I couldn't get back.
Yeah, it's good.
The 12th?
Yeah, not the 12th.
On 12th?
The 12th?
That's gonna be difficult for me because I'm gonna drive all the way back from Phoenix on the 11th.
Keep going.
Tonight.
What about?
That would be tough.
Big time doing the 13th, Wednesday.
Well, what about a Wednesday?
The 13th.
Or Wednesday the 6th?
Yeah, what about?
Yeah, we were talking about after school.
Yeah, during
Wednesday
school. Yeah,
the
Wednesday
6th during school.
Yeah, Wednesday the 6th during. Or Tuesday we'll do during.
That probably make it.
Yeah, yeah,
It's a shorter day.
it's a shorter day.
6 hours. But like 8 to 2 on 6.
Yeah.
Yes. I could be here Wednesday the 6th. I have another job that has training, but it ain't this kind of job. And if I don't go to the training, it's not that big a deal. So I can easily skip out on that.
And then 2, are we going into the URW time? I think that's the decision.
What is that here?
District.
I can
No, shouldn't
do
have been
Wednesday
it
the
up.
6th.
Yeah, no, she does.
I will say, in the ELD perspective, that is the day where you do all your access training during that ERW.
Yeah.
So you
But
will
it's here.
actually have to make it up.
You always have to make it up anyway, which is an equity.
Well,
Well, we're talking about before that, we're talking about 8
Yeah.
to 1.
We ended
So,
at
yeah,
2.
I would just,
Yeah, we ended 2.
8 to 1, December 6th.
oh, 8 to 1?
Yes, you go.
Oh, okay. 8 to 1?
I had.
8.
Does that mean we go back to school at 1?
Yeah.
30?
What, no, because I
But then I have a sub until 2?
School gets
out.
Well, you could subcommittee work till 2, or Stacey.
Yeah.
If we walk,
8 to
We have a
2.
2 here.
Or 1:15.
we can reschedule, I think. But there,
It just creates more.
I know, but that's. I think we're great.
Okay, so we're okay?
Wait, do you got?
Nathan,
do you?
Made me down.
6. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 11 people.
On the 6th.
We take like 3 minutes and look at other dates on the 6th. Yeah, if we can't figure it out, then we'll figure it out. Oh, like the 13th or 14th?
Oh, he can't do the 13th.
And you
You can.
do the 12th.
Yeah, I can see about rearranging, but it's just a big family thing. I was planning on leaving on the 12th.
Oh,
Yeah, no worries.
And I got cousins from all over the country.
Yeah.
So that.
What about that 14th?
So no to the 13th.
That's what we're saying.
8th. We have to do it.
Thursday the 14th.
Before the 12th, guys.
Before the
December
12th, he's leaving on the 12th.
He's leaving on the
Yeah.
12th.
So the 6th, 5th, 6th, 7th.
No, he's coming back on the 12th.
Oh, he's leaving it.
No, he's.
No, I will be back in Montrose the evening of the 12th.
Okay, so.
And I would be available easily the 14th. The 13th would just be extremely difficult
got
for me to drive from Phoenix, drive
Yeah.
here.
Got it.
And then I could be a blob on.
Yeah.
But the 14th is
14.
not an issue. We have no conflict.
14th?
Okay, we've got one. Yeah.
Wait, what time are we starting, like 8? Yes.
Rob, how are you with that date?
That was.
What, Miles, what's your,
What,
and
Anna?
Lindsay,
Well,
What
for
are-
high school, I mean, I wish it was the opposite
Anna
day of
and
the week,
Stacy,
you know,
what
we
are
do the
your
red
grades?
schedule.
I can do it completely.
I
about
can
the
make
seventh?
it work, but I'm gonna
Yes.
miss the same day again. That's all. I mean, I can make it work.
what about the seventh?
I did not do this either. That is the only day I cannot.
What about the fifth? I said no to the tenth.
Yeah, I thought we said no to the sixth.
What about the fifth, people?
I've said you guys can do without.
Oh, that's right,
Yeah.
that's right. No, we don't want to be without you, Steph.
I'm fine with it, I
No,
trust you all.
No, we got, so we're stuck on 14th was a no-go, is that right? No, 14th.
14th, that day.
It's
Said yes.
so contender.
Oh, I should,
Except for,
I'm in Las Vegas.
And on the 14th, will that be an 8 till whenever we get it done and adjourn, or 8 to 4?
Maybe for. I'm gonna have a hard stopper.
Okay,
I
so
have
eight
a
to
prior
4.
engagement at 4:30.
On the 14th,
What did we decide? 14th, 8
the
o'clock.
14th.
I have to take my sort of.
Anybody's going out.
Some people.
Are we okay with Lindsay
I
not being
think
here then?
Cause she's not gonna be here for a little bit. She has the kid with surgery.
Oh, it's not Medicare, he's just getting wisdom teeth out, but I do have to take unless I also.
Is it lighter though? He struggles with anesthesia though, right?
And needles.
Yeah,
Could run out of
Oh.
screaming.
so it could be rough. You never know.
Is that how we were looking at other things?
Any other?
Can I go, Jeff, work with Thursday this week? Nobody talked about it.
I cannot do next Thursday.
This
This
Thursday.
Thursday.
2 days from
I
now.
will not be
The
here.
rest of this week.
Yeah, I
I cannot do through
I'm in
next,
Denver the rest
from
of
the rest of this week through next week.
Okay, through next Tuesday. Okay, so the 6th is out because we've got executive team conflict.
Yeah.
The 7th is out because why?
Autumn can't do it.
That's right.
It's the only day I.
The 8th,
And the 8th is a Friday. We didn't talk about any Fridays or Mondays.
I'm working right on the 8th.
okay.
So, no Friday, not that Friday.
Thursday would have been killer for me. Couldn't I be
The
able to be
14th.
here? No, the 7th, that would have been killer, because
Yeah.
then I've been in the same area for 2 straight days. Yes.
No traveling. So we're back to the
So the 14th.
14th or 15th. 14th. Why didn't we do?
Say that again, Rob?
15th is not good.
15 is not good.
So 14th is seeming like the best day. We've got a lot of thumbs on the 14th.
How about tomorrow, any day? Cause you're here.
Tomorrow, I'm back in my classroom
Oh.
for 3 days, and I'm gonna have crying kids for 3 days. If I miss one of those days, they're already crying, so.
December 14th.
14 goes at 2. Remember doing it?
December 14th.
Okay, so we need to make a plan for including Lindsay somehow though.
I'll catch up on notes.
Both Lindsay.
Both
Thursday.
You'll be here most of the
It'll
day.
be
Most
here.
of the day.
Not the most, maybe, right?
Here?
Yes, in this room.
And the warmest room in the building.
It's off 1:30.
I'll ask.
Oh, no, no.
Wait, okay, so-
All 4 or just 2?
So we're gonna say the 14th is the day. I'm putting it in my calendar.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Alright.
Everything makes sense.
Oh, I don't have that on my calendar.
That's okay. We have to keep it.
Is somebody doing the calendar?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Yes.
they're pretty flexible.
So agenda wise, I did what I said and I just copied and pasted in norms with 10 minutes to check out. I would like to suggest we move norms to the first thing we agree on the 14th after check-in. We'll just agree on those, boom, we go right to it. Okay, we'll finish up this work that we're doing and then we'll go into committees. Sound good?
Yes.
Okay. And now I'll generate that agenda and then share it, and we can just make sure that we're good with that. If anything comes up, have a Google Meet with leadership and work out things, but I think that's pretty clear. Now, for clarification for me, we will present the other things. We'll then figure out what's being merged together, and then we give a thumbs on that. Okay, then we decide what committees would be needed, who would want to be on those committees. Then people go to those committees, and then they begin their work to figure out the structure they need for when they could meet, what they're going to shoot for to accomplish. And then at the end, those committees could just report out a general outline of what they've got going. So we all kind of have an idea when we check out. Okay. So what I'd like to do now is check out. And this is just a simple thing where you just say how you thought the day went for you based on what you had as expectations, what you came in with. Just a simple land the plane. How did you feel about the day? Who would like to start? Please don't all raise your hand at once.
I love this.
All right, let's go.
I learned a lot from the first one. I really appreciate. I felt like collaborative, that a lot of our interests landed similar. There was a lot of shared, which is really encouraging. And I think it was exciting.
Great. Which way you want to go?
I appreciated the grounding part at the beginning of just talking about phrases like discussion versus dialogue, interest versus position, and I thought it was just a good grounding for us all to have that same lexicon to work on.
Great, thank you.
I feel really encouraged. I feel like the veil has been lifted from IBB and it's not such a mystery for me. And it just seems like we're really all on the same team and we all want what's best for kids.
Great.
It's been a positive day. I came and I said, I am positive about today and I am learning a lot. So I'm very thankful for all your input, for all the feedback. And I see one way from here forward.
Right.
I appreciate, as my 16-year-old daughter would say, it was a good vibe sesh.
All the dancers. We're gonna avoid, yeah. I really appreciate, I hope, Jake and I talked about this at a break, that I hope, I mean, I know that folks had some, hard feedback and information to share about things that didn't quite work or aren't feeling great, and I hope that courage still sticks with us. I was grateful for it. And leaning into hard conversations and hard topics, and I hope that you stay comfortable. I guess I do have two little things. One was like, do we need to make agreements or plan of how to share where we're at, what's going on with the upcoming staff newsletter, and should that be like a heading out, like Rob, Stephanie, maybe going in to work on a blurb in the upcoming staff newsletter, I should do that, where we are. Does that sound right? Really good? I mean,
Yeah, but I think we need to wait until we.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, so nothing now,
Wait
wait
until
until
after the 14th.
Can we then make sure there's time on the agenda to plan that?
Yes,
at the end of the 14th?
I call it joint communication. And I'll definitely put that on there and I would encourage that all the time. That is a great thing for a session to have a joint communication. And it helps to have somebody who's not necessarily scribing that they're gonna develop, they're gonna build that joint communication. So they're logging things as we go along and then boom, at the end, it's all put up, we wordsmith a little bit, and then we say yay to it.
Perfect, well, having
Okay,
agreement on
thank
that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I like being part of this group. I'm glad that we're in the thumb time now. This time is behind us.
They are advanced primates, so it's
My expectation for today was that you would give us structure, and I feel like you've definitely taken great steps toward that, so I really appreciate that. Yes.
I
in comparison to last year, I felt less us versus them and more unity, and that felt good, and I learned a lot. I'm looking forward to continuing to work.
I really appreciate that we acknowledge the lack of time at the end. I feel like in the past, the years we've done this, it's just been like, keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing. And then, like you said, like, we're hangry at 7:30 and then all of a sudden, maybe some decisions are regrettable. And so I feel like we've avoided all of that. And, I'm just glad we were able to pick a day that we all could be.
I expected I'd learned a lot, and I did. I was very uncertain how this goes. I thought it was very smooth. I think it's nice having an outside facilitator. It's always is, but I found your work helpful, thank you. And it's just really good to hear from a wide variety of people and like getting outside of the high school box too, and hearing from people across the levels of the district has been good.
I thought it went really well, and I appreciate everyone in this room.
Well, appreciate the structure and everybody's.
I echo all that. I appreciate everyone's courage and candor, and curiosity under the liberation. This space, and appreciate the structure you brought, Rusty, and then Begonia and team who handled the logistics and everything. Help us.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I thought this was great. I learned a lot as well. Some good website. I'm really excited to be a part of this. I feel really honored to be here and be able to have this communication with you.
I really like what Stacy just said about the curiosity. I feel like this year, more than last year, we asked a lot of questions. We asked clarifying questions, and we really like dug into some of these hard topics with questions that didn't feel judgmental. So I really liked that, and that felt really positive, and we're moving in the right direction.
I feel good about today. It was good to get some clarification on some issues that kind of vague on my mind. My concerns about time came true, but I'm glad that we have a plan to keep moving.
Echo Rob, as much as I appreciate the courage, I also appreciate the reception of it, because in past it's been hard to be courageous and say things for fear of what might happen. So appreciate you guys listening and being willing to talk about it. And I'm really still just hopeful about this season and how we're going to progress and be successful.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we did a lot of hard work today. Real hard work is still to come. Mostly, I mean, I could have been sitting in a classroom with 100 kids making fun of me today. I'm sitting at home with my wife making fun of me. And anyone to my face maybe.
Well, this is definitely my first meeting from the perspective that I'll be sworn into tomorrow as board member. So the only thing I was really expecting was to walk into a room with a bunch of exceptional educators. And I just want to remind you all that that's what I saw. And I think when you're surrounded by people who work as hard as you all do on an everyday basis, you forget that that's exceptional. But I've been away from the classroom for a while. And so when I come in and hear that, just like everyone has said, that candor, the courage and the curiosity, as though that's the norm, it is exceptional. So I appreciate it.
Well, I feel like it was an honor for me to be here today with all of you. I recognize you once again for all your hard work and the challenges it takes to do this work. I thought that the sharing was excellent and that there was a lot of good communication that went on. Thanks to Begonia and her team for putting the food together. Thank you all for being flexible for the 14th. Okay, I'll generate an agenda and get that out to everybody.
Okay, quick comment, it appears that the 14 this room is not available all day long. I will see what needs to happen if I do need to move another meeting out of here.
Levels, I can move it.
And that's, or if we need to maybe relocate.
I think it'll probably be easier if we move to Colorado.
Okay. Thank you. Never mind.
And you guys keep those cards and that other document that I gave you, make sure you bring that next time. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. I wonder if instead of keeping the card, rather, but I will visit it and like, can I give them to me? I'm here somewhere. Oh, that's a good idea. Leave them here.
Yeah.
Like, so don't be able to.
Yeah.
Yeah, just leave the cheap one. So the cheap. Okay.
Take you to the.
Oh,
I have a
the other
greater
paper?
risk of
Oh,
not-
yeah.
I was just.
Well, I did write out. I'll bring it. Thanks for going in.